Preface of Under Wellington's Command by Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by Henty. Preface. As many boys into whose hands the present volume may fall will not have read my last year's book, With More at Corunna, of which this is a continuation. It is necessary that a few words should be said, to enable them to take up the thread of the story. It was impossible, in the limits of one book, to give even an outline of the story of the Peninsular War, without devoting the whole space to the military operations. It would, in fact, have been a history rather than a tale, and it accordingly closed with the passage of the Douro and the expulsion of the French from Portugal. The hero, Terence O'Connor, was the son of the senior captain of the Minho Fusiliers when the regiment was ordered to join Sir Arthur Wellesley's expedition to Portugal. The colonel of the regiment obtained for him a commission, although so notorious was the boy for his mischievous pranks that the colonel hesitated whether he would not get into some serious scrapes, especially as Dick Ryan, one of the ensigns, was always his companion in mischief, and both were aided and abetted by Captain O'Grady. However, on the way out, the slow old transport in which a wing of the regiment was carried was attacked by two French privateers, who would have either taken or sunk her, had it not been for a happy suggestion of the quick-witted lad. For this he gained great credit, and was selected by General Fane as one of his aides-de-camp. In this capacity, he went through the arduous campaign under General Moore that ended at Corunna. His father had been so seriously wounded at Vimeira that he was invalided home and placed on half pay, and in the same battle Captain O'Grady lost his left arm, but, on being cured, returned to his place in the regiment. At Corunna, Terence, while carrying a dispatch, was thrown from his horse and stunned, and on recovering, found that the British had already embarked on board the ships of the fleet. He made his way to the frontier of Portugal, and thence to Lisbon. He was then appointed to the staff of Sir John Craddock, who is now in command, and sent in charge of some treasure for the use of the Spanish General Romana, who was collecting a force on the northern border of Portugal. Terence had orders to aid him in any way in his power to check the invasion of Portugal from the north. Of this order he took advantage when, on the way, the agents of the Junta of Oporto endeavored to rob him, attacking the house where he and his escort had taken up their quarters with a newly raised levy of 2,500 unarmed peasants. By a ruse, he got their leaders into his hands, and these showed such abject cowardice that the peasants refused further to follow them, and asked Terence to take the command of the force. He assented, formed them into 2 battalions, appointed 2 British orderlies as majors, the Portuguese officer of his escort, lieutenant colonel, and his troopers captains of companies, put them in the way of obtaining arms, and, by dint of hard drill and kindness, converted them into an efficient body of soldiers. Finding that little was to be expected from Romana's force, he acted as a partisan leader, and, in this capacity, formed such valuable service that he was confirmed in the command of his force, which received the name of the Minho regiment, and he and his officers received commissions for the rank they held in the Portuguese army. At Oporto, he rescued from a convent a cousin who, at the death of her father, a British merchant there, had been shut up by her Portuguese mother until she would consent to sign away the property to which she was entitled, and to become a nun. She went to England to live with Terence's father, and came into possession of the fortune which her father, foreseeing that difficulties might arise at his death, had forwarded to a bank at home, having appointed Captain O'Connor her guardian. The present volume takes the story of the Peninsular War up to the Battle of Salamanca, and concludes the history of Terence O'Connor. My readers will understand that, in all actions in which the British army took part, the details are accurately given, but that the doings of the Minho regiment, and of Terence O'Connor as a partisan leader, are not to be considered as strictly historical. Although similar feats of daring and adventure were accomplished by Trant, Pack, and other leaders of irregular forces. End of Preface. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 1 of Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. Chapter 1. A Detached Force.
Bejabers, Terence, we shall all die of weariness with doing nothing if we don't move soon,
said Captain O'Grady, who, with Dick Ryan, had ridden over to spend the afternoon with Terence O'Connor, whose regiment of Portuguese was encamped some 6 miles out of Abrantes, where the division to which the Minho Fusiliers belonged was stationed.
Here we are in June, and the sun getting hotter and hotter, and the whiskey just come to an end, though we have been mighty sparing over it, and nothing to eat but ration beef. Begorra, if it wasn't for the beastly drill, I should forget that I was a soldier at all. I should take myself for a convict, condemned to stop all me life in one place. At first there was something to do, for one could forage for food decent to eat, but now I don't believe there is as much as an old hen left within 15 miles, and as for ducks and geese, I have almost forgotten the taste of them.
It is not lively work, O'Grady, but it is worse for me here. You have got Dickie Ryan to stir you up and keep you alive, and old Flaherty to look after your health, and see that you don't exceed your allowance, while practically I have no one but Harara to speak to, for though Bull and McWhitty are excellent fellows in their way, they are not much as companions. However, I think we must be nearly at the end of it. We have got pretty well all the troops up here, except those who are to remain at Lisbon.
I see the men, O'Grady said, but I don't see the victuals. We can't march until we get transport and food, and where they are to come from, no one seems to know.
I'm afraid we shall do badly for a time in that respect, O'Grady. Sir Arthur has not had time yet to find out what humbugs the Spaniards are, and what wholesale lies they tell. Of course, he had some slight experience of it when we first landed, at the Mondego, but it takes longer than that to get at the bottom of their want of faith. Craddock learnt it after a bitter experience, and so did Moore. I have no doubt that the Spaniards have represented to Sir Arthur that they have large disciplined armies, that the French have been reduced to a mere handful, and that they are only waiting for his advance to drive them across the frontier. Also, no doubt, they have promised to find any amount of transport and provisions as soon as he enters Spain. As to relying upon Cuesta, you might as well rely upon the assistance of an army of hares commanded by a pig-headed owl.
I can't make out myself, O'Grady said, what we want to have anything to do with the Spaniards for at all. If I were in Sir Arthur's place, I would just march straight against the French and thrash them.
That sounds well, O'Grady, but we know very little about where the French are, what they are doing, or what is their strength. And I think that you will allow that, though we have beaten them each time we have met them, they fought well. At Rolisa we were 3-1 against them. At Vimera we had the advantage of a strong position. At Corunna things were pretty well even, but we had our backs to the wall. I'm afraid, O'Grady, that just at present you are scarcely qualified to take command of the army, except only on the one point, that you thoroughly distrust the Spaniards. Well, Dick, have you been having any fun lately?
It's not to be done, Terence. Everyone is too disgusting and out of temper to make it safe. Even the chief is dangerous. I would as soon think of playing a joke on a wandering tiger as on him. The major is not a man to trifle with at the best of times, and, except old Flaherty, there is not a man among them who has a good word to throw at a dog. Faith, when one thinks of the good time one used to have at Athlone, it is heartbreaking.
Well, come in and refresh yourselves. I have a bottle or two still left.
That is good news, O'Grady said fervently. It has been on the tip of my tongue to ask you, for me mouth is like an oven, but I was so afraid you would say it was gone that I daren't open me lips about it.
To tell you the truth, O'Grady, except when some of you fellows come over, there is not any whiskey touched in this camp. I have kept it strictly for your sergeants, who have been helping to teach my men drill, and coaching the non-commissioned officers. It has been hard work for them, but they have stuck to it well, and the thought of an allowance at the end of the day's work has done wonders with them. We made a very fair show when we came in, but now I think the 2 battalions could work with the best here, without doing themselves discredit. The non-commissioned officers have always been our weak point, but now my fellows know their work very fairly, and they go at it with a will. You see, they are all very proud of the corps, and have spared no pains to make themselves worthy of it. Of course, what you may call purely parade movements are not done as they are by our infantry, but in all useful work I would back them against any here. They are very fair shots, too. I have paid for a lot of extra ammunition which, I confess, we bought from some of the native levies. No doubt I should get into a row over it if it were known, but as these fellows are not likely ever to fire a shot against the French, and it is of importance that mine should be able to shoot well, I didn't hesitate to do it. Fortunately, the regimental chest is not empty, and all the officers have given a third of their pay to help, but it has certainly done a lot of good, and the shooting has greatly improved since we came here.
I have been speaking steadily of Portuguese terms ever since you spoke to me about it. One has no end of time in one's hands, and really, I'm getting on very fairly.
That is right, Dickie. If we win this campaign, I will certainly ask for you as an adjutant. I shall be awfully glad to have you with me, and I really do want an adjutant for each battalion. And you, O'Grady?
Well, I can't report favourably of myself at all. I tried hard for a week, and it is the fault of me tongue, and not of myself. I can't get it to twist itself to the outlandish words. I am willing enough, but me tongue isn't, and I'm afraid that were it necessary that every officer in your court should speak the beastly language, I should have to stay at home.
I am afraid that it is quite necessary, O'Grady, Terence laughed. An adjutant who could not make himself understood would be of no shadow of use. You know how I should like to have you with me, but upon the other hand, there would be inconveniences. You are, as you have said many a time, my superior officer in our army, and I really should not like to have to give you orders. Then again, Bull and McWhitty are still more your juniors, having only received their commissions a few months back, and they would feel just as uncomfortable as I should, at having you under them. I don't think that would do at all. Besides, you know, you are not fond of work by any means, and there would be more to do in a regiment like this than in one of our own.
I suppose that it must be so, Terence, O'Grady said resignedly, as he emptied his tumbler. And besides, there is a sort of superstition in the service that an adjutant should always be able to walk straight to his tent, even after a warm night at mess. And although it seems to me that I have every other qualification, in that respect I should be a failure, and I imagine that, in a Portuguese regiment, the thing would be looked at more seriously than it is in an Irish one, where such a matter occurs occasionally among men as well as officers.
That is quite true, O'Grady. The Portuguese are a sober people and will not, as you say, be able to make the same allowance for our weaknesses that Irish soldiers do, seeing that it is too common for our men to be either one way or the other. However, Ryan, I do hope I shall be able to get you. I never had much hopes of O'Grady, and this failure of his tongue to aid him in his vigorous efforts to learn the language seems to quite settle the matter as far as he is concerned. At this moment, an orderly rode up to the tent. Terence went out. "A dispatch from headquarters, sir," the trooper said, saluting. "All right, my man. You had better wait for 5 minutes, and see if any answer is required." Going into the tent, he opened the dispatch. "Hooray!" he said, as he glanced at the contents. "Here is a movement at last." The letter was as follows. "Colonel O'Connor will at once march with his force to Plasencia, and will reconnoiter the country between that town and the Tagus to the south, and the Behar to the north. He will ascertain, as far as possible, the position and movements of the French army under Victor. He will send a daily report of his observations to headquarters. 20 Portuguese cavalry, under a subaltern, will be attached to his command, and will furnish orderlies to carry his reports. It is desirable that Colonel O'Connor's troops should not come in contact with the enemy except to check any reconnoitering parties moving towards Castelo Branco and Vila Velha. It is most necessary to prevent the news of an advance of the army in that direction reaching the enemy, and to give the earliest possible information of any hostile gathering that might menace the flank of the army while on its march. The passes of Banos and Paredes will be held by the troops of Marshal Beresford and General Del Parque, and it is to the country between the mountains and Marshal Cuesta's force at Almeida that Colonel O'Connor is directed to concentrate his attention. In case of being attacked by superior forces, Colonel O'Connor will, if possible, retreat into the mountains on his left flank, maintain himself there, and open communication with Lord Beresford's forces at Banos or Behar. Colonel O'Connor is authorized to requisition 6 carts from the quartermaster's department and to hand over his tents to them, to draw 50,000 rounds of ball cartridge, and such rations as he may be able to carry with him. The paymaster has received authority to hand over to him £500 for the payment of supplies for his men. When this sum is exhausted, Colonel O'Connor is authorized to issue orders for supplies payable to the paymaster to the forces, exercising the strictest economy and sending notification to the paymaster general of the issue of such orders. This dispatch is confidential, and the direction of the route is, on no account, to be divulged. You hear that, O'Grady? And you too, Dickie? I ought not to have read the dispatch out loud. However, I know you will keep the matter secret.
You may trust us for that, Terence, for it is a secret worth knowing. It is evident that Sir Arthur is going to join Cuesta and make a dash on Madrid. Well, he has been long enough in making up his mind, but it is a satisfaction that we are likely to have hot work at last, though I wish we could have done it without those Spaniards. We have seen enough of them to know that nothing, beyond kind words, are to be expected of them, and, when the time for fighting comes, I would rather that we depended upon ourselves than to have to act with fellows on whom there is no reliance whatever to be placed.
I agree with you there heartily, O'Grady. However, thank goodness we are going to set out at last, and I am very glad that it falls to us to act as the vanguard of the army, instead of being attached to Beresford's command and kept stationary in the passes. Now I must be at work. I dare say we shall meet again before long. Terence wrote an acknowledgment of the receipt of the general's order and handed it to the orderly who had brought it. A bugler at once sounded the field officer's call. "We are to march at once," he said when Herrera, Bull, and McWhitty arrived. "Let the tents be struck and handed over to the quartermaster's department. See that the men have 4 days' biscuit in their haversacks. Each battalion is to take 3 carts with it. I will go to the quartermaster's department to draw them. Tell off 6 men from each battalion to accompany me, and take charge of the carts. Each battalion will carry 25,000 rounds of spare ammunition and a chest of 250 pounds. I will requisition from the commissariat as much biscuit as we can carry, and 20 bullocks for each battalion to be driven with the carts. As soon as the carts are obtained, the men will drive them to the ordnance stores for the ammunition, and to the commissariat stores to load up the food. You had better send an officer in charge of the men of each battalion. I will myself draw the money from the paymaster. I will go there at once. Send a couple of men with me, for of course it will be paid in silver. Then I will go to the quartermaster's stores and get the carts ready by the time that the men arrive. I want to march in an hour's time, at latest." In a few minutes the camp was a scene of bustle and activity. The tents were struck and packed away in their bags, and piled in order to be handed over to the quartermaster, and in a few minutes over an hour from the receipt of the order, the 2 battalions were in motion. After a 20-mile march, they halted for the night near the frontier. An hour later, they were joined by 20 troopers of a Portuguese regiment under the command of a subaltern. The next day, they marched to Plasencia and halted for the night on the slopes of the Sierra. An orderly was dispatched next morning to the officer in command of any force that there might be at Banos, informing him of the position that they had taken up. Terence ordered 2 companies to remain at this spot, which was at the head of a little stream running down into an affluent of the Tagus. Their position being now nearly due north of the Almeidas, from which they were distant some 20 miles, the rest of the force descended into the plain, and took post at various villages between the Sierra and Oropesa, the most advanced party halting 4 miles from that town. the French forces under Victor had, in accordance with orders from Madrid, fallen back from Plasencia a week before and taken up his quarters at Talavera. At the time when the regiment received its uniforms, Terence had ordered that 20 suits of the men's peasant's clothes should be retained in store, and, specifically intelligent men being chosen, 20 of these were sent forward towards the river Alberche to discover Victor's position. They brought in news that he had placed his troops behind the river, and that Cuesta, who had at one time an advance guard at Oropesa, had recalled it to Almeida. Parties of Victor's cavalry were patrolling the country between Talavera and Oropesa. Terence had sent Bull with 500 men to occupy all the passes across the Sierras, with orders to capture any orderlies or messengers who might come along, and a day later 4 men brought in a French officer who had been captured on the road leading south. He was the bearer of a letter from Soult to the king, and was at once sent, under the escort of 4 troopers, to headquarters. The man who had brought in the senior officer reported that they had learned that Wilson, with his command of 4,000 men, was in the mountains north of the Escurial, and spies from that officer had ascertained that there was great alarm in Madrid, for the news of the British advance toward Plasencia was already known, and that it was feared that this force, with Cuesta's army at Almeida and Venegas's army at La Mancha, were about to combine in attack upon the capital. This indeed was Sir Arthur's plan, and had been arranged with the Supreme Junta. The Junta, however, being jealous of Cuesta, had given secret instructions to Venegas to keep aloof. On his arrival at Plasencia, the English general had learned at once the hollowness of the Spanish promises. He had been assured of an ample supply of food, mules, and carts for transport, and had, on the strength of these statements, advanced with but small supplies, for little food and but few animals could be obtained in Portugal. He found on arriving that no preparations whatever had been made, and the army, thus early in the campaign, was put on half rations. Day after day passed without any of the promised supplies arriving, and Sir Arthur wrote to the Supreme Junta saying that although in accordance with his agreement he would march to the Alberche, he would not cross that river unless the promises that had been made were kept to the letter. He had by this time learnt that the French forces north of the mountains were much more formidable than the Spanish reports had led him to believe. But he still greatly underrated Soult's army, and was altogether ignorant that Ney had evacuated Galicia and was marching south with all speed with his command. Del Parque had failed in his promise to garrison Béjar and Banos, and these passes were now only held by a few hundreds of Cuesta's Spaniards. A week after taking up his position north of Oropesa, Terence received orders to move with his 2 battalions, and to take post to guard these passes, with his left resting on Béjar and his right in communication with Wilson's force. The detachments were at once recalled. 1,000 men were posted near Béjar, and the rest divided among the other passes, by which a French army from the north could cross the Sierra. As soon as this arrangement was made, Terence rode to Wilson's headquarters. He was received very cordially by that officer. "I am heartily glad to see you, Colonel O'Connor," the latter said. "Of course, I have heard of the doings of your battalions, and am glad indeed to have your support. I sent a messenger off only this morning to Sir Arthur telling him that, from the information brought in by my spies, I am convinced that Soult is much stronger than has been supposed, and that, if he moves south, I shall scarce be able to hold the passes of Arenas and San Pedro Bernardo, and that I can certainly spare no men for the defense of the more westerly ones, but which Soult is likely to march from Salamanca. However, now that you are there, I shall feel safe." "No doubt I could hinder an advance, Sir Robert," Terence said, "but I certainly could not hope to bar the passes to a French army. I have no artillery, and, though my men are steady enough against infantry, I doubt whatever that they would be able to withstand an attack heralded by a heavy cannonade. With a couple of batteries of artillery to sweep the passes, one might make a fair stand for a time against a greatly superior force, but with only infantry, one could not hope to maintain one's position." "Quite so, and Sir Arthur could not expect it. My own opinion is that we shall have 50,000 men coming from the north. I have told the chief as much, but naturally he would believe the assurances of the Spanish juntas, rather than reports gathered by our spies. and no doubt hopes to crush Victor altogether before Soult makes any movement, and he trusts to Venegas's advance from the south towards the upper Tagus, to cause Don Joseph to evacuate Madrid as soon as he hears of Victor's defeat. But I have, certainly, no faith whatever in either Venegas or Cuesta. Cuesta is loyal enough, but he is obstinate and pig-headed, and at present he is furious because the Supreme Junta has been sending all the best troops to Venegas instead of to him, and he knows, well enough, that perpetual intriguer Friar is working underhand to get Albuquerque appointed to the Supreme Command. As to Venegas, he is a mere tool of the Supreme Junta, and, likely as not, they will order him to do nothing but keep his army intact. Then again, the delay at Plasencia has upset all Sir Arthur's arrangements. Had he pressed straight forward on the 28th of last month, when he crossed the frontier, disregarding Cuesta altogether, he could have been at Madrid long before this, for I know that at that time Victor's force had been so weakened that he had but between 14 and 15,000 men, and must have fallen back without fighting. Now he has again got the troops that have been taken from him, and will be further reinforced before Sir Arthur arrives on the Alberche, and of course Soult has had plenty of time to get everything in readiness to cross the mountains, and fall upon the British rear, as soon as he hears that they are fairly on their way towards Madrid. Here we are the 20th, and our forces will only reach Oropesa today. Victor is evidently afraid that Sir Arthur will move from Oropesa towards the hills, past the upper Alberche, and so place himself between him and Madrid, for a strong force of cavalry reconnoitred in this direction this morning. "Would it not be as well, sir," said Terence, "if we were to arrange some signals by which we could aid each other? That hilltop can be seen from the hill beyond, which is the little village where I have established myself. I noticed it this morning before I started. If you would keep a lookout on your hill, I would have one on mine. We might each get 3 bonfires, 100 yards apart, ready for lighting. If I hear of any great force approaching the defiles I am watching, I can summon your aid either by day or night by these fires, and in the same way, if Soult should advance by the line that you are guarding, you could summon me. My men are really well trained in this sort of work, and you could trust them to make an obstinate defense. I think that your idea is a very good one, and will certainly carry it out. You see, we are really both of us protecting the left flank of our army, and can certainly do more effectually if we work together. We might too arrange another signal. One fire might mean that for some reason or another we are marching away. I may have orders to move some distance towards Madrid, so as to compel Victor to weaken himself by detaching a force to check me. You may be ordered, as the army advances, to leave your defiles in charge of the Spaniards, and to accompany the army. 2 fires might mean, spies have reported a general advance of the French coming by several routes. Thus, you see, we should be in readiness for any emergency. I should be extremely glad of your help if Soult comes this way. My own corps of 1,200 men are fairly good soldiers, and I can rely upon them to do their best. But the other 3,000 have been but recently raised, and I don't think that any dependence can be placed upon them in case of hard fighting. But with your 2 battalions, we ought to be able to hold any of these defiles for a considerable time." 2 days later, Terence received orders to march instantly with his force down into the valley, to follow the foot of the hills until he reached the Alberche, when he was to report his arrival, wait until he received orders, and check the advance of any French force endeavoring to move round the left flank of the British. The evening before, one signal fire had announced that Wilson was on the move, and, thinking that he too might be summoned, Terence had called in all his outposts and was able to march a quarter of an hour after he received the order. He had learned on the evening he returned from his visit to Sir Robert, from men sent down into the plain for the purpose, that Cuesta's army and that of Sir Arthur had advanced together from Oropesa. He was glad at the order to join the army, as he had felt that, should Soult advance, his force, unprovided as it was with guns, would be able to offer but a very temporary resistance, especially that the French marshal was at the head of a force anything like as strong as reported by the peasantry. As to this, however, he had very strong doubts, having come to distrust thoroughly every report given by the Spaniards. He knew that they were as ready, under the influence of fear, to exaggerate the force of an enemy as they were, at other times, to magnify their own numbers. Sir Arthur must, he thought, be far better informed than he himself could be, for his men, being Portuguese, were viewed with doubt and suspicion by the Spanish peasantry, who would probably take a pleasure in misleading them altogether. The short stay in the mountains had braced up the men, and, with only a short halt, they made a 40-mile march to the Alberche by midnight. Scarcely had they lit their fires when an hussar officer and some troopers rode up. They halted 100 yards away, and the officer shouted in English, "What corps is this?" Terence at once left the fire and advanced towards them. "2 Portuguese battalions," he answered, "under myself, Colonel O'Connor." The officer at once rode forward. "I was not quite sure," he said as he came close, "that my question would not be answered by a volley. By the direction from which I saw you coming, I thought that you must be friends. Still, you might have been an advance party of a force that had come down through the defiles. However, as soon as I saw you light your fires, I made sure it was all right, for the Frenchmen would not likely have ventured to do so unless, indeed, they were altogether ignorant of our advance. At 10 o'clock this morning, I received orders from headquarters to move to this point at once, and, as we have marched from Banos, you see we have lost very little time on the way." "Indeed you have not. I suppose it is about 40 miles, and that distance, in 14 hours, is certainly first-rate marching. I will send off one of my men to report who you are. 2 squadrons of my regiment are a quarter of a mile away, awaiting my return." "Have you any reason to believe that the enemy are near?" "No particular reason I know of, but their cavalry have been in great force along the upper part of the river for the last 2 days. Victor has retired from Talavera, for I fancy that he was afraid we might move round this way and cut him off from Madrid. The Spaniards might have harassed him as he fell back, but they dared not even make a charge on his rear guard, though they had 3,000 cavalry. We are not quite sure where the French are, and, of course, we get no information from the people here. Either their stupidity is something astounding, or their sympathies are entirely with the French." "My experience is," Terence said, "that the best way is to get as much information as you can from them, and then to act with the certainty that the real facts are just the reverse of the statements made to you." As soon as the forces halted, a picket had been sent out, and Terence, when the men finished their supper, established a cordon of advance pickets with strong supports at a distance of a mile from his front and flanks, so as to ensure himself against surprise, and to detect any movement upon the part of the enemy's cavalry, who might be pressing round to obtain information of the British position. At daybreak he mounted and rode to Talavera, and reported the arrival of his command, and the position where he had halted for the night. "You have not wasted no time over it, Colonel O'Connor. You can only have received the order yesterday morning, and I scarcely expected that you would be here till this evening." "My men are excellent marchers, sir. They did the 40 miles in 14 hours, and might have done it in an hour quicker, had they been pressed. Not a man fell out." "Your duty will now be to cover our left flank. I don't know whether you are aware that Wilson has moved forward, and will take post on the slopes near the Esquirol. He has been directed to spread his force as much as possible, so as to give an appearance of greater strength than he has." "I know that he had left his former position," Terence said. "We had arranged a code of smoke signals by which we could ask each other for assistance should the defiles be attacked, and I learned yesterday morning, in this way, that he was marching away." "Have you any news of what is taking place on the other side of the hills since you sent off word 2 days ago?" "No, sir. At least, all we hear is of the same character as before. We don't hear that Soult is moving, but his force is certainly put down as being considerably larger than was supposed. I have deemed it my duty to state this in my reports, but the Spaniards are so inclined to exaggerate everything that I always receive statements of this kind with great doubt." "All of our news from the juntas, from Mr. Freire, and from other quarters, is quite the other way," the officer said. "We are assured that Soult has not 15,000 men in condition to take the field, and that he could not venture to move these, as he knows that the whole country would rise did he do so. I have no specific orders to give you. You will keep in touch with General Hill's brigade, which forms our left, and, as we move forward, you advance along the lower slopes of the Sierra and prevent any attempt on the part of the French to turn our flank. I dare say you do not know exactly what is going on, Colonel O'Connor. It may be of assistance to you, in taking up your position, to know that the fighting is likely to take place on the line between Talavera and the mountains. Cuesta has fallen back in great haste to Talavera. We shall advance today and take up our line with him. The Spaniards would hold the low marshy ground near the town. Our right will rest on an eminence on his left flank, and will extend to a group of hills separated by a valley from the Sierra. Our cavalry will probably check any attempt by the French to turn our flank there, and you and the Spaniards will do your best to hold the slope of the Sierra should the French move a force along there. I may say that Victor has been largely reinforced by Sebastiani, and is likely to take the offensive. Indeed, we hear that he is already moving in this direction. We are not aware of his exact strength, but we believe that a much approach, if not equal, that of ourselves and Cuesta united. Cuesta has indeed been already roughly handled by the French. Disregarding Sir Arthur's entreaties, and believing Victor to be in full retreat, he marched on alone, impelled by the desire to be the first to enter Madrid. But at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 26th of July, the French suddenly fell upon him, drove the French cavalry back from their advanced position, and chased them hotly. They fled in great disorder, and the panic would have spread to the whole army had not Albuquerque brought up 3,000 fresh cavalry and held the French in check, while Cuesta retreated in great disorder and, had the French pressed forward, would have fled in utter rout. Sherbrooke's division, which was in advance of the British army, moved forward and took up its position in front of the panic-stricken Spaniards, and then the French drew off. Cuesta then yielded to Sir Arthur's entreaties, recrossed the Alberche, and took up his position near Talavera. Here, even the worst troops should be able to make a stand against the best. The ground is marshy and traversed by a rivulet. On his left is a strong redoubt, which is armed with Spanish artillery. On the right is another very strong battery, on a rise close to Talavera, while other batteries sweep the road to Madrid. Sir Arthur has strengthened the front by felling trees and forming a battis, so that he has good reason to hope that, poor as the Spanish troops may be, they may be able to hold their part of the line. Campbell's division forms the British right. Sherbrooke comes next. The German legion are in the center. Duncan is to take his place on the hill that rises 2/3 of the way across the valley, while General Hill's division is to hold the face looking north, and separated from the Sierra only by the comparatively narrow valley in which you have bivouacked. At present, however, his troops and those of Duncan had not taken up their position. The country between the positions on which the Allied armies had now fallen back was covered with olive and cork trees. The whole line from Talavera to the hill, which was to be held by Hill's division, was 2 miles in length, and the valley between that and the Sierra was half a mile in width, but extremely broken and rugged, and was intersected by a ravine, through which ran the rivulet that fell into the Tagus at Talavera. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 2 of Under Wellington's Command by Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by Henty. Chapter 2. Talavera. On leaving the Adjutant General, Terence, knowing that Mackenzie's brigade was some 2 miles in advance of the Alberche River, and that the enemy was not in sight, sent off one of the orderlies who accompanied him with a message to Herrera to fall back and take up his station on the lower slopes of the Sierra, facing the rounded hill, and then went to a restaurant and had breakfast. It was crowded with Spanish officers, with a few British scattered among them. As he ate his food, he was greatly amused at the boasting of the Spaniards as to what they would accomplish, if the French ventured to attack them, knowing as he did how shamefully they had behaved 2 days before, when the whole of Cuesta's army had been thrown into utter disorder by 2,000 or 3,000 French cavalry, and had only been saved from utter rout by the interposition of a British brigade. When he had finished breakfast, he mounted his horse and rode to the camp of his old regiment. "Hurrah, Terence!" O'Grady shouted as he rode up. "I thought you would be turning up when there was going to be something to do. It's yourself that has had the knack of always getting into the thick of it. Orderly, take Colonel O'Connor's horse
and lead 'em up and down. Come on, Terence. Most of the boys are in that tent over there. We have just been dismissed from parade. A shout of welcome rose as they entered the tent, where a dozen officers were sitting on the ground or on empty boxes. Sit down if you can find room, Terence, Colonel Corcoran said. Wouldn't you like to be back with us again for the shindy that we are likely to have tomorrow? That I should, but I hope to have my share in it in my own way. Where are your men, O'Connor? They will be, in another hour, at the foot of the mountains over there to the left. Our business will be to prevent any of the French moving along there and coming down on your rear. I am pleased to hear it. I believe that there is a Spanish division there, but I am glad to know that the business is not to be left entirely to them. Now what have you been doing since you left us a month ago? I have been doing nothing, Colonel, but watching the defiles, and as no one has come up them, we have not fired a shot. No doubt they got news that you were there, Terence, O'Grady said, and not likely would they be to come up to be destroyed by you. Perhaps that was it, Terence said when the laughter had subsided. At any rate, they didn't show up, and I was very pleased when orders came at 10 o'clock yesterday for us to leave Banos and march to join the army. We did the 40 miles in 14 hours. Good marching, Colonel Corcoran said. Then where did you halt? About 3 miles farther off, at the foot of the hills. We saw a lot of campfires to our right, and thought that we were in a line with the army, but of course they were only those of Mackenzie's division. But I sent off an orderly an hour ago to tell them to fall back to the slopes facing those hills, where our left is to be posted. You are a lucky fellow to have been away from us, Terence, for it is downright starving we have been. The soldiers have only had a mouthful of meat served out to them as rations most days, and they have got so thin that the clothes are hanging loose about them. If it hadn't been for my man Doolin and 2 or 3 others who always manage, by hook or by crook, to get hold of anything there is within 2 or 3 miles round, we should have been as badly off as they are. But Jabez, I have had to take in my sword belt a good 2 inches, and to think that, while our fellows are well nigh starving, these Spaniards we came to help, and who will do no fighting themselves, had more food than they could eat, is enough to enrage a saint. I wonder Sir Arthur puts up with it. I would have seized that stuck-up old fool Cuesta and popped him into the guard tent and kept him there until provisions were handed over for us. His whole army might come to rescue him, O'Grady. What if they had? I would have turned out a corporal's guard and set the whole of them trotting off in no time. Did you hear what took place 2 days ago? Yes, I heard that they behaved shamefully, O'Grady. Still, I think a corporal's guard would hardly be sufficient to turn them, but I do believe that a regiment might answer the purpose. I can tell you that there is nothing would please the troops more than to attack the Spaniards. If this goes on many more days, our men will be too weak to march, but I believe that, before they lie down and give it up altogether, they will pitch into the Spaniards in spite of what we may try to do to prevent them, the colonel said. Here we are in a country abounding with food, and we are starving, while the Spaniards are feasting in plenty. And by St. Patrick's beard, Terence, it is mighty little we should do to prevent our men from pitching into them. There is one thing you may be sure, we shall never cooperate with them in the future, and as to relying upon their promises, faith, they are not worth the breath it takes to make them. As everything was profoundly quiet, Terence had no hesitation in stopping to lunch with his old friends, and as there was no difficulty in buying whatever was required in Talavera, the table was well supplied, and the officer made up for their enforced privation during the past 3 weeks. At 3 o'clock, Terence left them and rode across to his command, which he found posted exactly where he had directed it. It is lucky that we filled up with flour at Banos before starting, Colonel, Bull said, for from what we hear, the soldiers are getting next to nothing to eat, and those cattle you bought at the village halfway yesterday will come in very handy. At any rate, with them and the flour, we can hold out for a week, if need be. Still, you had better begin at once to be economical, Bull. There is no saying what may happen after this battle has been fought. While they were talking, a sudden burst of firing at a distance was heard. "Mackenzie's brigade is engaged!" Terence exclaimed. "You had better get the men under arms at once. If the whole of Victor's command is upon them, they will have to fall back. When the men are ready, you may as well come a few 100 feet higher up the hill with me. Then you will see over the country and be in readiness to do anything that is wanted. But it is not likely the French will attempt anything serious today. They will probably content themselves with driving Mackenzie in." Terence went at once up the hill, to a point whence he could look well over the round hills on the other side of the valley, and make out the British and Spanish lines, stretching to Talavera. The troopers were already formed up in readiness for action. Away to his left came the roll of heavy firing from the Cork woods near the Alberche, and, just as his 3 officers joined him, the British troops issued pell-mell from the woods. They had, in fact, been taken entirely by surprise, and had been attacked so suddenly and vigorously that for a time the young soldiers of some of the regiments fell into confusion, and Sir Arthur himself, who was at a large house named the Casa, narrowly escaped capture. The 45th, however, a regiment that had seen much service, and some companies of the 60th Rifles, presented a stout front to the enemy. Sir Arthur speedily restored order among the rest of the troops, and the enemy's advance was checked. The division then fell back in good order, each of its flanks being covered by a brigade of cavalry. From the height at which Terence and his officers stood, they could plainly make out the retiring division, and could see heavy masses of French troops descending from the high ground beyond the Alberche. "The whole French army is on us," McWhitty said. "If their advance guard has not been in such a hurry to attack, and had waited until the others came up, not many in Mackenzie's division would have got back to our lines." It was not long before the French debouched from the woods, and, as soon as they did so, a division rapidly crossed the plain towards the Allies' left, seized an isolated hill facing the spur onto which Donkin had just hurried up his brigade, and at once opened a heavy cannonade. At the same time, another division moved towards the right, and some squadrons of light cavalry could be seen, riding along the road from Madrid towards the Spanish division. "They won't do much good there," Terence said, "for the country is so swampy that they cannot leave the road. Still, I suppose they want to reconnoiter our position, and draw the fire of the Spaniards to ascertain their whereabouts. They are getting very close to them, and, when the Spaniards begin, they ought to wipe them out completely." At this moment, a heavy rattle of distant musketry was heard, and a light wreath of smoke rose from the Spanish lines. The French cavalry had, in fact, ridden up so close to the Spaniards that they discharged their pistols in bravado at them. To this, the Spaniards had replied by a general wild discharge of their muskets. A moment later, the party on the hill saw the right of the Spanish line break up as if by magic, and, to their astonishment and rage, they made out that the whole plain behind was thickly dotted by fugitives. "Why, the whole lot have bolted, sir!" Bull exclaimed. "Horse and foot are making off. Did anyone hear of such a thing?" That portion of the Spanish line nearest to Talavera had indeed broken and fled in the wildest panic, 10,000 infantry having thus taken to their heels the instant they discharged their muskets, while the artillery cut their traces, and, leaving their guns behind them, followed their example. The French cavalry charged along the road, but Sir Arthur opposed them with some British squadrons. The Spanish who still held their ground opened fire, and the French drew back. The fugitives continued their flight to Oropesa, spreading panic and alarm everywhere with the news that the Allies were totally defeated, Sir Arthur Wellesley killed, and all lost. Cuesta himself had for some time accompanied them, but he soon recovered from his panic and sent several cavalry regiments to bring back the fugitives. Part of the artillery and some thousands of the infantry were collected before morning, but 6,000 men were still absent at the battle, and the great redoubt on their left was silent from want of guns. In point of numbers, there had been but little difference between the two armies. Prior to the loss of these 6,000 men, Cuesta's army had been 34,000 strong, with 70 guns. The British, with the German legion, numbered 19,000 with 30 guns. The French were 50,000 strong, with 80 guns. These were all veteran troops,
while on the side of the Allies there were but 19,000 who could be called fighting men. "That is what comes of putting faith in the Spaniards," Bull said savagely. "If I had been Sir Arthur, I would have turned my guns on them and given them something to run for. We should do 1,000 times better by ourselves. Then we should know what we had to expect." "It is evident that there won't be any fighting until tomorrow, McWhitty. You will place half your battalion on the hillside from this point to the bottom of the slope. I don't think that they will come so high up the hill as this, but you will, of course, throw some pickets out above. The other wing of your battalion you will hold in reserve, a couple of 100 yards behind the center of the line. But choose a sheltered spot for them, for those guns Victor is placing on his heights will sweep the face of this hill. This little watercourse will give capital cover to your advance line, and they cannot do better than occupy it. Lying down, they will be completely sheltered from the French artillery, and, if attacked, they could line the bank and fire without showing more than their heads. Of course, you will throw out pickets along the face of the slope in front of you. Do you, Bull, march your battalion down to the foot of the hill and take up your post there. The ground is very uneven and broken, and you should be able to find some spot where the men would be in shelter. Move a couple 100 yards back. Then McWhitty would flank any force advancing against you. The sun will set in a few minutes, so you had better lose no time in taking up your ground. As soon as you have chosen a place, go on with the captains of your companies across the valley. Make yourselves thoroughly acquainted with the ground, and mark the best spots at which to post the men to resist any force that may come along the valley. It is quite possible that Victor may make an attempt to turn the general's flank tonight. I will reconnoiter all the ground in front of you, and will then, with the colonel, join you. The position Terence had chosen was a quarter of a mile west of the spur held by Donkin's brigade. He had selected it in order that, if attacked in force, he might have the assistance of the guns there, which would thus be able to play on the advancing French, without risk of his own men being injured by their fire. Bull marched his battalion down the hill, and, as Terence and Herrera were about to mount, a sudden burst of musketry fire from the crest of the opposite hill showed that the French were attempting to carry that position. Victor, indeed, seeing the force stationed there to be a small one, and that, from the confusion among the Spaniards on the British right, the movement was very favorable. He ordered one division to attack, another to move to its support, while a third was to engage the German division posted on the plain to the right of the hill, and thus prevent succor being sent to Donkin. From the position where Terence was standing, the front of the steep slope that the French were climbing could not be seen, but almost at the same moment a dense mass of men began to swarm up the hill on Donkin's flank, having, unperceived, made their way at the mouth of the valley. "Form up your battalion, McWhitty," he shouted, "and double down the hill." Then he rode after Bull, whose battalion had now reached the valley and halted there. "We must go to the assistance of the brigade on the hill, Bull, or they will be overpowered before reinforcements can reach them. Herrera, bring on McWhitty after us, as soon as he gets down. Take the battalion forward at the double, Bull." The order was given, and with a cheer the battalion set out across the valley, and, on reaching the other side, began to climb the steep ascent, bearing towards their left, so as to reach the summit near the spot where the French were ascending. Twilight was already closing in, and the approach of the Portuguese was unobserved by the French, whose leading battalions had reached the top of the hill, and were pressing heavily on Donkin's weak brigade, which had, however, checked the advance of the French on their front. McWhitty's battalion was but a short distance behind when, marching straight along the face of the hill, Bull arrived within 100 yards of the French. Here Terence halted them for a minute, while they hastily formed up in line, and McWhitty came up. The din on the top of the hill, just above Bull's right company, was prodigious. The rattle of musketry incessant, the exulting shouts of the French could be plainly heard, and their comrades behind were pressing hotly up the hill to join in the strife. There was plainly not a moment to be lost, and, advancing to within 50 yards of the French battalions, struggling up the hill in confused masses, a tremendous volley was poured in. The French, astonished at this sudden attack upon their flank, paused and endeavored to form up, and wheel round to oppose a front to it. But the heavy fire of the Portuguese, and the broken nature of the ground prevented their doing this, and, ignorant of the strength of the force that had thus suddenly attacked them, they recoiled, keeping up an irregular fire, while the Portuguese, pouring in steady volleys, pressed upon them. In 5 minutes they gave way and retired rapidly down the hill. The leading battalions had gained the crest where, joining those who ascended by the other face of the hill, they fell upon the already outnumbered defenders. Duncan's men, though fighting fiercely, were pressed back, and would have been driven from their position had not General Hill brought out the 29th and 48th with a battalion of detachments composed of Sir John Moore's stragglers. These charged the French so furiously that they were unable to withstand the assault, although aided by fresh battalions ascending the front of the hill. In their retreat, the French, instead of going straight down the hill, bore away to their right, and, although some fell to the fire of the Portuguese, the greater portion passed unseen in the darkness. The firing now ceased, and Terence ordered Bull and McWhitty to take their troops back to the ground originally selected, while he himself ascended the crest. With some difficulty, he discovered the whereabouts of General Hill, to whom he was well known. He found him in the act of having a wound temporarily dressed by the light of a fire which had just been replenished, he having ridden in the dark into a midst of a French battalion, believing it to be one of his own regiments. Colonel Duncan was in conversation with him. "It has been a very close affair, sir," he said, "and I certainly thought that we should be rolled down the hill. I believe that we owe our safety, in no small degree, to a couple battalions of Spaniards, I fancy, who took up their post on the opposite hill this morning. Just before you brought up your reinforcement, and while things were at their worst, I heard heavy volley firing somewhere just over the crest. I don't know who it could have been if it was not them, for there were certainly no other troops on my left." "They were Portuguese battalions, sir," Terence said quietly. "Oh, is it you, O'Connor?" General Hill exclaimed. "If they were those 2 battalions of yours, I could quite understand it. This is Colonel O'Connor, Duncan, who checked Soult's passage at the mouth of the Minho, and has performed other admirable services. You may as well make your report to me, O'Connor, and I will include it in my own to Sir Arthur." Terence related how, just as he was taking up his position for the night along the slopes of the Sierra, he heard the outbreak of firing on the front of the hill, and, seeing a large force mounting this northern slope, and knowing that only 1 brigade was posted there, he thought it his duty to move to its assistance. Crossing the valley at the double, he had taken them in flank, and, being unperceived in the gathering darkness, had checked their advance and compelled them to retire down the hill. "At what strength do you estimate the force which so retired, Colonel?" "I fancy there were 8 battalions of them, but 3 had gained the crest before we arrived. The others were necessarily broken up, and fell so close upon each other that it was difficult to separate them. But I fancy there were 8 of them. Being in such confusion, and of course unaware of my strength, they were unable to form or to offer any effectual resistance, and our volleys, from a distance of 50 yards, must have done heavy execution upon them." "Then there is no doubt, Duncan, Colonel O'Connor's force did save you, for if those 5 battalions had gained the crest, you would have been driven off before the brigade I brought up arrived, and indeed, even with that aid, we should have been so outnumbered that we could scarcely have held our ground. It was hot work as it was, but certainly 5 more battalions would have turned the scale against us." "Of course, O'Connor, you will send in a written report of your reasons for quitting your position to headquarters, and I shall myself do full justice to the service that you have rendered so promptly and efficaciously. Where is your command now?" "They will by this time have taken up their former position on the opposite slope. 1 battalion is extended there. The other is at the foot of the hill, prepared to check any force that may attempt to make its way up the valley. Our line is about 1/4 of a mile in rear of this spur. I selected the position in order that, should the French make an attempt in any force, the guns here might take them in flank, while I held them in check in front." The general nodded. "Well thought of," he said. "And now, Duncan, you had better muster your brigade and ascertain what are your losses. I'm afraid that they are very heavy." Terence now returned across the valley, and, on joining his command, told Herrera and the 2 majors how warmly General Hill had commended their action. "What has been our loss?" he asked. 15 killed
and 45 wounded, but of these a great proportion are not serious. Brushwood was now collected, and in a short time a number of fires were blazing. The men were in high spirits. They were proud of having overthrown a far superior force of the enemy, and were gratified at the expression of great satisfaction conveyed to them by their captains by Terence's order, at the steadiness with which they had fought. At daybreak next morning, the enemy was seen to be again in motion, Victor having obtained the king's consent to again try to carry the hills occupied by the British. This time, Terence did not leave his position, being able to see that the whole of Hill's division now occupied the heights, and, moreover, being himself threatened by 2 regiments of light troops which crossed the mouth of the valley, ascended the slopes on his side and proceeded to work their way along them. The whole of McWhitty's battalion was now placed in line, while Bull's was held in reserve behind its center. It was not long before McWhitty was hotly engaged, and the French who were coming along in skirmishing order among the rocks and broken ground were soon brought to a standstill. For some time a heavy fire was exchanged. 3 times the French gathered for a rush, but each time the steady volleys from their almost invisible foes drove them back again with loss to the shelter they had left. In the intervals, Terence could see how the fight was going on across the valley. The whole hillside was dotted with fire as the French worked their way up, and the British troops on the crest fired down upon them. Several times parties of the French gained the brow, but only to be hurled back again by the troops held in reserve, in readiness to move to any point where the enemy might gain a footing. For 40 minutes the battle continued, and then, having lost 1,500 men, the French retreated down the hill again, covered by the fire of their batteries, which opened with fury on the crest as soon as they were seen to be descending the slope. At the same time, the light troops opposed to Terence also drew off. Seeing the pertinacity with which the French had tried to turn his left, Sir Arthur Wellesley moved his cavalry round to the head of the valley, and, obtaining Bassicour's division of Spanish from Cuesta, sent them to take post on the hillside a short distance in rear of Terence's Portuguese. The previous evening's fighting had cost Victor 1,000 men, while 800 British had been killed or wounded, and the want of success then, and the attack on the following morning, tended to depress the spirits of the French, and to raise those of the British. It was thought that after these 2 repulses, Victor would not again give battle, and indeed the French generals Jourdan and Sebastiani were opposed to a renewal of hostilities. But Victor was in favor of a general attack, so his opinion was finally adopted by the king, in spite of the fact that he knew that Soult was in full march towards the British rear, and had implored him not to fight a battle till he had cut the British line of retreat, when, in any case, they would be forced to retire at once. The king was influenced more by his fear for the safety of Madrid than by Victor's arguments. Wilson's force had been greatly exaggerated by rumor. Venegas was known to be at least approaching Toledo, and the king feared that one or both of these forces might fall upon Madrid in his absence, and that all his military stores would fall into their hands. He therefore earnestly desired to force the British to retreat, in order that he might hurry back to protect Madrid. Doubtless, the gross cowardice exhibited by the Spaniards on the previous day had shown Victor that he had really only the 19,000 British troops to contend against, and as his force exceeded theirs by 2 to 1, he might well regard victory as certain, and believe he could not fail to beat them. Up to midday, a perfect quiet reigned along both lines. The British and French soldiers went down alike to the rivulet that separated the 2 armies, and exchanged jokes as they drank and filled their canteens. Albuquerque, being altogether dissatisfied with Cuesta's arrangements, moved across the plain with his own cavalry and took his post behind the British and German horse, so that no less than 6,000 cavalry were now ready to pour down upon any French force attempting to turn the British position by the valley. The day was intensely hot, and the soldiers, after eating their scanty rations, for the most part stretched themselves down to sleep, for the night had been a broken one, owing to the fact that the Spaniards, whenever they heard, or thought they heard, anyone moving in their front, poured in a tremendous fire that roused the whole camp, and was so wild and ill-directed that several British officers and men on their left were killed by it.
Soon after midday, the drums were heard to beat along the whole length of the French line, and the troops were seen to be falling in. Then the British were also called to arms, and the soldiers cheerfully took their places in the ranks, glad that the matter was to be brought to an issue at once, as they thought that a victory would, at least, put an end to the state of starvation in which they had for some time been kept. The French had, by this time, learned how impossible it was to surmount the obstacles in front of that portion of the Allies' line occupied by the Spaniards. They therefore neglected these altogether, and Sebastiani advanced against the British division in the plains, while Victor, as before, prepared to assail the British left, supported this time by a great mass of cavalry. The French were soon in readiness for the attack. Ruffin's division were to cross the valley, move along the foot of the mountain, and turn the British left. Villette was to guard the mouth of the valley with one brigade, to threaten Hill with the other, and to make another attempt to carry it. He was to be aided by half the division of Lapis, while the other half assisted Sebastiani in his attack on the British center. Milhaud's dragoons were placed on the main road to Talavera, so as to keep the Spaniards from moving to the assistance of the British. The battle began with a furious attack on the British right, but the French were withstood by Campbell's division and Mackenzie's brigade, aided by 2 Spanish columns, and was finally pushed back with great loss, and 10 of their guns captured. But as Campbell wisely refused to break his line and pursue, the French rallied on their reserve and prepared to renew the attack. In the meantime, Lapis crossed the rivulet and attacked Sherbrooke's division, composed of the Germans and Guards. This brigade was, however, driven back in disorder. The Guards followed hotly in pursuit, but the French reserves came up, and their batteries opened with fury and drove the Guards back, while the Germans were so hotly pressed by Lapis that they fell into confusion. The 48th, however, fell upon the flank of the advancing French. The Guards and the Germans rallied. The British artillery swept the French columns, and they again fell back. Thus, the British center and right had succeeded in finally repelling the attacks made upon them. On the left, as the French advanced, the 23rd Light Dragoons and the 1st German Hussars charged ahead of Ruffin's column. Before they reached them, however, they encountered the ravine through which the rivulet here ran. The Germans checked their horses when they came upon this almost impassable obstacle. The 23rd, however, kept on. Men and horses rolled over each other, but many crossed the chasm, and, forming again, dashed in between the squares into which the French infantry had thrown themselves, and charged a brigade of light infantry in their rear. Victor hurled 2 regiments of cavalry upon them, and the 23rd, hopelessly overmatched, were driven back with the loss of 207 men and officers, being fully half the number that had ridden forward. The rest galloped back to the shelter of Bessecourt's division. Yet their effort had not been in vain. The French, astonished at their furious charge, and seeing 4 distinct lines of cavalry still drawn up facing them, made no further movement. Hill easily repulsed the attack upon his position, and the battle ceased as suddenly as it had begun, the French having failed at every point they had attacked. Terence had, on seeing Ruffin's division marching towards him, advanced along the slope until they reached the entrance to the valley, and then, scattering on the hillside, had opened a heavy and continuous fire upon the French, doing much execution among their columns, and still more when they threw themselves into the square to resist the cavalry. He had given orders that, should Ruffin send some of his battalions up the hill against them, they were to retire up the slopes, taking advantage of every shelter, and not to attempt to meet the enemy in close contact. No such attack was, however, made. The French battalion most exposed threw out a large number of skirmishers, and endeavored to keep down the galling fire maintained from the hillside. But as the Portuguese took advantage of every stone and bush, and scarcely a man was visible to the French, there were but few casualties among them. The loss of the British was, in all, during the 2 days' fighting, 6,200, including 600 taken prisoners. That of the French was 7,400. 10 guns were captured by Campbell's division, and 7 left in the woods by the French as they drew off, the next morning at daybreak, to take out their position behind the Albertschie. During the day, Crawford's men came up, after a tremendous march. The three regiments had, after a tramp of 20 miles, encamped near Plasencia, when the alarm spread by the Spanish fugitives reached that place. Crawford allowed his men 2 hours' rest, and then started to join the army. It did not halt until he reached the camp, having in 26 hours, during the hottest season of the year, marched 62 miles, carrying kit, arms, and ammunition, a weight of from 50 to 60 pounds. Only 25 men out of the 3 regiments fell out, and immediately the brigade arrived, it took up the outpost duty in front of the army. Terence was much gratified by the appearance in General Orders that day of the following notice. The General Commander-in-Chief expresses his warm approbation at the conduct of the 2 battalions of the Minho regiment of Portuguese, commanded by Colonel O'Connor. This officer, on his own discretion, moved from the position assigned to him on seeing the serious attack made on Colonel Donkin's brigade on the evening of the 27th, and, scaling the hill, opened so heavy a fire on the French ascending it that 5 battalions fell back without taking part in the attack. This took place at the crisis of the engagement, and had a decisive effect on its result. At 8 o'clock, a staff officer rode up with orders for the Minho regiment to return at once to the pass of Banos, as the news had come in that the enemy beyond the hills were in movement. Terence was to act in concert with the Spanish force there, and hold the pass as long as possible. If the enemy were in too great strength to be withstood, he was given discretion as to his movements, being guided only by the fact that the British army would, probably, march down the valley of the Tagus. If Soult crossed, his force, the order added, was estimated at not exceeding 15,000 men. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 3 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 3. Prisoners. On the 31st of July, Terence reached the neighborhood of Banos and learned from the peasantry that the French army had passed through the town early on the preceding day. No resistance whatever had been offered to its passage through the pass of Béjar, and the Spanish at Banos had retreated hastily after exchanging a few shots with the French advance guard. The peasantry had all deserted their villages, but had some skirmishes with small foraging parties of cavalry. Several French stragglers had been killed in the pass. Hoping to find some of these still alive and to obtain information from them, Terence continued his march for Banos, sending on 2 of the best mounted of the Portuguese horsemen to ascertain if there was any considerable French force left there. He was within half a mile of the town when he saw them returning at full speed, chased by a party of French dragoons, who, however, fell back when they saw the advancing infantry. "What is your news?" Terence asked as the troopers rode in. "Banos is full of French troops," one of them replied, "and columns are marching down to the pass. From what I can see, I should think that there must be 16,000 or 20,000 of them." In fact, this was Soult's Second Army Corps, the first, which had preceded it, having that morning reached Plasencia, where they captured 400 sick in the hospitals, and a large quantity of stores that had been left there from want of carriage when the British army advanced. Terence lost no time in retreating from so dangerous a neighborhood, and at once made for the mountains he had just left. 2 regiments of French cavalry set out in pursuit, as soon as the party that had chased the Portuguese troopers entered Banos with the news that a body of infantry, some 2,000 strong, was close at hand. They came up before the Portuguese had marched more than a mile. The 2 battalions were halted and thrown into square. The French rode fearlessly down upon them, but were received with so hot and steady a fire that they speedily drew off, with considerable loss. Then the regiment ascended the hills and, half an hour later, halted. "The question is, what is to be done?" Terence said to Herrera and his 2 majors. "It is evident that, for once, the information we obtained from the Spaniards is correct, and that Soult must have at least 30,000 men with him. Possibly his full strength is not up yet. By this time, The force that passed yesterday must be at Plasencia, and by tomorrow may be on the Tagus. And Sir Arthur's position must be one of great danger. Putting Cuesta and the Spaniards altogether aside is worthless. He has, even with that brigade we saw marching in soon after we started, only 22,000 or 23,000 men, and on one side of him is Victor with some 40,000, on the other is Soult with perhaps as many more. With starving and exhausted troops, his chances are small indeed, unless he can cross the Tagus. He must beat one marshal or the other, but he can hardly beat the two of them. The first thing to do is to send 2 troopers off, with duplicate dispatches telling Sir Arthur of Soult's passage. He might not otherwise hear of it for some time, and then it might be too late. The peasantry and the village authorities will be too busy carrying off their effects and driving their animals to the hills to think for a moment of sending information. That is evidently the first thing to be done. Until we see what is going to happen, I don't think we could do better than cross the Sierra and encamp at some spot where we can make out the movements of the French on the plain. At the same time, we can keep an eye on the road to Plasencia and be able to send information to Sir Arthur if any further bodies of French troops come down into the valley. Our position is evidently a dangerous one. If the news has reached Sir Arthur, he will have fallen back from Talavera at once. Victor will no doubt follow on his heels, and his cavalry and those of Soult will speedily meet each other. Therefore, it will be, in all ways, best to see how matters develop themselves before moving down into the plain. Accordingly, 2 of the troopers were sent off with the information that 15,000 French were already in the valley, and that as many more would be there on the following day. Then the regiment marched across the Sierra and took post high up on the slope, with Plasencia 10 miles away on the right, and the spires of Oropesa visible across the sky. On the following day, another army corps was seen descending from Banos to Plasencia, where a large body of troops marched from that town to Navalmoral, thus cutting off the retreat of the British by the bridge of boats at Almaraz. Clouds of dust on the distant plain showed that a portion at least of the Allied army had arrived at Oropesa, and bodies of French cavalry were made out, traversing the plain and scattering among the villages. 2 more troopers were sent off with reports, and warned, like the others, to take different routes and make a wide circuit so as to avoid the French, and then to come down upon Oropesa. If the troops there were British, they were to deliver their reports to the general in command. If it was occupied by Spaniards, they were to proceed to Talavera and hand them in at headquarters. On the following day, still another army corps marched down to Plasencia, raising Soult's force to 54,000. On that day, Cuesta, who had undertaken to hold Talavera, retreated suddenly, alarmed by Victor's army making an advance, and leaving to their fate the 1,500 British wounded in the hospital. These, however, were benefited by the change. They had been dying of hunger, for, although there was an abundance of provisions in Talavera, the inhabitants refused to sell any to the British, and jealously concealed their stores in their houses. Nor would Cuesta do anything to aid them, and thus the men who had fought and suffered for the Spanish cause were left to perish, while there was an abundance around them. The conduct of the Spaniards, from the moment the British crossed the frontier to the time of their leaving Spain, was never forgotten or forgiven by the British troops, who had henceforth an absolute hatred for the Spanish, which contributed in no small degree to the excesses perpetrated by them upon the inhabitants of Badajoz and other places taken subsequently by storm. The French, on entering Talavera, treated the British wounded with the greatest kindness, and henceforth they were well fed and cared for. The first report sent by Terence reached Sir Arthur safely, 10 hours after it was sent out, and apprised him for the first time of the serious storm that was gathering in his rear, and he had, without an hour's delay, given orders for the army to march to Oropesa, intending to give battle to Soult before Victor could come up to join his fellow marshal. The second report informed him of the real strength of the army towards which he was marching, and showed him the real extent of his danger, so he at once seized the only plan of escape offered to him, marching with all speed to Azrobizpo, and crossing the Tagus by the bridge there, Cuesta's army following him. As soon as the Tagus was passed, Crawford's brigade was hurried on to seize the bridge of boats at Almaraz, and prevent the French from crossing there. Fortunately, Soult was as ignorant of the position of the Allies as Sir Arthur was of his, and, believing that the British were following Victor and pressing forward towards Madrid, he had conducted his operations in a comparatively leisurely manner. Therefore, it was not until the British were safely across the Tagus that he ascertained the real state of affairs, and put himself in communication with Victor. On the morning following the crossing, Terence was apprised, by a note sent back by one of the troopers, of the movement that had taken place. It was written upon a small piece of paper, so that it could be destroyed at once by the bearer if he should be threatened with capture, and contained only the following words: "Your report is invaluable. The Allied army moves to Azrobispo and will cross the Tagus there. You must act according to your judgment. I can give no advice." "Thank God the British army has escaped," Terence said after reading the dispatch to his officers. "Now we have only to think of ourselves. As to rejoining Sir Arthur, it is out of the question. The valley is full of French troops. Ney has joined Soult, and there are 100,000 Frenchmen between us and our army. If I had any idea where Wilson is, we might endeavor to join him, for he must be in the same plight as ourselves. Our only chance, so far as I can see, is to cross their line of communications and to endeavor to join Beresford, who is reported as marching down the frontier from Almeida." "Would you propose to pass through Banos, Colonel?" Herrera asked. "The mountains there are almost, if not quite, impassable, but we might get a peasant to guide us." "I don't like going near Banos, Herrera. The French are almost sure to have left a strong body there, and the chances are against our finding a peasant, for the inhabitants of all the villages for 10 miles round have almost certainly fled and taken to the hills. I think it would be safer to follow along this side of the Sierra, cross the road a few miles above Plasencia, then make for the mountains, and come down on the head of the river Coa. Beresford is probably in the valley of that river. We are more likely to find a guide that way than we are by going through Banos. We shall have tough work of it, whichever way we go, even if we are lucky enough to get past without running against a single Frenchman." "Would it not be better to wait till nightfall, Colonel?" Bull asked. Terence shook his head. "There is no moon," he said, "and as to climbing about among these mountains in the dark, it would be worse than running the risk of a fight with the French. Besides, we should have no chance whatever of coming across a peasant. No, I think we must try it as soon as it gets light tomorrow morning. We had better dress up a score of men in peasants' clothes and send them off in couples to search among the hills. Whoever comes across a man must bring him in, whether he likes it or not. The Spaniards are so desperately afraid of the French that they will give us no information whatever unless forced to do so, and we shall have even more difficulty than the British. There must have been thousands of peasants and others who knew that Soult had come down upon Plasencia, and yet Sir Arthur obtained no news. There is one comfort. There can be little doubt that Soult is just as much in the dark as to the position of the British army." By nightfall, 3 peasants had been brought in. All shook their heads stolidly when questioned in Portuguese, but upon Terence having them placed against a rock, and 12 men brought up, in order to load their muskets, one of them said in Spanish, "I know where a path across the mountains leaves the road, but I have never been over the hills, and know nothing of how it runs." "Ah, I thought you could make out my question," Terence said. "Well, you will save the lives of yourself and your comrades. Take us to the path tomorrow, and set us fairly on it, and you shall be allowed to go free, and be paid $5 for your trouble." Then he turned to Bull. "Put 4 men to guard them," he said, "and let the guard be changed once every 2 hours. Their orders will be to shoot the fellows down if they endeavor to make their escape. They are quite capable of going down into Plasencia and bringing the French upon us." At daybreak they were on the march, and, 2 hours later, came down into the valley through which the road from Banos came down to Plasencia. They had just crossed it when the head of a column of cavalry appeared, coming down the valley. It at once broke into a gallop. "How far is it to where the path begins to ascend the mountains?" Terence asked, holding a pistol to the peasant's head. 4 miles, the man replied sullenly, looking with apprehension at the French. Terence shouted orders to Bull and McWhitty to throw their men into square, and as they had been marching since they reached the level ground, in column of companies, the movement was carried out before the enemy arrived. The French cavalry, believing that the battalions were Spanish and would break at once, charged furiously down upon them. They were, however, received with so heavy a fire that they drew off discomfited, leaving many men and horses on the ground. "They are a strong body," Terence said quietly to Bull, in the center of whose square he had taken up his position. "I should say there are 3,000 of them, and I'm afraid they are at the head of another division." "Yes, there are the infantry coming down the valley. We must press on, or we shall be caught before we get into the hills." The battalions were soon in motion, but immediately they started, the cavalry prepared to charge again. "This will never do, Bull. If we form square every time, we shall be delayed so much that the infantry will soon be up. You must do it now, and quickly, but we must start next time in column, 8 abreast, and face the men round in lines, 4 deep either way, if they charge again." The French this time drew off without pressing their charge home, and then, trotting on, took their place between the Portuguese and the mountains. "Form your leading company into line, 4 deep, Bull. The column shall follow you." The formation was quickly altered, and, proceeding by the line, to cover them from the charge in front, the column advanced at a rapid pace. The cavalry moved forward to meet them, but as the two parties approached each other, the line opened so heavy a fire that the French drew off from their front, both to the right and left. Bull at once threw back a wing of each company to prevent an attack in rear, and so, in the form of a capital T, the column kept on its way. Several times the French cavalry charged down, compelling them to halt, but each time, after repulsing the attack, the column went on. "It would be all right if we had only these fellows to deal with," Terence said to Bull, "but their infantry are coming on fast." The plain behind was indeed covered with a swarm of skirmishers, coming along at the double. "We must go at the double too, Bull," Terence said, "or they will be up long before we get to the hills. We are not halfway yet. Keep the men well in hand, and don't let them fall into confusion. If they do, the cavalry will be down upon us in a minute." The cavalry, however, were equally conscious of the importance of checking the Portuguese, and again dashed down upon them with reckless bravery, suffering heavily whenever they did so, but causing some delay each time they charged. "I shall go back to the rear, Bull. Mind, my orders are precise, that whatever happens behind to us, you are to push forward until you begin to climb the hills." Then, without waiting for an answer, he gallops back. Although the column pressed on steadily at the double, the delay caused by the cavalry, and the fact that the French infantry were broken up, and able, therefore, to run more quickly, was bringing the enemy up fast. Herrera was riding at the head of the 2nd Battalion, and to him Terence repeated the instructions he had given Bull. "Where are you going to, Colonel?" the latter asked. "There is some broken ground a quarter-mile ahead," he replied. "I intend to hold that spot with the rear company. It will be some little time before the French infantry will be able to form and attack us, and the ground looks, to me, too broken for their cavalry to act. As soon as I can see that you are far enough ahead to gain the hill before they can overtake you again, I shall follow you with the company. But mind, should I not do so, you must take the command of the 2 battalions, cross the mountains, and join Beresford." He galloped on to McWhitty, who was riding in the rear, and repeated the order to him. "Well, Colonel, let me stop behind with the company, instead of yourself." No, McWhitty, it is the post of danger, and, as commanding officer, I must take it. It is a question of saving the 2 battalions at the cost of the company, and there is no doubt as to the course to be taken. Do you ride on at once, and take your post at the rear of the company ahead of this, and keep them steady. Here come their cavalry down again on the flank." There was another charge, 3 or 4 heavy volleys, and then the French drew off again. The bullets of their infantry were now whistling overhead. "100 yards farther," Terence shouted, "and then we will face them." In front lay an upheaval of rock, stretching almost like a wall across the line they were following. It was a sort of natural outwork, pushed out by nature in front of the hill, and rose some 50 feet above the level of the plain. There were many places at which it could be climbed, and up one of these the track ran obliquely. Hitherto it had been but an ill-defined path, but here some efforts have been made to render it practicable by cutting away the ground on the upper side to enable laden mules to pass up. Terence reined up at the bottom of the ascent and directed the men to take up their posts on the crest, the leading half of the company to the right and the other half to the left of the path. Before all were up, the French light troops were clustering round, but a rush was prevented by the heavy fire that opened from the brow above, and the company were soon scattered along the crest, a yard apart. In 5 minutes, some 2,000 French infantry were assembled. A mounted officer rode some distance to the right and left to examine the ground. It was evident that he considered that the position, held by 2,000 determined men, was a formidable one. Lying down as they were, only the heads of the Portuguese could be seen, while a force attacking them would have to march across level ground, affording no shelter whatever from the defenders' fire, and then to climb a very steep ascent. Moreover, the whole force they had been pursuing might be gathered just behind. Another 5 minutes' delay, half a battalion broke up into skirmishers, while the rest divided into 2 parties, and marched parallel to the rocks, left and right. Terence saw that these movements must be successful, for, with 200 men, he could not defend a line of indefinite length. However, his object had been achieved. The descent behind was even and regular, and he could see the column winding up the hill, somewhat over half a mile away. Of the French cavalry he could see nothing. They had, after their last charge, ridden off, as if leaving the matter in the hands of their infantry. He ordered the bugler to sound the retreat in open order, and the Portuguese, rising to their feet, went down the gentle slope at a trot. They were halfway to the hills when the long lines of the French cavalry were seen, sweeping down upon them from the right, having evidently ridden along the foot of the steep declivity until they came to a spot where they were able to ascend it. At the sound of the bugle, the rear company instantly ran together and formed a square, and, as the French cavalry came up, opened a continuous fire upon them. Unable to break the line of bayonets, the horsemen rode round and round the square, discharging their pistols into it, and occasionally making desperate efforts to break in. Suddenly, the cavalry drew apart, and a battalion of infantry marched forward and poured their fire into the Portuguese. Terence felt that no more could be done. His main body was safe from pursuit, and it would be by throwing away the lives of his brave fellows did he continue the hopeless fight. He therefore waved a white handkerchief in token of surrender, shouted to his men to cease fire, and, riding through them, with sheathed sword, made his way to the officer who appeared to be in command of the cavalry. "We surrender, sir," he said, "as prisoners of war. We have done all that we could." He could speak but a few words of French, but the officer understood him. "You have done more than enough, sir," he said. "Order your men to lay down their arms, and I will guarantee their safety." He ordered his cavalry to draw back, and, riding up to the infantry, halted them. Terence at once ordered his men to lay down their arms. "You have done all that men could do," he said. "You have saved your comrades, and it is no dishonor to yield to 20 times your own force. Form up in column, ready to march." The commander of the cavalry again rode up, this time accompanied by another officer. "The general wishes to know, sir," the latter said in English, "who are you, and what force this is?" "I am Colonel O'Connor, holding that rank in Lord Beresford's army, and have the honor to be on the staff of Sir Arthur Wellesley, though at present detached on special service. The 2 battalions that have marched up the hill are the Minho regiment of Portuguese, under my command. We were posted on the Sierra, and, being cut off from rejoining the British by the advance of Marshal Soult's army, were endeavoring to retire across the mountains into Portugal when you cut us off." The officer translated the words to the general. "Tell him," the latter said, "that if all the Portuguese fought as well as those troops do, there would have been no occasion for the British to come here to aid them. I have never seen troops better handled or more steadily. This cannot be the first time they have been under fire." Terence bowed when the compliment was translated to him. "They fought, General, in the campaign last year," he said, "and the regiment takes its name from the fact that they prevented Marshal Soult when crossing at the mouth of the Minho, but their first encounter with your cavalry was near Orense." "I remember it well," the general said,
for I was in command of the cavalry that attacked you. Your men were not in uniform then, or I should have known them again. How did you come to be there? For at that time the British had not advanced beyond Sintra." I had been sent with a message to Romana, and, happening to come across this newly raised levy, without officers or commander, I took the command and, aided by 2 British troopers and a Portuguese lieutenant, succeeded in getting them into shape, and did my best to hold the pass to Braga. "Pest!" the general exclaimed. "That was you again, was it?" "It was the one piece of dash and determination shown by the Portuguese during our advance to Oporto, and cost us as many men as all the rest of the fighting put together. And now, Colonel, we must be marching. Major Portalis here will take charge of you." In a few minutes, the French cavalry and infantry were on their march toward Plasencia, the Portuguese prisoners guarded on both sides by cavalry marching with them, their captain being, like Terence, placed in charge of an officer. The Portuguese marched with head erect. They were prisoners, but they felt that they had done well, and had sacrificed themselves to cover the retreat of their comrades, and that, had it not been for the French infantry coming up, they might have beaten off the attacks of their great body of cavalry. On their arrival at Plasencia, the troops were placed in a large building that had been converted into a prison. Here were some hundreds of other prisoners, for the most part Spaniards, who had been captured when Soult had suddenly arrived. Terence was taken to the quarters of General Foy, who was in command there. He was again questioned through the officer who spoke English. After he translated the answers to the general, the latter told him to ask Terence if he knew where Wilson was. "I do not, sir," he replied. "We were together on the Sierra a fortnight ago, but he marched suddenly away without communicating with me, and I remained at Banos until ordered to march to the Alberchi. We took part in the battle there, and were then ordered back again to support the Spaniards at Banos. But Marshal Soult had marched through the pass, and the Spaniards had disappeared before we got there. We remained among the mountains until yesterday, when, hearing that the British had crossed the Tagus, and seeing no way to rejoin them, I started to cross the mountains to join Lord Beresford's force, wherever I might find it." General Huron reports that the 2 battalions under your command fought with extraordinary steadiness and repulsed all attempts of his cavalry to break them, and finally succeeded in drawing off to the mountains, with the exception of the 2 companies that formed the rear guard. How is it that there is only 1 officer? "They were, in fact, 1 company," Terence said. "My companies are each about 200 strong, and the officer captured with me was its captain." "General Huron also reports to me that your retreat was admirably carried out," General Foy said, "and that no body of French veterans could have done better. Well, sir, if you are ready to give your parole not to escape, you will be at liberty to move about the town freely until there is an opportunity of sending a batch of prisoners to France." "Thank you, General. I am ready to give my parole, not to make any attempt to escape, and am obliged to you for your courtesy." Terence had already thought over what course he had best take, should he be offered freedom on parole, and had resolved to accept it. The probabilities of making his escape were extremely small. There would be no chance whatever of rejoining the army, and a passage alone across the all but impassable mountains was not to be thought of. Therefore he decided that, at any rate for the present, he would give his promise not to attempt to escape. Quarters were assigned to him in the town, in a house where several French officers were staying. These all showed him great courtesy and kindness. Between the English and French the war was, throughout, conducted on honorable terms. Prisoners were well treated, and there was no national animosity between either officers or men. When he went out into the town, one of the French officers generally accompanied him, and he was introduced to a number of others. He set to work in earnest to improve the small knowledge of French that he possessed, and, borrowing some French newspapers and buying a dictionary in the town, he spent a considerable portion of his time in studying them. He remained 3 weeks at Plasencia. During that time, he heard that the army of Venegas had been completely routed by Victor, that Cuesta had been badly beaten soon after crossing the Tagus, and Albuquerque's cavalry very roughly treated. 5 guns and 400 prisoners had been taken. Ney had marched through Plasencia on his way back to Valladolid to repress an insurrection that had broken out in that district, and on his way met Wilson,
who was trying to retreat by Banos, and who was decisively beaten and his command scattered. Terence was now told to prepare to leave, with a convoy of prisoners for Talavera. He was the only British officer, and, being on parole, the officer commanding the detachment marching with the prisoners invited him to ride with him, and the 2 days' journey was made very pleasantly. At Talavera he remained for a week. The Portuguese prisoners remained there, but the British who had been captured in Plasencia and the convalescents from the hospital at Talavera, in all 200 strong, among whom were 6 British officers, were to march to the frontier, there to be interned in one of the French fortresses. The officer who had commanded the escort on the march from Plasencia spoke in high terms of Terence to the officer in charge of the 200 men who were to go on with them. The party had been directed not to pass through Madrid, as the sight of over 200 British prisoners might give rise to a popular demonstration by the excitable Spaniards, which would possibly lead to disorder. He was therefore directed to march by the road to the Esquirol, and then over the Sierra to Segovia, then up through Valladolid and Burgos. The escort was entirely composed of infantry, and, as Terence could not therefore take his horse with him, he joined the other officers on foot. To his great surprise and joy, he found that one of these was his chum, Dick Ryan. "This is an unexpected pleasure, Dickie," he exclaimed.
"Well, yes, I am pleased as you are at our meeting, Terence, but I must own that the conditions might have been more pleasant."
"Oh, never mind the conditions," Terence said. "It is quite enough for the present that we both are here, and that we have got before us a journey that is likely to be a jolly one. I suppose that you have given your parole, as I have, but when we are once in prison, there will be an end to that, and it is hard if, when we put our heads together, we don't hit on some plan of escape. Do you know the other officers? If so, please introduce me to them." As soon as the introductions were completed, Terence asked Ryan where he had been wounded.
"I was hit by a piece of French shell," the latter replied. "Fortunately, it did not come straight at me, but scraped along my ribs, laying them pretty well bare. As it was a month ago, it is quite healed up, but I am very stiff still, and am obliged to be very careful in my movements. If I forget all about it and give a turn suddenly, I regularly yell, for it feels as if a red-hot iron had been stuck against me. However, I have learned to be careful, and, as long as I simply walk straight on, I am pretty well all right. It was a near case at first, and I believe I should have died of starvation if the French had not come in. Those brutes the Spaniards would do nothing whatever for me, and I give you my word of honour that nothing passed my lips but water for 3 days." "Perhaps it was a good thing for you, Dickie, and kept down the fever." "I would have run the chance of a dozen fevers to have got a good meal," Ryan said indignantly. "I don't know but that I would have chanced it, even for a crust of bread. I tell you, if the French had not come in when they did, there would not have been a man alive in hospital at the end of another 48 hours. The men were so furious that if they could have got at arms, I believe everyone who could have managed to crawl out would have joined in a sally and shot down every Spaniard they met in the streets, till they were overpowered and killed. Now let us hear your adventures. Of course I saw in orders what good work you did that day when you were in our camp, against the French when they attacked Duncan. Some of our fellows went across to see you the morning after the big battle, but they could not find you, and heard afterwards from some of the men of Hill's division that you had been seen marching away in a body along the hills." Terence then gave an account of the attack by the French upon his regiment, and how he had fallen into their hands. "That was well done, Terence. There is some pleasure in being taken prisoner in that sort of way. What will become of your regiment, do you suppose?" "I have no idea. Herrera may be appointed to the command. I should think that most likely he would be, but of course Sir Arthur may put another English officer at his head. However, I should say that there is no likelihood of any more fighting this year. Ney's corps has gone north, which is a sign that there will be no invasion of Portugal at present, and certainly Sir Arthur is not likely to take the offensive again, now that his eyes have been thoroughly opened to the rascality and cowardice of the Spaniards. And by next spring we too may be back again. We have got into so many scrapes together, and have always pulled through them, that I don't think the French will keep us long." "Have you stuck to your Portuguese, Dickie?" "I have, and am beginning to get on very fairly with it." "That is right.
When we get back, I will apply for you as my adjutant, if I get the command of the regiment again. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 4 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 4. Guerillas. The marches were short, as many of the prisoners were still weak and indeed among their guard were many convalescents who had recently been discharged from the hospital at Toledo and who were going back to France. The little column was accompanied by 4 wagons, 2 of which were intended for the conveyance of any who should prove unable to march, and the others were filled with provisions for consumption by the way, together with a few tents, as many of the villages that would be their halting places were too small to afford accommodation for the 400 men, even if every house was taken up for the purpose. Although the first day's march was only 12 miles, the 2 empty wagons were quite full before they reached their halting place, and many of the guard had placed their guns and cartridge boxes on the other carts. It was now the middle of August, and the heat in the valley of the Tagus was overpowering. The convoy, however, had marched at 6 in the morning and halted at 8, in the shade of a large olive wood, and did not continue its march until 5 in the afternoon. The night was so warm that the English prisoners, and many of their guards, preferred lying down in the open and throwing the blanket, with which each had been furnished, over him to keep off the dew, to going into the stuffy cottages where the fleas would give them little chance of rest. On the 3rd day, they arrived at the village of Esquiral. The next morning, they began to mount the pass over the Sierra and slept that night in an empty barracks at Segovia. Here they left the main road leading through Valladolid and took one more to the east, stopping at small villages until they arrived at Aranda on the Douro. Thence they marched due north, to Gaymanel. They were now on the main road to the frontier, passed through Miranda and Zadorra, and began to ascend the slopes of the Pyrenees. The marches had, for some days, been considerably longer than when they first started. The invalids had gained strength, and having no muskets to carry, were for the most part able to march 18 or 20 miles without difficulty. 4 had been left behind in hospital at Segovia, but with these exceptions, all had greatly benefited by steady exercise and an ample supply of food. They were now on the main road to the frontier, passed through Miranda and Zadorra, and began to ascend the slopes of the Pyrenees. The marches had for some days been considerably longer than when they first started. The invalids had gained strength, and having no muskets to carry, were for the most part able to march 18 or 20 miles without difficulty. 4 had been left behind in hospital at Segovia, but with these exceptions, all had greatly benefited by steady exercise and an ample supply of food. "I could do a good deal of traveling in this way," one of the officers said as they marched out from Miranda. "Just enough exercise to be pleasant, no trouble about baggage or route, or where one is to stop for the night, nothing to pay, and everything managed for you. What could one want for more?" "We could do with a little less dust," Dick Ryan said with a laugh, "but we cannot expect everything." "Unfortunately, there will be an end to our marching, and not a very pleasant one," Terence said. "At present, one scarcely recognizes that one is a prisoner. The French officers certainly do all in their power to make us forget it, and their soldiers and ours tried their best to hold some sort of conversation together. I feel that I am making great progress in French, and it's especially jolly when we halt for the night, and get the bivouac fires burning, and chat and laugh with the French officers as though we were the best friends in the world." The march was indeed conducted in a comfortable and easy fashion. At starting, the prisoners marched 4 abreast, and the French 2 abreast at each side, but before a mile had been passed, the order was no longer strictly observed, and the men trudged along, smoking their pipes, laughing and talking, the French and English alternatively breaking into a marching song. There was no fear of the prisoners trying to escape. They could at night have got away from their guards easily enough, but there was nowhere for them to go if they had done so. The English, smarting from the cruelty and ill faith of the inhabitants of Talavera and the Spanish authorities, felt a burning hatred of the Spanish, while the Spaniards on their side, deceived by the lying representations of their juntas, had no love whatever for the English, though ready enough to receive money and arms from them. On leaving Zadorra, the French officer in command said to Terence, "Now, Colonel, we shall have to be more careful during our marches, keeping a sharp lookout at night. The country here is infested by guerrillas, whom all our efforts cannot eradicate. The mountains of Navarre and Biscay are full of them. Sometimes they are in the bands of 15 or 20 strong, sometimes they are in hundreds. Some of them are at ordinary times goatherds, shepherds, muleteers, and peasants, but a number of them are disbanded soldiers, the remains of armies we have defeated and broken up, and who would prefer this wild life in the mountains to returning to their homes. Our convoys are constantly attacked, and have always to be accompanied by a strong guard." "As we have no wagons with us, I should think that they would hardly care to molest us," Terence said. "That renders it less likely, certainly, Colonel, but they fight from hatred as much as for booty, and no French soldier who falls into their hands is ever spared. Generally, they are put to death with atrocious tortures. At first there was no such feeling here, and when my regiment was quartered at Vittoria some 3 years ago, things were quiet enough. You see, the feeling gradually grew. No doubt some of our men plundered. Many of the regiments were composed of young conscripts with very slight notions of discipline. Those from the country districts were, as a rule, quiet lads enough, but among those from the towns, especially such places as Toulouse, Lyon, and Marseille, were young scoundrels ready for any wickedness, and it is to these that the troubles we now have are largely due. Of course, the peasants, when they were able to do so, retaliated upon these marauders. The feeling of hatred grew on both sides. Straggling parties of our men were surrounded, captured, and then hung, shot, or burnt alive. Then on our side, villages were destroyed and the peasants shot down. Lately, that is, after the defeats of their armies, numbers of fugitives took to the hills, threw away their uniforms, obtained peasant dresses, and set up as what they call guerillas, which is only another term for bandits. For although their efforts are chiefly directed against us, they do not hesitate to plunder their own people when they need provisions, and are a perfect scourge to all the villages around the hills beyond the Bay of Biscay and the Mediterranean. Of course, they are strongest along the line of communication with France, but it may be said that roughly, where there are mountains, there are guerrillas, though there are but few of them among the hills we cross between the valley of the Tagus and that of the Douro. This is for 2 reasons. In the first place, there are very few villages, and they would have difficulty in maintaining themselves, and in the second place, because hitherto Leon and Old Castile on the north of the Sierra have always been under different commands to that in the Tagus Valley, and therefore there has been but small communication between them, except by messengers with dispatches from Madrid. The passes have scarcely been used, and indeed, in winter they are practically altogether impassable, except that along the valley of the Ebro. We found that to our cost when we marched with Napoleon to cut off your British General Moore. We lost nearly 2 days getting through them, and the delay saved your army." "Yes, it was a very close thing," Terence said. "As I have told you, I was with Moore, and if the troops from the south had come up but 6 hours earlier, it would have gone very hard with us." "It was an awful time," the officer said, "and I think our army must have suffered quite as much as yours did. Soult's force was reduced fully to half its strength when he first arrived on that hill near Corunna. Of course, the stragglers came in rapidly, but a great number never returned to their colors again. Some died of cold and hardship, others were cut off and murdered by the peasantry. Altogether, we have had an awful time of it. Your men were, in one respect, better off than ours, for your stragglers were not regarded with hostility by the peasants, whereas no mercy was shown to ours." "Yes, Major. One of the battalions that fought at Talavera was entirely composed of men who had straggled in the retreat, and who afterwards succeeded in gaining the Portuguese frontier." That evening they halted for the night at a small village high up in the passes. The French officer took every precaution against surprise. 20 sentries were placed at various points round the village, and as many more were posted in pairs 300 or 400 yards farther out. At 3 in the morning, several shots were fired. The troops all got under arms, and parties were sent out to the outposts. At 2 of these posts, both the sentries were found stabbed to the heart. At others, men had been seen crawling up towards them, and the shots that had aroused the troops had been fired. The outposts were recalled to the village, and the soldiers remained under arms until morning. As soon as it was daybreak, a scattered fire opened from the hills on either side of the valley, and it was evident that these were occupied by strong parties. The villagers, on being questioned, denied all knowledge of these bands, but under threats said that they had heard that Minas, with a very strong force, was in the neighborhood, and that the Empecinado had been reported to be among the hills between the pass and the Roncesvalles. "What strength do you put them down at, Colonel?" the major asked Terence. "I should say, from what we have seen of them, that there must be 400 or 500 on each hill." "They must have had information from their spies at Zadorro, Colonel, and half a dozen bands must have united to crush us." "Diable! That was a good shot!" he exclaimed as his shako was struck from his head by a bullet. "That is the worst of these fellows. They are uncommonly good shots. You see, almost all of these mounted men are accustomed to carry guns, and the charcoal burners and shepherds eke out a living by shooting game and sending it down to the towns." "What are you thinking of doing, Major?" "I shall hold the village," the latter said. "We might get through the pass, but I doubt whether we shall do so, and if we did, my men and yours would suffer terribly. Can I rely on your fellows keeping quiet?" "I think so. At any rate, we will all go round and order them to do so." There was, however, no necessity to impress this on the men. 2 of them had already been wounded by the guerrillas' fire. "Why, sir," one of them said, "if we had but muskets here, we would turn out and help the French to drive these fellows out. The French have behaved very well to us, while the Spaniards did their best to starve us to death, and there ain't one of us who wouldn't jump at the chance of paying them out." "All right, men," said Terence. "I agree with you as to the treatment you have received. However, we are not here to fight. We are prisoners, and have nothing to do with the fray one way or the other, though I don't mean to say that I should not myself be glad to see the French beat the guerrillas off." The other officers found the same spirit among the soldiers they questioned. "I quite agree with them," one of the officers said, "and if there were muskets handy I would not mind leading them myself, if it were not for the uniform. Sir Arthur would scarcely be pleased if among all his other worries he got a dispatch from the Central Junta complaining that a large number of innocent peasants had been killed by English troops fighting by the side of the French." Gradually, the guerrillas drew in towards the village, taking advantage of every stone and bush, and rarely giving a chance to the French infantry. Their aim was exceedingly accurate, and whenever a French soldier showed himself from behind a hut to fire, he was fortunate if he got back again without receiving a bullet. "This is serious," the French major said, coming into the cottage where the English officers were gathered. "I have lost 38 killed and wounded already. I have had the wounded carried into the church, and some of your men are unloading the provision wagons and taking the contents inside. They have requisitioned every utensil that will hold water in the village. No doubt we shall be able to hold out there till some other detachment comes along the road." "I think that it is a very good plan, Major," Terence said. "They would hardly be able to carry it by assault, unless they burnt down the door, and you ought to be able to prevent them from doing that." Half an hour later, the whole French force was collected in the church. As soon as the Spaniards found what had happened, they speedily entered the village, and opened fire from every window giving a view of the church, and from loopholes that they quickly made in the walls. Terence noticed that, when the British soldiers entered the church, most of them carried heavy staves. A sergeant came up and saluted. "We have had 4 men killed and 8 wounded, sir. The men declare that they are not going to stand still and see the French murdered by these fellows, and I doubt if any orders will keep them back." "Very well, Sergeant. I will speak to them presently." "Now, gentlemen," he said to the other officers, 3 of you are senior to me in our own army, and, though I own that I don't know how matters should stand, holding as I do Lord Beresford's commission as colonel, I am perfectly willing to place myself under the orders of whoever may be senior of you." "I believe I am the senior," one of the captains said, "but I should imagine that Lord Beresford's commission would, for the time, rank just as if it had been signed by our own authorities. Moreover, you are on Wellesley's staff. You have seen more service out here than any of us, and I think that you are certainly entitled to the command, though really I don't see what we can do in our uniforms." "I quite agree with you, Captain Travers, and therefore my proposal is that we shall take them off, and fight in our shirt sleeves. The guerrillas will then not be able to affirm that there were any men in English uniforms assisting the French." "I think the idea is an excellent one," Captain Travers said. "Then in that case I will act upon it," and Terence went up to the English soldiers who were standing in a group in the middle of the church. "I am sure you quite understand, my men," he said, "that it would never do for you to be fighting in British uniforms against the Spaniards. Otherwise, I leave the matter in your hands, but I may mention that it is the intention of myself and the other officers to defend this church without our coats and caps. If any of you like to do the same, of course you can join us. I give no orders whatever on the subject, but you see that it will get rid of the inconvenience of soldiers in British uniforms fighting against the Spaniards." The men answered with a shout of satisfaction, mingled with laughter, and, in less than a minute, the scarlet uniforms had disappeared. The muskets of the French killed and wounded were appropriated, and the rest of the English prisoners seized their clubs. For some hours the fight continued, and, from the roof of the church, belfry, and windows, a hot fire answered the incessant fusillade of the Spaniards. The French and English officers were obliged constantly to impress upon the men that they must husband their ammunition, as there was no saying how long they might be besieged before a detachment strong enough to turn the scale arrived. Maintain a fire heavy enough to make them keep at it. Their ammunition is likely to run short as soon as ours, and there is not much chance of their being able to replenish it. But don't fire at random. Let every bullet tell. Take a steady aim at the windows through which they are firing." Late in the afternoon, the fire of the guerrillas slackened a good deal, and it was evident that their leaders were enjoining them not to waste their ammunition. As it became dark, the officers gathered again in the body of the church. The total loss had risen to 32 killed and 50 wounded, the English casualties being about a third of the whole. "It is a heavy loss," the major said, "and I have noticed that, as the fire slackened, the proportion of the men has been larger. I suppose that they are only keeping the best shots at the work." "I should fancy," Terence said, "that if we were to make a sortie, we could scatter them all together. As soon as it gets dark, we might get out by that sacristy door at the rear. They gave up the attack on that side some time ago, as they could not get any shelter, and when they found that was so, they betook themselves to houses where they were better covered. If we were to go out noiselessly and sweep round the village, so as to fall upon it in two bodies, one at each end, they will take us for a body of troops just arrived. Even if they do hear us as we go out, we can go straight at them, and should, I have no doubt, be able to clear the place with a rush. The only thing is, Major, I should be glad if your soldiers would take off their coatees too, so that there would be nothing to distinguish our men from yours. What do you think?" "I think that it will be much the best plan," Captain Travers said. "In the first place, it is probable that they will try to burn us out tonight, and we cannot hope to prevent their piling faggots against the doors in the dark. For that reason alone, I think that it would be much better to attack them than wait for them to attack us. We need only leave some 20 of the less seriously wounded men to guard the place. When we sally out, the guerrillas will have plenty to do without making an attack on the church. I certainly think that we are not likely to lose so many lives in a sortie as we should do in the defense here against a night attack." "I certainly am of your opinion, Colonel," the French major said, "and if you and your men will join us, I have no doubt that we shall be able to clear the village." As soon as it became quite dark, the men on the roof were all called down, with the exception of one or two, who were ordered to continue to fire from various spots there and in the belfry, so that the Spaniards should not discover that the garrison had been withdrawn. Then the French were drawn up and divided into two parties. The English who had muskets were told off in equal numbers to each of these parties, as were those who had nothing but their clubs. The major then ordered his soldiers to take off their coats and to leave their shackles behind them. The French major took the command of one party and asked Terence to take command of the other. This he declined. "No, sir, it is better that one of your own officers should be in command. We will divide ourselves between the two parties." The major now impressed upon his men the necessity for absolute quiet, and for marching as lightly and silently as possible. The English officers gave similar instructions to their men. It was arranged that, when the door was opened, the two parties should issue out simultaneously, two abreast, so that if the alarm were given before all were out, they would be able to turn right and left, and attack in both directions at once. A French lieutenant was appointed to remain in the church, and command the little garrison of wounded men. Those who sallied out were to stoop low as they went, and were to keep a few paces apart. Some hangings in the church were pulled down and torn up into strips, with which the men were directed to muffle their boots. There was no mistake in the ardor with which the soldiers prepared for the sortie. Both English and French were indignant at being pent up by a foe they thoroughly despised, and were eager to be at the enemy. The casualties added to their wrath. One of the French officers had been killed, and another hurt seriously, while 3 of the English had also been wounded, though in each case but slightly. The bolts of the door were noiselessly drawn, and that of the lock forced back. Then the two little parties stole out, in the order in which they had been directed. The guerrillas had just begun to fire heavily as a prelude, Terence had no doubt, to a serious attack upon the church. Fortunately, there were no houses at the back of the church, and no shout indicated that the party were seen. They were therefore kept together until 50 or 60 yards from the door. Then they separated and continued their way to the ends of the village to which they had been respectively assigned. Then at one end of the village a French trumpeter sounded the charge, and 2 drummers at the other beat the same order. Vigorously and with loud cheers they rushed down the street, the French and English alike shouting. It had been arranged that, while the French held their way straight on, shooting down the Spaniards as they poured out into the street, the British should break up into small detachments, burst their way into the houses, and overpower the enemy there. They found the first houses they entered deserted, and the soldiers uttered exclamations of impatience as they heard the heavy roll of firing in the main street. As they approached the center of the village, however, they came upon a number of the Spaniards rushing from their houses. The men who had arms opened fire at once upon them, while those with clubs dashed forward, leveling the panic-stricken guerrillas to the ground with their heavy blows, and arming themselves with their muskets and bandoliers. Thus, the firing soon became general, and the Spaniards, struck with utter dismay, and believing that they had been attacked by a heavy column that had just arrived, speedily took to headlong flight, most of them throwing away their arms as they fled. In some of the houses there were short but desperate conflicts, but in a quarter of an hour after the first shot was fired, there was not a guerrilla remaining alive in the village, upwards of 150 having been killed, while on the side of their assailants only some 15 had been killed and 28 wounded. They soon formed up in the street, and were told off in parties of 12 to the houses in the outskirts of the village. 3 in each party were to keep watch by turns, while the rest slept. An English officer was to remain in charge on one side of the street, and a French officer on the other. The rest went back to the church, whose doors were now thrown open. "I thank you most heartily, gentlemen," the French officer said to Terence and to the other British officers, "for the immense service that you have rendered us. Had it not been for your aid, our position would have been a very precarious one before morning. As it is, I think we need fear no further interruption. We are now all armed, and as, with the wounded fit for work, we are still 300 strong, we should beat off any force likely to attack us, though indeed I have no belief that they will rally again. At any rate, their losses have been extremely heavy, and the streets were completely strewn with guns, so that I doubt whether half of those who got away have carried their weapons with them." The next morning, indeed, it was found that in all about 400 muskets had been left behind. All that remained over, after arming the British soldiers, were broken up and thrown down the wells. Enough provisions were collected among the houses to furnish the whole with 3 or 4 days' rations. The dead were buried in a field near the village. Those wounded too severely to march were placed in the wagons, and the rest, who had now resumed their uniforms, set out in high spirits.
They were in the same order as before, but the prisoners were told to carry their muskets at the trail, while the French shouldered theirs, so that, viewed from a distance, the British should appear unarmed. "That has been a grand bit of excitement, Terence," Dick Ryan said gleefully to his friend as they marched along together. "Those fellows certainly fight a good deal more pluckily than the regular troops do. It was a capital idea to make all the men take off their uniforms, for I don't suppose the Spaniards, even for a moment, dreamt that we were amongst their assailants. At any rate, they have no proof that we were. You really must get me as your adjutant, Terence. I see there is very much more fun to be got out of your sort of fighting than there is with the regiment. I am very pleased now that I stuck to Portuguese as you advised me, though it was a great bore at first. I hope, Dickie, we shan't find, when we get back in the spring, that the corps has been turned over to Beresford as part of his regular command, for I must say that I quite appreciate the advantage of independence. Well, this sort of business ought to do us some good. No doubt the Major will report in warm terms the assistance we have rendered him, and we shall get good treatment. Of course, some of their prisons must be better than others, and, if they will confine us in some place near the frontier, instead of marching us half through France, it will make it all the easier for us to get away. It is not the getting out of the prison that is the difficulty, but the traveling through the country. I am getting on well with my French, but there is no hope of being able to speak well enough to pass as a native. As for you, you will have to keep your mouth shut altogether, which will be mightily difficult." "You will manage it somehow, Terence. I have no fear of you getting me through the country. It is getting out of the country that seems to me the difficulty." "There is one thing, Dickie. We need be in no hurry about it. There is little chance of fighting beginning for another 6 or 7 months, and directly we come out to the end of our march, wherever it may be, we must begin to pick up as much French as we can from our guards. In 3 or 4 months I ought, at least, to be able to answer questions, not perhaps in good French, but in French as good as, say, a Savoyard workman or musician might be able to muster." "Oh, Lord," Dick Ryan said with a deep sigh. "You don't mean to say that I must begin to work on another language just after I have been slaving for the last 6 months at Portuguese?" "Not unless you like, Dickie. I can either start alone or with someone else who has some knowledge of French, but I'm not going to run the risk of being recaptured by taking someone with me who cares so little for liberty that he grudges 3 or 4 hours' work a day to get at the means of making his escape." "Oh, of course I shall learn," Ryan said pettishly. "You always get your own way, Terence. It was so with Athlone. You first of all began by asking my opinion, and then carried out things exactly as you proposed yourself. Learning the language is a horrid nuisance, but I see that it has to be done." "I expect, Dickie, you will have to make up as a woman. You see, you are not much taller than a tallish woman." "Well, that would be rather a lark," Ryan said. "Only don't you think I should be almost too good looking for a French woman?" "You might be that, Dickie. It is certainly a drawback. If I could get hold of a good-sized monkey skin, I might sew you up in it." "A bear skin would be better, I should say," Dick laughed, "but I don't think anyone would think that it was a real bear. I saw a chap with one once at Athlone. No man could open his mouth as wide as that beast did, and as to his tongue, it would be 4 times as long as mine. No, I think the woman idea would be best, but I should have to shave very close." "Shave?" Terence repeated scornfully. "Why, I could not see any hair on your face with a magnifying glass. If that were the only drawback, the matter could be arranged without difficulty." Without farther adventure, they crossed the mountains and came down to Bayonne. At each halting place where the French troops were stationed, the British prisoners were received with warm hospitality by them, when they learned from their comrades that the British had fought side by side with the French against the guerrillas, and had saved them from what might have been a very serious disaster. The French shook hands with them warmly, patted them on the shoulders, with many exclamations of "Brave garçons," and they were led away to cafes, and treated as the heroes of the day, while the officers were entertained by those of the garrison. At Bayonne, they and their escort parted on the most cordial terms, the French exclaiming that it was a shame such brave fellows should be held prisoners, and that they ought to be released at once, and sent back in a ship
with a flag of truce to Portugal. The major, after handing over the soldiers to the prison authorities, took Terence and the other British officers to the headquarters of the governor of the town, and introduced them to him, giving him a lively account of the fight with the guerrillas, and the manner in which the prisoners, armed only with clubs and the muskets of the soldiers no longer able to use them, had made common cause with the French, and, joining them in the sortie, defeated the Spanish with heavy loss. The governor expressed courteously his thanks to the officers for the part they had taken. "I shall forward Major Marseille's report to headquarters, gentlemen, and shall be happy to give you the liberty of the town on parole. I have no doubt that, if no other good comes of your adventure, you will be placed among an early list of officers to be exchanged." "I am very much obliged to you, General," Terence said, "but I and Lieutenant Ryan would prefer not to give our parole. I don't say we are likely to make our escape, but at any rate, we should like to be able to take any opportunity if we saw one." The General smiled. "Of course, it must be as you like, sir, but I think that you are wrong. However, at any time, if you like to change your minds, I will give instructions to the officer in command of the prison to release you immediately you give your parole not to leave the town." The matter had been talked over on the march, and the others now expressed their willingness to give their parole. They had told Terence they thought he was wrong, and that it would be impossible to make an escape, as it would be necessary to traverse either the whole of Spain or the whole of France before he could find any means of rejoining the army, and that before long they might be exchanged. "I don't think there is a prospect of an early exchange," Terence said. "There cannot have been many prisoners taken during this short campaign, and I don't suppose there will be any talk of exchanges for some time to come. I am particularly anxious to get back again, if I possibly can, and am afraid that my regiment will be broken up, and that unless I get back before the campaign begins in spring, I shall not get the command again. So I mean to get away if I can. Anyhow, I would just as soon be in prison as walking about the streets of Bayonne, so I have quite made up my mind not to give my parole." The officers all returned to the prison quarters assigned to them, the difference being that those on parole could go in and out as they chose, and could, at will, take their meals in the town, while Terence and Ryan were placed together in a room, with a sentry at the door, whose instructions were to accompany them wherever they wished to go beyond the door, and to walk in the prison yard, or on the wall surrounding it. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 5 of Under Wellington's Command by G. HENTY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. HENTY. Chapter 5. An Escape. "Well, here we are, Terence," Ryan said cheerfully as the door of their cell closed behind them. "And now, what next?" "The next thing is to look round, Dick. Other matters can wait. One cannot form the remotest idea as to the possibilities of an escape until one has found out everything about the place. I should say that it'll be quite soon enough to discuss it in another couple of months. Now as to the room, there is nothing to grumble at here. 2 truckle beds, not altogether luxurious in appearance, but, at any rate, a good deal softer than the ground on which we have been sleeping for months past. A couple of chairs, designed for use rather than comfort, but which will do to sit on, while we take our meals. And at other times we can use the beds as sofas, a good-sized piece of carpet, a table, and what looks like a pudding dish to wash in. Things might have been better, and they may have been a great deal worse. As to our food, we must reserve comment until they bring us some. Now as to funds, I had only 25 crowns on me when I was captured. You were rather better off, as you had 10 pounds in gold and 8 crowns in silver. You see, had we given our parole like the others, and gone in for luxurious feeding outside, our stock would soon have given out, and money is an essential for carrying out an escape, when that escape involves perhaps weeks of traveling and certainly disguises of different kinds. We have not a penny too much for that, and must resolve to eschew all luxuries except tobacco and perhaps a bottle of wine on Sundays. Our windows, as you observe, are very strongly barred. They look westward, but that range of buildings opposite prevents our getting a view of the sea. One thing is evident at once, that it is no manner use for us to think of cutting through those bars or dislodging them, for we should only, on lowering ourselves, be in the courtyard, and no nearer escape than we were before we began the job. It is a good thing to get at least one point off our mind. Now, Dick, before we go further, let us make an arrangement that we will always talk in French. I know enough of it to be able to assist you, and it will be an amusement, as well as a help to accustom ourselves to talk in it. All right, Ryan said resignedly, but I bargain that for an hour a day we drop it altogether. It'd be an awful nuisance, and one must give one's tongues a rest, occasionally by letting it straighten itself out a bit. The door now opened, and one of the warders entered with 2 large bowls of broth, a fair-sized piece of the meat from which it was made, a dish of vegetables, a large piece of bread, and a bottle of wine. This is your supper, messieurs. In the morning you have coffee and a piece of bread. At 12 o'clock a meal like this, with a bottle of wine between you. Thank you, Terence said cheerfully. That will do extremely well. Are there any other British officers here? None, except your comrades. There were some naval officers here last week, but they have been sent into the interior. We do not have many prisoners here. Those captured at sea by warships or privateers are generally given to Brest, and so far we have not had many of your nation sent from Spain. There are Spaniards sometimes, but they do not count. Those that are taken are generally drafted into the Spanish corps of our army. Can we buy tobacco? Terence asked. Certainly, monsieur. There is a canteen in the courtyard. It is open from 8 till 9 o'clock in the morning, and from 5 to 6 in the evening. But you are not allowed to get things in from the town. But nevertheless, and he smiled, as your comrades are on parole, doubtless, should you need anything beyond what is sold in the canteen, it may chance that they may bring you just the things you want. Thank you. You had better get something from the canteen for yourself, Terence said, handing him a crown. Thank you, monsieur. I have heard from the soldiers who came in with you that you fought bravely with them against the Spanish brigands, and I think that it is very hard that you and your companion should be shut up here after having proved such good comrades. I have a cousin among them. He, like myself, is a native of Bayonne, and, should it be in his power, I am sure that he and his comrades would do anything they could for monsieur, as far, of course, as their duty as French soldiers would allow them. Thanks. By the way, what is your name? Jean Menier, monsieur. Well, Jean, will you please tell your cousin that I am obliged to him for his goodwill. It was a pleasure to fight side by side with such brave soldiers, and should an occasion offer, I will gladly avail myself of his services. The detachment is not going further, is it? No, monsieur. They will remain here for perhaps 2 or 3 months, till the good French air has invigorated them. Then they will join some column marching south again. There is nothing more that you will want tonight, monsieur? No, thank you, Jean. Good evening. Good evening, good sleep. And the warder retired. What is all that jabber about, Terence? Very satisfactory jabber, and jabber that is likely to lead to a very good result. A cousin of his is one of the guard that came down with us. He has told this warder about our fight, and asked him to say that he and his comrades were very angry at our being shut up here, and as much as said that they would aid us to escape, if it was in their power. So we may consider that our first difficulty is as good as arranged. No doubt, in a short time, they will be put on regular garrison duty, and will take their turn in furnishing prison guards. This warder is evidently ready to do anything he can, so we may look upon our escape from prison as a matter of certainty. I don't suppose that, in any case, the guard is a very vigilant one, for they would not expect that prisoners of war would try to escape. At Verdun, and other prisons within a few days' journey of the frontier, it would be different. Well, that is good news, Terence, though I see myself that our difficulties will really begin only when we get out. There is no doubt that the fight with the guerrillas was a lucky thing for us. I would not have missed it for anything, for I must say that there was much more excitement in it than in a battle. At least as far as my experience of a battle goes. At Talavera, we had nothing to do but stick on the top of a hill, watch the French columns climbing up, and then give them a volley or two, and roll them down the hill again.
and between towns stand to be shelled by Victor's batteries on the opposite hill. I cannot see that there is any fun about that. This fight, too, has turned out a very good thing for us. I expect we should not have been so well treated if it were not been for it. And the fact that some of these French soldiers are ready to give us a helping hand is first rate. You see, it is all your luck, Terence. There never was such a fellow for luck as you are.
There is no doubt about that, Terence agreed. Now, Dick, you must really break into French.
Tomorrow morning will be time enough for that, Ryan said in a tone of determination. I want to talk now, really talk, and I can't do that in French, especially what you have just told me. By the way, I don't see myself why we should make this journey through France. Why not try and get a boat and land somewhere on the coast of Spain? I have been thinking of that, Dick, but it seemed to me before altogether too difficult. Still, if we could get help from outside, I don't know why we should not be able to manage it. We should have to go some distance along the Spanish coast, for there are sure to be French garrisons at Bilbao and Santander. But beyond that, I should think that we might land at any little village. Galicia must certainly have been evacuated by the French, for we know that Ney's corps were down in the Tagus Valley, and I should think that they cannot have any great force in the Asturias. The worst of it is, we have not got any money to buy a boat, and if we had, the soldiers could hardly bargain with a fisherman for one. Of course, if we were free, we might arrange with a man to go with us in his boat and pay him so much for his hire for 3 or 4 days. We might make our way down the river and steal one, Terence. Yes, we might do that, but it would be a heavy loss to some poor fellow. Well, I shall look forward to the morning, when we can go out and see about all the prison arrangements. Then you have given up the idea of waiting for 2 months before you do anything, Terence? Ryan remarked. Certainly. You see, these French convalescents may be marched back again in another month's time, and at present our plans must be formed upon the supposition that they are ready to help us. It would never do to throw away such an opportunity as that. It would be a little short of madness to try and get out, unless we had disguises of some sort. My staff officer's uniform and your scarlet would lead us to our arrest at the first village we came to. Besides, before this news, one was willing to wait contentedly, for a time, till some good opportunity presented itself. Now that we have such an unexpected offer of assistance, the sooner we get out of the place, the better. The next morning, they went out into the courtyard of the prison. The soldiers who had been captured with them were walking about in groups, but the sentry who accompanied the 2 British officers led them through these, and took them up to the top of the wall surrounding the prison. Messieurs, he said, when the others are shut up, you can go where you please, but my orders are you are not to communicate with your soldiers. He then fell back some distance, and left them free to wander about on the wall. From this point they had a view over the city. Bayonne was a strongly fortified place, standing on the junction of the Nive and Ardeur, and on the south side of the latter river, 2 miles from its mouth. The Nive ran through the town, and its water supplied the ditches of the encircling wall and bastions. The prison was situated on the Nive, at some 300 or 400 yards from the spot where it entered the Ardeur. I should say that this quite decides it, Terence said when they had made the circuit of the walls, upon which sentries were placed at short intervals. Once out of the town, the river would be open to us, but it would be next to impossible to pass through those semicircles of fortifications on both sides of the town. You can see the masts of the craft lying at the quays, and though I should not like to rob a fisherman of his boat, I should not feel the smallest scruple in taking a ship's boat, which would be, comparatively, small loss to the owner. The worst of it would be that directly we were found to be missing, and the owner of the boat reported its loss, they might send out some of their gunboats in search of us, and we should very soon be overtaken. Discipline was not very strict in the French army, except when in an enemy's country, and the sentries, knowing well that there was really no occasion for watchfulness, answered willingly the questions that Terence asked them as to the names of places within sight. It must be rather tedious work for you on the wall here, Terence said to one whose post was shielded by a building close by from observation from below. Very dull, the soldier said, and we shall be very glad when we are relieved and marched into Spain. Here we are doing no good. There is no chance whatever of the prisoners attempting an escape.
for if they did get out of here, they could get no further. But they say that we shall not stop here long, and we shall be heartily glad when the order comes. They say the convalescents who came in yesterday will take over the prison duties next week."
Terence's motive for speaking to the man was to discover whether they were forbidden to talk, and it was satisfactory to find that, if there was such a rule, it was by no means strictly observed. Leaning on the parapet, he and Ryan stood for some time looking at the sea. There were many fishing boats dotting its surface, and the tapering masts of 2 schooners could be seen near the mouth of the river. "I have no doubt that they are privateers," Terence said. "They have just the appearance of that fellow we captured on the way out. One would not have much chance of getting far in a boat, with those fellows after us. It seems to me that, if it could possibly be managed, our safest plan would be to lie quiet in the town for a week or so, after we got out. Then it would be comparatively safe to get hold of a boat and make off in it." "Yes, if that could be managed. It certainly would be the safest plan. If we changed our minds about making off by sea, we might then be able to pass out through the fortifications, without question. Of course, they would be vigilant for a short time after we were missing, but I suppose that, at ordinary times, the country people would go in and out unquestioned, just as in any other town, for, with no enemy nearer than Portugal, there could be no occasion whatever for watchfulness." Terence and his companion had seen nothing of their friends on parole, as these, they found, although lodged in prison for their own convenience, were not permitted to have any communication with the other prisoners. 10 days after they arrived at Bayonne, the warder, who had, since he first spoke to them, said nothing beyond the usual salutations, remarked carelessly, "The soldiers who came down with you took up the prison duties last night. My cousin told me to say that you will know him, and 4 or 5 of his comrades of the 72nd of the line, all of whom are thoroughly in agreement with him, by their saying as you pass them, 'The morning is fair, Colonel.' To any of them you can speak, when you find an opportunity of doing so unobserved." "Thank you, but will it not be safer for them were you to carry my messages?" "No, I cannot do that," the warder said. "I think that it is quite right that my cousin and his comrades should do anything in their power to aid those who stood by them when attacked. But I wish to know nothing about it. It must be between you and them, for I must be able to swear that I had no hand in the matter, and that I locked you out safely at night." "You are quite right, Jean. It is much the best plan that it should be so. I certainly should not myself like to know that in making my escape I might endanger the life of one who had acted simply from kindness of heart, and trust that no suspicion whatever will fall upon you. I thank you most heartily for having brought me the message from your cousin, and for the good will that you have shown us." When Terence and Ryan went out as usual after breakfast, all the sentries they passed saluted, as if to one of their officers. They of course returned the salute, and made a cheery remark to each, such as, "Rather a change this from our work up in the hills, lad." To which each gave a short and respectful answer, 3 of them prefacing it with the words, "The morning is fair, mon colonel." 2 of these had the number of their regiment on their shako. The other, who had a deep and scarcely healed scar over the ear, only wore a forage cap, having evidently lost his shako when wounded. "What do you mean by saluting a prisoner?" a French officer, when he was passing, angrily asked an old soldier. "You have been long enough in service, surely, to know that prisoners are not saluted." The soldier stood at attention. "Monsieur le Capitaine," he said, "I am not saluting a prisoner. I am saluting a brave officer, whose officers I have obeyed in a hard fight, and to whom I and my comrades probably owed our lives. Our mark of respect is due to a brave man, whether a prisoner of war or not." The officer passed on without answering, and, arriving at headquarters, reported the circumstances to the general. "I am not surprised, Captain Espiel," the latter replied with a slight smile. "A French soldier knows how to respect bravery, and in this case there is little doubt that but for the assistance of their prisoners it would have gone very hard with that detachment. That young officer who, strangely enough is a colonel, was a prisoner when he fought side by side with his men, and it is but natural that they scarcely regard him as one now. He has refused to give his parole, and I am afraid he means to try to make his escape.
I am sorry, for, should he do so, he is sure to be captured again." The third one of the 72nd men, the one with the forage cap, chanced to be posted at the point of the wall that was not overlooked, and after he had repeated the formula agreed upon, Terence said to him, "You are one of those lads who sent me a message that you would assist me if you could."
"That is so, mon colonel. You assisted us when we were somewhat hotly pressed, and 'tis but good comradeship to repay such a service if one can. We have been thinking it over, and although it would not be difficult for you to escape from here, we do not see how you are to be got out of the town."
"That is the difficulty I see myself," Terence replied. "We cannot hope to pass through the circle of fortifications, and were we to take a boat and make off, we should be pursued and recaptured, to a certainty. For of course, as soon as our escape was known, there would be a hot search made for us. There are two things needed. The first is disguises. The second is a shelter, until the search for us slackens, after which it would be comparatively easy for us to make off."
"What sort of disguises would you want, monsieur?"
"If we go by land, peasant dresses. If by water, those of fishermen. We have money, which I can give you to purchase these."
"That we could do for you, monsieur, but the hiding place is more difficult. However, that we will see about. I am a native here, and have, of course, many friends and acquaintances in the town. When we have made our plans, I will let you know. I will manage that, when it is my turn for duty, I will always be posted here, and then I can tell you what is arranged, and give you whatever is necessary to aid you to make your escape. My cousin, Jean Munier, will shut his eyes, but he will do nothing himself, and I think that he is right, for of course he will be the first to be suspected. As for us, it will be no matter. Everyone knows how you stood by us, and they will guess that some of us had a hand in it, but they will never find out which of us was chiefly concerned. I expect that soon we shall all be taken off this prison duty, for which we shall not be sorry, and sent back to Spain with the first detachment that comes along. But after all, one is not so badly off in Spain, and certainly Madrid is a good deal more lively than Bayonne."
"I suppose," Terence said, nodding towards their guard, who was standing a few paces away, gazing over the country, "he knows nothing about this?"
"No, monsieur. We had kept it to just the men of our own regiment. But all feel the same about your being kept a prisoner, and there is no fear of his telling anyone that you spoke to one man more than another, when it is found that you have escaped. Still, it might be as well that you should not speak to me again until I tell you that it is a fine morning. For although our own men can be trusted, any of the regular prison warders was to notice anything, he would not be slow in mentioning it, in hope of getting promotion."
Accordingly, Terence made a point of only passing along that part of the wall once a day, and merely saying a word to the soldier, as he did to the others, on occasions when he was on duty. 10 days later, the man replied to his salutation by remarking that it was a fair day. It happened that the man told off to guard them on this occasion was another of the 72nd, and was therefore nothing to be feared from him.
"I have arranged the matter, monsieur," the soldier said. "My sister's husband, Jules Valin, will shelter you. He is a fisherman, and you can be safely hidden in the loft where he keeps his nets and gear. He is an honest fellow, and my sister has taught him into lending his aid so far, and, although he has not promised it yet, I think we shall get him to go down the river with you, so as to reply if you are challenged. You can put him ashore a mile or two along the coast. Now as to the escape, monsieur, here is a sharp saw. With it you can cut round the lock of your door. There are 2 outside bolts, whose position I dare say you have noticed. By cutting a hole close to each of them, you can get your hand through and draw them. Here is a short-handed auger, to make a hole for the saw to go through. There are 4 sentries at night in the courtyard. We shall manage to get all our men on duty tomorrow evening. Our sergeant is a good fellow. If he guesses anything, will hold his tongue, for I have heard him say more than once that it is monstrous that you should be kept a prisoner. Therefore, you need not be afraid of them. They will take care to keep their eyes shut. I shall be on sentry duty here, and will get the disguises up and a rope. When you have got down, I shall let the rope down, and you will carry it off and take it away with you. Thus there will be no evidence where you descended. Here are 2 sharp files, with which you can cut through the bars of your window, and remove some of them. Then it will not be known whether you escaped that way or down the stairs, and the men on sentry in the courtyard at the bottom cannot be blamed. For aught the governor will know, you may have gone out through this window into the other courtyard and got over the wall on that side, so they would have no proof as to which set of men were negligent. No doubt we shall all be talked to, and perhaps kept in the guardroom a few days, but that won't hurt us, and soldiers are scarce enough, so they will hardly keep 10 or 12 men long from duty. There are not enough in the town now to furnish all the guards properly, so you need not worry about us. I will give you instructions how to find my sister's house tomorrow night. You must not escape until you hear the bell strike midnight. Our party will relieve the guard at that hour. You see, we have 4 hours on duty, and as you may have gone either on the first watch, the second, or the third, they will not be able to pitch on us more than the others, so that, in fact, the blame will be divided between 40 of us. You will, of course, put on your disguises over your uniforms and destroy your clothes when you get to Jules' house. I thank you very warmly, my good fellow, for running all this risk for me. Here are 200 francs to pay for the disguises. That will be more than enough, the soldier said. Jules put it down at 150. Things may cost more than he expects. At any rate, please hand these to him. I can arrange matters with him when I see him. Then at about 12:15 we will sally out. We will walk on now, lest any of the warders should happen to notice that we have been a long time on this part of the wall. Ryan had understood but little of what was happening, and when Terence told him what had been arranged, he exclaimed, "Well, after this, Terence, I will never say a word against a Frenchman. Here are these soldiers going to run a lot of risk and a certainty of getting into row for us, merely because we did the best we could against those wretched Spaniards, and without getting any reward whatever. For they must know the prisoners are not likely to have any money to spare about them." "Quite so, Ryan. And what is more, if I had 100 pounds in my pocket, I would not offer them a penny, for certainly they would take it as an insult if I did so. They would feel that it would be a sort of a bribe, and though they are ready to help us as comrades, I am sure they would not do it for money. I sincerely hope they won't get into any serious row. As he said, authorities won't be able to tell which party was on guard at the time we went, and they could hardly put the whole of them under arrest. At least, not keep them under arrest. No doubt that there will be a close search in the town for us, but there is little fear of our being discovered. Our dangers won't begin until we are fairly afloat. I know nothing about sailing. I have rowed a boat many a time at Afloat, but as for sailing, I have never once tried it." "Nor have I," Ryan said, "but I suppose there is no difficulty about it. You put out the sail, and you take hold of the rope at the corner, and off you go." "It sounds all right, Dickie, and I dare say we shall manage to get along somehow. But these things are not half as easy as they look. Now we had better have 4 or 5 hours sleep this afternoon, for I expect it will take us the best part of the night to file through the bars. You must not cut quite through them, but just leave them so that we can finish them off in a short time, tomorrow night." "But the warder might notice them." "He is not likely to look very sharply, Dickie, but at the same time it is just as well not to put too great a strain on his loyalty. We will keep a piece of bread over from our supper, work it up into a sort of paste, fill up any cuts we make, and rub it over with dirt till it well matches the bars. Certainly they have planned the affair capitally, so as to throw doubt as to which way we descended, and so divide the blame between as many sentries as possible." It took 4 hours' work that night to get through the bars. They were most careful not to let any of the filings fall outside, for had any of them dropped into the courtyard below, they might well catch the eye of a warder, and in that case an examination of all the windows of the rooms above would certainly be made at once. Before the warder's visit the next morning, the holes had been filled up with bread and worked into a putty, and smeared over with dust, which so nearly matched the bars that it could not be observed except by a careful examination. The next day they abstained from saying more than a passing word to any of the French soldiers. They waited after being locked up for the night for 2 or 3 hours, and then began their work at the door. This saw was a very narrow one, and when they had made a hole with the auger, they found no difficulty in cutting the wood. Therefore they thought it was well to leave that for the last thing, and so betook themselves to their files, and soon removed enough of the bars to enable a man to crawl through. Then they returned to the door, and had cut round the lock,
and made holes through which they could pass their hands to draw back the bolts, a short time before the clock struck 12. Then they went to the window and listened. They heard the bells strike midnight, and then a stir below as the sentries were relieved, waiting for a few minutes, until all had become quiet again. They drew back the bolts, took off their shoes, and went noiselessly down the stairs. The night was very dark, and although they could hear the tread of the sentries in the courtyard, they could not make out their figures. They crossed the yard, keeping as far as possible from the sentries. They had no doubt that all would happen as arranged, but there was of course a possibility that at the last moment some change might have been made, and it was in any case as well that the men there should be able to declare honestly that they had seen no one. They were glad when they reached the archway leading to the stairs that led to the top of the wall. Mounting, they kept along the parapet, stooping so that their figures should not show against the sky, for, dark as it was below, they might have been noticed had they not done so. Presently they saw the sentry. "Diable, messieurs," he said in a low tone as they came up to him. "You gave me a start. I was expecting you, but did not hear your footsteps, nor see you, and, had you been enemies, you might very well have seized and disarmed me before I could give the alarm. Well, here are your clothes." They soon pulled the blue canvas leggings over their breeches, and over these the high boots, in which their feet felt lost. A rough blouse and a fisherman's oilskin cap completed the disguise. They put their boots into the capacious pockets in the blouses, and were then ready to descend. They had left their shackles in their cell when they started. While they had been putting on their clothes, the sentry had fastened the rope and lowered it down. "We are ready now, Jacques," Terence said. "Goodbye, my good friend. We shall never forget the kindness that you have shown us, and shall remember with gratitude all our lives how a party of French soldiers were ready to show themselves good comrades to men who had fought by their sides, even though the two nations were at war with each other. We shall always feel kindness towards the French uniform in future, and if you or any of your comrades of the 72nd should chance to fall into British hands, and you could send word to me or Mr. Ryan, I can promise you that we will do all we can to have you released at once and sent back, or to aid you in any other way." "We have done but our duty to brave comrades," the soldier said. "Now as to where to find my cousin. You will go down that street below and take the third turning on the right. That will lead you down to the wharves. Keep along by the houses facing them until you have come to the fourth turning. It is a narrow lane, and there is a cabaret at each corner of it. My cousin's house is at 12 on the left-hand side. He will be standing at the door. You will say to him as you pass, 'It is a dark night,' and he will then let you in. Don't walk as if you were in a hurry. Fishermen never do that. It is not likely that you will meet anyone, but if you do, and he sees two fishermen hurrying, it will strike him as singular. And when there came news of two prisoners having escaped, he might mention the matter, which might lead to a search in the right quarter." "Will you go first, Ryan, or shall I?" Terence said. "Just as you like." "Well, then, you may as well go. Then I can talk with this good fellow till it is my turn." Ryan shook the soldier's hand heartily, took hold of the rope, slung himself over the parapet, and began the descent. Terence and the soldier leaned over and watched him until they could no longer make out the figure with certainty. As soon as the tension of the rope slackened, Terence grasped Jacques' hand, said a few more words of thanks, and then followed his companion. As soon as he reached the ground, he shook the rope, and a minute later it fell on the ground beside him. He coiled it up, and then they started down the street. Following the instructions that they had received, in 10 minutes they reached the end of the lane. "We were to throw away the rope, were we not?" Ryan said. "Yes, but now we are here, there can be no use in our doing so. If a length of rope were found lying in the road, people would wonder who had thrown it away. Besides, it is a good stout piece of new rope, and may be of use to the fishermen." Counting the doors carefully as they went along, they came to the 12th, where before they reached it, the red glow from a pipe showed that a man was standing outside. "It is a dark night, mate," Terence said in a low tone as he came up to him. "That is right," the man replied. "Come in." He stood aside as they entered, closed the door behind them, and then lifted a piece of old canvas thrown over a lighted lantern. End of Chapter 5. Recording by Charles Sapp.
Chapter 6 of Under Wellington's Command by Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by Henty. Chapter 6. Afloat. Jules Varlin held the lantern above his head and took a good look at his visitors. "You will pass very well for young fishermen, messieurs," he said, "when you have dirtied your faces and hands a bit, and rubbed your hair the wrong way all over your head. Welcome in here. My wife is waiting up to welcome you. It is her doing that you are here. I should not have agreed, but what can one do when a woman once sets her mind upon a thing?" He opened a door. A woman rose from her seat. She was some years younger than her husband. "Welcome, messieurs," she said. "We are pleased indeed to be able to return the kindness you showed to my brother." The fisherman grunted. "No, Jules," she said. "I will not have you say that you haven't gone willingly into this. You pretended not to, but I know very well that it was only because you liked to be coaxed, and that you would have done it for Jacques' sake." "Jacques is a good fellow," her husband replied, "and I say nothing against him, but I don't know that I should have consented if it had not been for you and your brother bothering me." "Don't you believe him, monsieur. Jules has a good heart, though he likes pretending that he is a bear. Now, monsieur, I have some coffee ready for you." "I need not say, madam," Terence said, "how truly thankful we both are for you and your husband's kindness shown to us strangers, and I sincerely hope that you will have no cause to regret it. You may be sure of one thing, that if we are recaptured, we shall never say how our escape was effected, nor where we were sheltered afterwards, and if, after the war is over, we can find an opportunity of showing how grateful we are for your kindness, we shall not miss the chance." "We are but paying the service you rendered to Jacques, monsieur. He tells me that, if it had not been for the aid the British prisoners gave them, that probably those Spanish bandits would have captured the church during the night, and we know that they never show mercy to prisoners." The coffee was placed on the table, and after drinking it, the fisherman led the way to a low shed in the yard. "We could have done better for you," he said apologetically, "but it is likely that they may begin a search for you early in the morning. This yard may be seen from many houses round about, so that, were you to sleep upstairs, you might be noticed entering here in the morning, and it is better to run no risks. We have piled the nets on the top of other things. You will find 2 blankets for covering yourselves there. In the morning I will come in and shift things, so as to hide you up snugly." "We shall do just as well in the nets as if we were in a bed," Terence laughed. "We are pretty well accustomed to sleep on the hard ground." "I think we are going to have some bad weather," the man remarked as they settled themselves on the nets. "I hope it will be so, for then none of the boats will put out, and there will be no comments on my staying at home instead of going out as usual. And now, good night, and good sleep to you." "He is an honest-looking fellow," Terence said when he had gone out, "and I have no doubt what his wife says of him is true, but it is not surprising that he held back at first. It is not everyone that is prepared to run the risk of heavy punishment for the sake of his wife's relations. This is not by any means bad. These nets make a very comfortable bed." The next morning at daybreak, the fisherman came in with a can containing hot coffee, 2 great slices of bread, and 10 cups. "Now, messieurs, when you have drunk that, I will stow you away. We have shifted most of the things yesterday, so as to make as comfortable a bed for you as may be." The nets were pulled off, and a mass of sails, rope, and other gear appeared underneath. One of the sails in the corner was pulled away and showed a great vacant space, some 6 feet long and 4 feet wide, extending down to the ground, which was covered by old nets. "Now, messieurs, if you will get down there, I shall pile a couple of sacks over and throw the nets on top, and there is no fear of your being disturbed. I will bring your meals in to you and let you know what is doing in the town, but I shall not come in oftener than I can help. I shall leave the doors open, as usual." They took their places in the hole, and the fishermen piled sails and nets over the opening. There was no occasion to leave any apertures for air, for the shed was roughly built, and there are plenty of openings between the planks of which it was constructed. They had, before he came in,
divested themselves of their uniforms, and these the fisherman put into a kit bag and carried indoors, where his wife at once proceeded to cut them up and thrust the pieces into the fire.
"It is a pity," she said regretfully, "but it would never do to leave them about. Think what a waistcoat I could have made for you, Jules, out of this scarlet cloth. With the gold buttons it would have been superb, and it would have been the envy of the quarter. But it would never do."
"I should think not, Marie. Burn the clothes up and give me the buttons and gold lace. I will put them in a bag with some stones and drop them into the river. The sooner we get rid of them, the better." As soon as the things were put into a bag, he went out with them. The wind was blowing strongly, and as he had predicted the night before, the clouds were flying fast, and there were many signs of dirty weather. He returned a couple hours later. "There is quite an excitement in the town, Marie," he said. "Everyone is talking about it. 2 rascally English prisoners have escaped, and the soldiers say that they must be somewhere in the town, for that they could never pass through the lines. Some gendarmes have been along the quays, inquiring if a boat has been missed during the night, but they all seem to be safe. Written notices have been stuck up warning everyone, on the pain of severest punishment, not to give shelter to the 2 young men, in whatever guise they may present themselves. The gendarmes say that the military authorities are convinced that they must have received assistance from without." For the next 3 days, indeed, an active search was kept up. Every house was visited by the gendarmes, but as there was no reason for suspecting one person more than another, there was no absolute search made of the houses, which indeed, in so large a town as Bayonne, would have been almost impossible to carry out effectually. The fisherman reported each day what was going on. "The soldiers are giving it up," he said at the end of the 3rd day. "I saw Jacques today for the first time. He tells me there was a tremendous row when your escape was discovered. The warder and every soldier who had been on duty that night were arrested and questioned. The warder was the first one suspected, on the ground that you must have had assistance from without. He said that if you had, he knew nothing about it, and that, as you knew all the soldiers of the prison guard, and as he had heard many of them say it was very hard after fighting as you did on their behalf, that you should be kept prisoner, any of them might have furnished you with tools for cutting the door and filling the bars. This was so clear that he was released at once. The soldiers were kept for 2 days under arrest. This morning the governor himself came down to the prison, and the men under arrest were drawn up. He spoke to them very sharply to begin with. "One or more of you is assuredly concerned in this matter. A breach of trust of this kind is punishable with death." Then he stopped and looked fiercely up and down the line, and went on in a different tone. "At the same time, I admit that some allowance is to be made for the crime, and I can understand that as soldiers you felt sympathy with soldiers who, although prisoners at the time, did not hesitate to cast in their lot with you, and to fight side by side with you. Still, a soldier should never allow private sentiments to interfere with his duty. I myself should have been glad when you arrived here and I heard of what had happened to have been able to place these British officers and soldiers in a ship and to have sent them back to their own country. But that would have been a breach of my duty, and I was forced to detain them here as prisoners. Of course, if I could find out which among you have been concerned in the affair, it would be my duty to punish them, for there must have been more than one, severely. However, although I have done my best to discover this, I am not sorry, men, that I have been unable to do so. For although these men may have failed in their duties as soldiers, they have shown themselves true-hearted fellows to run that risk, not, I am sure, for any thought of reward, but to help those who would help them. You can all return to your duty, and I hope that you will, in future, remember that duty is the first thing with a soldier, and that he should allow no other feeling to interfere with it." Jacques and his comrades were all satisfied that, although the general felt that it was his duty to reprimand them, he was at heart by no means sorry that you had got off. "The gendarmes are still making inquiries, but of course they have learned nothing. Nobody was about on the wharves at that time of night, and I don't think that they will trouble themselves much longer about it. They will come to believe that you must somehow have managed to get through the line of fortifications, and that you will be caught trying to make your way across the country. In another 3 or 4 days it will be quite safe for you to go down the river. For the first 2 days, every boat that went down was stopped and examined, and some of the vessels were searched by a gunboat and the hatches taken off. But I hear that no boats have been stopped today, so I fancy you will be able to go down without fear."
Although at night Terence and Ryan were able to emerge from their place in concealment and walk up or down the little yard for 2 or 3 hours, they were heartily glad when, a week after their confinement, Jules told them that he thought they might start at daybreak the next morning.
"Now, messieurs, if you will tell me what you want, I will buy the things for you."
They had already made out a list. It consisted of a 9-gallon breaker for water, a dozen bottles of cheap wine, 30 pounds of biscuits, and 15 pounds of salt meat, which Jules' wife was to cook. They calculated that this would be sufficient to last them easily until they had passed along the Spanish coast to a point well beyond the towns garrisoned by the French, if not to Corunna itself.
"But how about the boat?" Terence asked after all the other arrangements had been decided upon.
"As I told you, we don't wish to take a boat belonging to anyone who would feel its loss, and therefore it must be a ship's boat, and not one of the fishermen's. If we had money to pay for it, it would be another matter. But we have scarcely enough now to maintain us on our way through Spain, and there are no means of sending money here when we rejoin our army."
"I understand that, monsieur, and I have been along the quay this morning taking a look at the boats, and there are at least a dozen we could choose from. I mean, ship's boats. Of course, many of the craft keep their boats hauled up at the davits or on deck, but most of them keep one in the water, so they can row off to another ship or to the stairs. Some simply leave them in the water, because they are too lazy to hoist them up. That is the case, I think, with one boat that belongs to a vessel that just came in, 4 days since, from the West Indies. It is a good-sized ship's dinghy, such as is used for running out warps or putting a sailor ashore to bring off anything required. The other boats are better suited for a voyage, but they are for the most part too large and heavy to be rowed by 2 oars, and moreover, they have not a mast and sail on board, as this has. Therefore, it is the one that I fixed my eye on. The ship is lying alongside, and there is not another craft outside her. The boat is fastened to her bowsprit, and I could take off my boots and get on board and drop into her without difficulty, and push her along to the foot of some stairs, which are but 10 yards away. Of course, we will have the water and food and that bundle of old nets ready at the top of the stairs, and we can be out into the stream 5 minutes after I've cut her loose. We must just start before daylight is breaking, so as to be off before the fishermen put out, for if any of these were about, they would at once notice that I have not got my own boat. At the same time, I don't want her to be far ahead of them, or to pass the gunboats at the mouth of the river in the dark, for that would look suspicious."
"And now, Jules, about yourself. Of course I know that no money could repay you for the kindness you have shown us, and your risking so much for strangers, and you know that we have not with us the means of making any return whatever for your services."
"I don't want any return, monsieur," the fisherman said. "I went into the matter a good deal against my will, because my wife had set her mind upon it. But since you came here, I have got to have just as much interest in the matter as she has. I would not take a sou from you now, but if, some day when these wars are over, you will send a letter to Marie with some little present to her, just to show her that you have not forgotten us, it would be a great pleasure to us."
"That I will certainly do, Jules. It will be some time before there will be any opportunity of doing it, but you may be sure that we shall not forget you and your wife, or cease to be grateful for your kindness, and that directly peace is made, or there is a chance in any other way of sending a letter to you, we will do so." That evening, Jacques paid a visit to his sister. He had abstained from doing so before, because he thought that the soldiers who were suspected of being concerned in the escape might all be watched, and that if any of them were seen to enter a house, a visit might be paid to it by the gendarmes. He did not come until it was quite dark, and made a long detour in the town before venturing to approach it. Before he entered the lane, he took good care that no one was in sight. When, after chatting for an hour, he rose to leave, Terence told him that when he wrote to his sister, he should enclose a letter to him, as it would be impossible to write to him direct, for there would be no saying where he might be stationed. He begged him to convey the heartiest thanks of himself and Ryan to his comrades for the share they had taken in the matter. On saying good night,
Terence insisted on Marie accepting, as a parting gift, his watch and chain. These were handsome ones, and of a French manufacture, Terence having bought them from a soldier who had taken them from the body of a French officer killed during Soult's retreat from Portugal. They could, therefore, be shown to her by her friends without exciting any suspicion that they had been obtained from an English source. Marie accepted them very unwillingly, and only after Terence declaring that he should feel very grieved if she would not take the one present he was capable of making. Besides, he added, no one can tell what fortune may bring about. Your husband may lose his boat, or have a long illness, and it is well to have something that you can part with without discomfort in such a time of need. Jules, although desiring no pay for his services and risks, was very much gratified at the present.
I, for my part, do not say no, monsieur, he said. What you say is right. We are careful people, and I have laid by a little money. But as you say, one cannot tell what may happen. And if the weather were bad, and there was a risk of never getting back home again, it would be a consolation to me to know that, in addition to the few hundred francs we had laid by since we were married 2 years ago, there is something that would bring Marie, I should say 700 or 800 francs more at least. That would enable her to set up a shop or laundry, and to earn her own living. I thank you from my heart, monsieur, for her and for myself.
Terence and Ryan slept as soundly as usual until aroused by Jules. Then they put on their sea boots again, loaded themselves with the nets and the bags with the provisions and wine, while Jules took the water barrel, and after saying goodbye to Marie, started. There was not a soul on the wharf, and, putting the stores down at the top of the steps, they watched Jules, who, after taking off his boots, went across a plank to the ship, made his way noiselessly out onto the bow, swinging himself down into the boat, loosening the head rope before he did so. A push with the oar against the ship's bow sent the boat alongside the quay, and he then worked her along with his hands against the wall until he reached the steps. The stores were at once transferred to the boat, and they pushed it out into the stream. The tide had but just turned to run out, and for half a mile they allowed her to drift down the river. By this time the light was broadening out in the sky. Jules stepped the mast and hoisted the sail, and then seated himself in the stern and put an oar out in the hole cut for it to steer with. Terence watched the operation carefully. The wind was nearly due aft, and the boat ran rapidly through the water. "We are just right as to the time," Jules said as he looked back where the river made a bend. "There are 2 others coming down half a mile behind us, so that we shall only seem to be rather earlier birds than the rest." Near the mouth of the river 2 gunboats were anchored. They passed within a short distance of one of these, and a solitary sailor keeping anchor watch on deck remarked, "You are going to have a fine day for your fishing, comrade."
"Yes, I think so, but maybe there will be more wind presently."
Some time before reaching the gunboat, Ryan had laid down and the nets were thrown loosely over him, as it would be better that there should not seem to be more than the 2 hands that were generally carried in the small fishing boats. Once out of the river, they steered south, laying a course parallel to the shore and about a mile out. After an hour's sail, Jules directed her into a little bay, took out an empty basket that he had brought with him, and stepped ashore. After a cordial shake of the hand, he had already advised them to bear very gradually to the southwest, and let the small compass on board for their guidance.
"They are things we don't often carry," he said, "in boats of this size, but it will be well for you to take it. If you are blown out of sight of land, you will find it useful. Keep well out from the Spanish coast, at any rate until you are well past Bilbao. After that, you can keep close in, if you like, for you will be taken for a fishing boat from one of the small villages. I shall walk straight back now to the town. No questions are asked at the gates, and if any one did happen to take notice of me, they would suppose I had been round peddling fish at the farmhouses." Coming along, he had given instructions to Terence as to sailing the boat. When running before the wind, the sheet was to be loose, while it was to be tightened as much as might be necessary to make the sail stand just full when the wind was on the beam or forward of it. "You will understand," he said, "that when the wind is right ahead, you cannot sail against it. You must then get the sail in as flat as you can, and sail as near as you can to the wind. Then when you have gone some distance, you must bring your head round till the sail goes over on the other side, and sail on that tack, and so make a zigzag course. But if the wind should come dead ahead, I think your best course would be to lower the sail and row against it. However, at present, with the wind from the east, you will be able to sail free on your proper course." Then he pushed the boat off. "You had better put an oar out and get her head round," he said, before hoisting the sail again. "Goodbye, bon voyage." Since leaving the river, Terence had been sailing under his instructions, and as soon as the boat was under way again, he said to his companion, "Here we are, free men, Dickie."
"I call it splendid, Terence. She goes along well. I only hope she will keep on like this till we get to Corunna, or better still, to the mouth of the Douro."
"We must not count our chickens before they are hatched, Dickie. There are storms and French privateers to be reckoned with. We are not out of the wood yet, by a long way. However, we need not bother about them at present. It is quite enough that we have got a stout boat and a favoring wind."
"And plenty to eat and drink, Terence. Don't forget that."
"No, that is a very important item, especially as we dare not land to buy anything for some days."
"What rate are we going through the water, do you think?"
"Jules said we were sailing about 4 knots an hour when we were going down the river, and about 3 when we had turned south and pulled the sail in. I suppose we are about halfway between the two now, so we can count it as 3 knots and a half."
"That would make," Ryan said after making the calculation, 84 miles in 24 hours.
"Bravo, Dickie! I doubted whether your mental powers were equal to so difficult a calculation. Well, Jules said that it was about 400 miles to Corunna, and about 150 to Santander, beyond which he thought we could land safely at any village."
"Oh, let us stick to the boat as long as we can,"
Ryan exclaimed. "Certainly. I have no more desire to be tramping among those mountains and taking our chance with the peasants than you have. And if the wind keeps as it is now, we should be at Corunna in something like 5 days. But that would be almost too much to hope for. So that it does but keep in its present direction till we are past Santander, I shall be very well satisfied." The mountains of Navarre and Biscay were within sight from the time they left the river, and it did not need the compass to show them which way they should steer. There were many fishing boats from Neville, Urumia, and San Sebastian to be seen, dotted over the sea on their left. They kept further out than the majority of these, and did not pass any of them nearer than half a mile. After steering for a couple of hours, Terence relinquished the oar to his companion. "You must get accustomed to it, as well as I," he said, "for we must take it in turns at night." By 12 o'clock they were abreast of a town, which was, they had no doubt, San Sebastian. They were now some 4 miles from the Spanish coast. They were traveling at about the same rate as that at which they had started, but the wind came off from the high land, and sometimes in such strong puffs that they had to loosen the sheet. The fishermen had shown them how to shorten sail by tying down the reef points and shifting the tack, and in the afternoon the squalls came so heavily that they thought it best to lower the sail and reef it. Towards nightfall the wind had risen so much that they made for the land, and when darkness came on threw out the little grapnel the boat carried 100 yards or so from the shore, at a point where no village was visible. Here they were sheltered from the wind, and spreading out the nets to form a bed, they laid themselves down on the bottom of the boat, pulling the sail partly over them.
"This is jolly enough," Ryan said. "It is certainly pleasanter to lie here and look at the stars than to be shut up in that hiding place of Jules."
"It is a great nuisance having to stop, though," Terence replied. "It is a loss of some 40 miles.
"I don't mind how long this lasts," Ryan said cheerfully. "I could go on for a month at this work, providing the provisions would hold out."
"I don't much like the look of the weather, Dickie. There were clouds at the top of some of the hills, and though we can manage the boat well enough in such weather as we've had today, it will be a different thing altogether if bad weather sets in. I should not mind if I could talk Spanish as well as I can Portuguese. Then we can land fearlessly, if the weather was too bad to hold on. But you see, the Spanish hate the Portuguese as much as they do the French, and would, as likely as not, hand us over at once to the nearest French post." They slept fairly, and at daybreak got up the grapnel and hoisted the sail again. Inshore, they scarcely felt the wind, but as soon as they made out a couple miles from the land,
They felt that it was blowing hard. "We will not go any farther out. Dick, lay the boat's head to the west again. I will hold the sheet while you steer, and then I can let the sail fly if a stronger gust than usual strikes us. Sit well over this side."
"She is walking along now," Ryan said joyously. "I had no idea that sailing was as jolly as this."
They sped along all day, and before noon had passed Bilbao. As the afternoon wore on, the wind increased in force, and the clouds began to pass rapidly overhead from the southeast. "We had better get her into the shore," Terence said. "Even with this scrap of sail, we keep on taking the water in on the lower side. I expect Santander lies beyond that point that runs out ahead of us, and we will land somewhere this side of it." But as soon as they turned the boat's head toward shore, and hauled in the sheet as tightly as they could, they found that, try as they would, they could not get her to lie her course. "We shan't make the point at all," Terence said half an hour after they had changed the course. "Besides, we have been nearly over 2 or 3 times. I dare say fellows who understand a boat well could manage it, but if we hold on like this, we shall end by drowning ourselves. I think the best plan will be to lower the sail and mast, and row straight to shore."
"I quite agree with you," Ryan said. "Sailing is pleasant enough in a fair wind, but I cannot say I care for it as it is now."
With some difficulty, for the sea was getting up, they lowered the sail and mast, and getting out the oars, turned their heads straight for shore. Both were accustomed to rowing in still water, but they found that this was very different work. After struggling at the oars for a couple of hours, they both agreed that they were a good deal farther away from land than when they began. "It is of no use, Dick," Terence said. "If we cannot make the wind while we are fresh, we certainly cannot do it when we are tired, and my arms feel as they would come out of their sockets."
"So do mine," Ryan said with a groan. "I am aching all over, and both my hands are raw with this rough handle. What are we to do then, Terence?"
"There is nothing to do that I can see, but to get her head round and run before the wind. It is a nuisance, but perhaps the gale won't last long. When it is over, we can get up sail and make for the northwestern point of Spain. We have got provisions enough to last for a week." "That is more comfortable," he added, as they got the boat in the required direction. "Now you take the steering oar, Dick, and see that you keep her as straight as you can before the wind, while I set to and bail. She is nearly half full of water." It took half an hour's work, with the little bowl they found in the boat, before she was completely clear of water. The relief given to her was very apparent, for she rose much more lightly on the waves. "We will sit down at the bottom of the boat and take it by turns to hold the steering oar." They had brought with them a lantern in which a lighted candle was kept burning, in order to be able to light their pipes. This was stowed away in a locker in the stern, with their store of biscuit, and after eating some of these, dividing a bottle of wine, and lighting their pipes, they felt comparatively comfortable. They were, of course, drenched to the skin, and as the wind was cold, they pulled the sail partly over them.
"She does not ship any water now, Terence. If she goes on like this, it will be all right."
"I expect it will be all right, Dick, though it is sure to be very much rougher than this when we get farther out. Still, I fancy an open boat will live through almost anything, providing she is light in the water. I don't suppose she would have much chance if she had a dozen men on board, but with only us two, I think there is every hope that she will get through it. It would be a different thing if the wind was from the west, and we had the great waves coming in from the Atlantic, as we had in that heavy gale when we came out from Ireland. As it is, nothing but a big wave breaking right over her stern could damage us very seriously. There is not the least fear of her capsizing, with us lying in the bottom." They did not attempt to keep alternate watches that night, only changing occasionally at the steering oar, the one not occupied dozing off occasionally. The boat required but little steering, for, as both were lying in the stern, the tendency was to run straight before the wind. As the waves, however, became higher, she needed keeping straight when she was in a hollow between two seas. It seemed sometimes that the waves following behind the boat must break onto her and swamp her, but as time after time she rose over them, their anxiety on this score lessened, and they grew more and more confident that she would go safely through it. Occasionally the bailer was used to keep her clear of the water which came in the shape of spray.
At times they chatted cheerfully, for both were blessed with good spirits, and the faculty of looking on the best side of things. They smoked their pipes in turns, getting fire from each other, so as to avoid the necessity of resorting to the lantern, which might very well blow out, in spite of the care they had first exercised by getting under the sail with it when they wanted a light. They were heartily glad when morning broke. The scene was a wild one. They seemed to be in the center of a circle of mist, which closed in at a distance of half a mile or so all round them. At times the rain fell, sweeping along with stinging force, but, wet as they were, this mattered little to them.
"I would give something for a big glass of hot punch," Ryan said as he munched a piece of biscuit.
"Yes, it would not be bad," Terence agreed, "but I would rather have a big bowl of hot coffee."
"I've changed my opinion of a seafaring life," Ryan said after a pause. "It seemed delightful the morning we started, but it has its drawbacks, and to be at sea in an open boat during a strong gale in the Bay of Biscay is distinctly an unpleasant position."
"I fancy it is our own fault, Dickie. If we had known how to manage the boat, I have no doubt that we should have been able to get to shore when the wind first began to freshen. We ought not to have waited so long as we did before we made for shelter."
"Well, we shall know better next time, Terence. I think that, now that it is light, we had better get some sleep by turns. Do you lie down for 4 hours, and then I will take a turn."
"All right, but be sure you wake me up, and mind you don't go to sleep, for if you did, we might get broadside onto these waves, and I have no doubt that they will roll us over and over. So mind, if before 4 hours are up you feel you cannot keep your eyes open, wake me at once. Half an hour will do wonders for me, and I shall be perfectly ready to take the oar again." End of Chapter 6. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 7 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 7. A French Privateer. Terence went off into a deep sleep as soon as he had pulled the sail over his head, but it seemed to him as if but a minute had elapsed when his companion began to stir him up with his foot.
"I am awfully sorry to wake you," Ryan shouted, "but you have had 2 hours of it, and I really cannot keep my eyes open any longer. I have felt myself going off 2 or 3 times." "You don't mean to say that I have been asleep for 2 hours?" "You have, and a few minutes over. I looked at my watch as you laid down." "All right, give me the oar. I say, it is blowing hard." "I should think it is. It seems to me it is getting up, rather than going down."
"Well, we are all right so far," Terence said cheerfully, for he was now wide awake again. "Besides, we are getting quite skillful mariners. You had better spend a few minutes at bailing before you lie down, for the water is a good 3 inches over the boards." All day the storm continued, and when darkness began to close in, it seemed to them that it was blowing harder than ever. Each had 2 spells of sleep, and they agreed that they could now keep awake throughout the night. It was bad enough having no one to speak to all day, but at night they felt that companionship was absolutely needed. During the day, they had lashed together the spars, sail, and the barrel of water, which is now nearly half empty, so that if the boat should be swamped, they could cling to this support. It was a terrible night, but towards morning both were of opinion that the gale was somewhat abating. About 8 o'clock there were breaks in the clouds, and by noon the sun was shining brightly. The wind was still blowing strong, but nothing to what it had been the evening before, and by nightfall the sea was beginning to go down. The waves were as high as before, but were no longer broken and crested with heads of foam, and at 10 o'clock they felt that they could both safely lie down till morning. The steering oar was lashed in its position, the sail spread over the whole of the stern of the boat, every drop of water was bailed out, and lying down side by side, they were soon fast asleep. When they woke, the sun was high, the wind had dropped to a gentle breeze, and the boat was rising and falling gently on the smooth rollers. "Hurrah!" Ryan shouted, as he stood up and looked round.
It is all over. I vote, Terence, that we both strip and take a swim, then spread out our clothes to dry, after which we will breakfast comfortably and then get up sail."
"That is a very good program, Dickie. We will carry it out at once." While they were eating their meal, Ryan asked,
"Where do you suppose we are, Terence?"
"Beyond the fact that we are right out in the Bay of Biscay, I have not the remotest idea. By the way the water went past us, I should say that we have been going at pretty nearly the same rate as we did when we were sailing, say 4 miles an hour. We have been running for 48 hours, so that we must have got nearly 200 miles from Santander. The question is, would it be best to make for England now, or for Portugal? We have been going nearly northwest, so I should think that we are pretty nearly north of Finisterre, which may lie 120 miles from us, and I suppose that we are 2 or 3 times as much as that from England. The wind is pretty nearly due east again now, so we can point our head either way. We must be nearly in the ship course, and are likely to be picked up long before we make land. Which do you vote for?"
"I vote for the nearest. We may get another storm, and one of them is quite enough. At any rate, Spain will be the shortest by a great deal, and if we are picked up, it is just as likely to be a French privateer as by an English vessel."
"I am quite of your opinion, and am anxious to be back again as soon as I can. If we got to England and reported ourselves, we might be sent to the depot and not get out again for months. So here goes for the south." The sail was hoisted, and the boat sped merrily along. In a couple of hours their clothes were dry. "I think we had better put ourselves on short rations," Terence said. "We may be farther out than we calculate upon, and at any rate we had better hold on to the mouth of the Tagus, if we can. There are sure to be some British officials there, and we shall be able to get money and rejoin our regiment without loss of time, while we might have all sort of trouble with the Spaniards were we to land at Corunna or Vigo." No sail appeared in sight during the day. "I should think we cannot have come as far west as we calculated," Terence said, "or we ought to have seen vessels in the distance. However, we will keep due south. It would be better to strike the coast of Spain, and have to run along the shore round Cape Finisterre, than to risk missing land altogether." That night they kept regular watches. The wind was very light now, and they were not going more than 2 knots an hour through the water. Ryan was steering when morning broke.
"Wake up, Terence!" he exclaimed suddenly. "Here is a ship within a mile or so of us. As she is a lugger, I'm afraid she is a French privateer."
Terence sprang to his feet. The light was still faint, but he felt sure that his companion was right, and that the vessel was a French privateer.
"We have put our foot in it now, and no mistake," Ryan said. "It is another French prison, and this time without a friendly soldier to help us to get out."
"It looks like it, Dickie. In another hour it will be broad daylight, and they cannot help seeing us. Still, there is a hope for us. We must give out that we are Spanish fishermen who have been blown off the coast. It is not likely they have anyone on board that speaks Spanish, and our Portuguese will sound all right in their ears. So very likely, after overhauling us, they will let us go on our way. At any rate, it is of no use trying to escape. We will hold on our course for another few minutes, and then head suddenly towards her, as if we had only just seen her. I will hail her in Portuguese, and they are sure to tell us to come on board. And then I will try to make them understand by signs, and by using a few French words, that we have been blown out to sea by the gale, and want to know the course for Santander. As the French have been there for some time, it would be natural enough for us to have picked up a little of their language." In a few minutes they altered their course and sailed towards the lugger, which also soon turned towards them. When they approached within the vessel's length, Terence stood up and shouted in Portuguese, "What is the bearing of Santander?" The reply was in French, "Come alongside," given with a gesture of the arm explaining the words. They let the sail run down as they came alongside. Terence climbed up by the channels to the deck. "Espanol?" he said to the captain, who was standing close to him as he jumped down onto the deck.
"Espanol, Capitan? Poisson Santander Grand Tempte?"
And he motioned with his arms to signify that they had been blown offshore at Santander. Then he pointed in several directions towards the south, and looked interrogatively. "They are Spanish fishermen who have been blown off the coast, the captain said to another officer. "They have been lucky in living it out. Well, we are short of hands, having so many away in prizes, and the boat will be useful, in the place of the one we had smashed up in the gale. Let a couple of men throw the nets and things overboard, and then run her up to the davits." Then he said to Terence, "Prisoners, go forward and make yourself useful," and he pointed towards the forecastle. Terence gave a yell of despair, threw his hat down on the deck, and in a volley of Portuguese begged the captain to let them go. The latter, however, only waved his hand angrily, and two sailors coming up seized Terence by the arms and dragged him forward. Ryan was called upon deck and also ordered forward. He too remonstrated, but was cut short by a threatening gesture from the captain. For a time they preserved an appearance of deep dejection, Terence tugging his hair as if in utter despair, till Ryan whispered, "For heaven's sake, Terence, don't go on like that, or I shall break out with a shout of laughter." "It is monstrous! It is inhuman!" Terence exclaimed in Portuguese. "Thus to seize harmless fishermen who have so narrowly escaped drowning. The sea is less cruel than these men. They have taken our boat too, our dear good boat. What will our mothers think when we do not return? That we have been swallowed up by the sea. How they will watch for us, but in vain." Fortunately for the success of their story, the lugger hailed from a northern French port, and, as no one on board understood either Spanish or Portuguese, they had no idea that the latter was the language in which the prisoners were speaking. After an hour of pretended despair, both rose from the deck on which they had been sitting, and on an order being given to trim the sails, went to the ropes and aided the privateersmen to haul at them, and before the end of the day were doing duty as regular members of the crew. "They are active young fellows," the captain said to his first mate as he watched the supposed Spaniards making themselves useful. "It was lucky for them that they had a fair store of provisions and water in their boat. We are very short-handed, and they will be useful. I would have let them go if it had not been for the boat, but as we have only one left that can swim, it was too lucky a find to give up." The craft had been heading north when Ryan had first seen her, and she held that course all day. Terence gathered from the talk of the sailors that they were bound for Brest, to which port she belonged. The Frenchmen were congratulating themselves that their cruise was so nearly over, and that it had been so successful a one. From time to time a sailor was sent up into the cross trees and scanned the horizon to the north and west. In the afternoon he reported that he could make out the upper sails of a large ship going south. The captain went up to look at her. "I think she is an English ship of war," he said when he descended to the deck, "but she is a long way off. With this light wind we could run away from her. She will not trouble herself about us. She will know well enough that she could not get within 10 miles of us before it got dark." This turned out to be the case, for the lookout from time to time reported that the distant sail was keeping on her course, and the slight feeling of hope that had been felt by Terence and Ryan faded away. They were placed in the same watch, and were below when, as daylight broke, they heard sudden exclamations, tramping of feet overhead, and a moment later the watch was summoned on deck. "I hope that they have had the same luck that we had, and have run into the arms of one of our cruisers," Terence whispered in Portuguese to Ryan as they ran up on deck together. As he reached the deck, the boom of a cannon was heard, and at the same instant a ball passed through the mainsail. Half a mile away was a British sloop of war. She had evidently made out the lugger before the watch on board the latter had seen her. The captain was foaming with rage, and shouting orders which the crew hurried to execute. On the deck near the foremast lay the man who had been on the lookout, and who had been felled with a handspike by the captain when he ran out on deck at the first alarm. Although at first flurried and alarmed, the crew speedily recovered themselves, and executed with promptitude the orders which were given. There was a haze on the water, but a light wind was stirring, and the vessel was moving through the water at some 3 knots an hour. As soon as her course had been changed, so as to bring the wind forward of the beam, which was her best point of sailing, the men were sent to the guns, the first mate placing himself at a long 18-pounder, which was mounted as a pivot gun aft, a similar weapon being in her bows. All this took but 4 or 5 minutes, and shot after shot from the sloop hummed overhead. The firing now ceased, as the change of course of the lugger had placed the sloop dead astern of her, and the latter was unable therefore to fire even her bow chasers without yawing. It was now the turn of the lugger. The gun in the stern was carefully trained, and, as it was fired, a patch of white splinters appeared in the sloop's bulwarks. A cheer broke from the French. The effect of the shot, which must have raked her from stem to stern, was at once evident. The sloop bore off the wind until her whole broadside could be seen. "Flat on your faces!" the captain shouted. There was a roar of 10 guns, and a storm of shot screamed overhead. 4 of them passed through the sails. One plowed out the deck, killing 2 sailors and injuring 3 others with the splinters. 2 or 3 ropes of minor importance were cut, but no serious damage inflicted. The crew, as they leapt to their feet, gave a cheer. They knew that, with this light wind, their lugger could run away from the heavier craft, and that the latter could only hope for success by crippling her. "Steady with the helm," the captain went on, as the pivot gun was again ready to deliver its fire. "Wait until her 3 masts show like one. Jacques, aim a little bit higher. See if you cannot knock away a spar." The sloop was coming up again to the wind, and as she was nearly stem on, the gun cracked out again. A cheer broke from the lugger as her opponent's foretop mast fell over her side with all its hamper. Round the sloop came and delivered the other broadside. 2 shots crashed through the bulwarks, one of them dismounting a gun, which in its fall crushed a man who had thrown himself down beside it. Another shot struck the yard and the foresail, cutting it asunder, and the lugger at once ran up into the wind. "Lower the foresail!" the captain shouted. "Quick, men, and lash a spare spar to the yard. They are busy cutting away their topmast, but we shall be off again before they are ready to move. They have lost nearly half a mile, and we shall be out of range. Be sharp with that gun again." The sloop had indeed fallen greatly astern while delivering her broadsides, but her commander had evidently seen that, unless the wind sprang up, the lugger would get away from him unless he could cripple her, and that she might seriously damage him, and perhaps knock one of the masts out of him by her stern chaser. His only chance, therefore, of capturing her was to take a spar out of her. He did not attempt to come about again, after firing the second broadside, but kept up his fire as fast as his guns could be loaded. The lugger, however, was stealing rapidly away from him, and in 10 minutes had increased her lead by another half-mile, without having suffered any serious damage, and the sloop soon ceased fire, as she was now almost out of range. 7 or 8 of the crew had been more or less injured by splinters, but with the exception of the 3 killed, none were badly hurt. The lugger was now put on her former course, the guns lashed into their places again, and the 3 men killed sewn up in hammocks and laid between 2 of the guns in order to be handed to their friends on arrival in port. "That is another slip between the cup and the lip," Terence remarked to his companion as the sloop ceased firing. "I certainly thought, when we came on deck, that our troubles were over. I must say for our friend the French captain, he showed himself a good sailor, and got out of the scrape uncommonly well." "A good deal too well," Ryan grumbled. "It was very unpleasant while it lasted. It is all very well to be shot at by an enemy, but to be shot at by one's friends is more than one bargained for." The coolness under fire displayed by the 2 Spaniards he had carried off pleased the captain, who patted them on the shoulder as they came along, his good temper being now completely restored by his escape. "You are brave fellows," he said, "and will make good privateersmen. You cannot do better than stay with us. You will make as much money in a month as you would in a year's fishing." Terence smiled vaguely, as if he understood that the captain was pleased with them, but did not otherwise catch his meaning. They arrived at Brest without further adventure. As they neared the port, the captain asked Terence if he and his companion would enter upon the books of the privateer, and after much difficulty made, as he believed, Terence understood his question. The latter affected to consult Ryan, and then answered that they would both be willing to do so. The captain then put the names they gave him down on the ship's roll, and handed each of them a paper, certifying that Juan Montegues and Sebastien Perel belonged to the crew of the Belgienne, naming the rate of wages that they were to receive, and their share in the value of the prizes taken. He then gave them 80 francs each, as an advance on their pay from the date of their coming on board, and signified to them that they must buy clothes similar to those worn by the crew, instead of the heavy fishermen's garments they had on. "They will soon learn our language," he said to the mate, "and I am sure that they will make good sailors. I have put down their wages and share of prize money at half that of our own men, and I am sure that they will be well worth it when they get to speak the language and learn their duties." As soon as they were alongside, the greater portion of the men went ashore, and in the evening the boatswain landed with Terence and Ryan, and proceeded with them to a slop shop, where he bought them clothes similar to those worn by the crew. Beyond the fact that these were of nautical appearance, there was no distinctive dress. They then returned to the lugger and changed their clothes at once, the boatswain telling them to stow away their boots and other things, as these would be useful to them in bad weather. The next day the privateer commenced to unload. For the most part, valuable portions of the cargoes of the captured ships had been taken on board when the vessels themselves, with the greater portion of the goods they carried, had been sent into port under the charge of prize crews. They remained on board for 10 days, going freely into the town, sometimes with the sailors and sometimes alone. Terence pretended to make considerable progress in French, and was able, though with some difficulty, to make himself understood by the crew. The first mate had gone with them to the Mayor, where the official stamp had been affixed to their ship papers. They found that no questions were asked of persons entering or leaving the town on the land side, and twice strolled out and went some distance into the country. They had agreed that it would be better to defer any attempt to escape until the day before the lugger sailed, as there would then be but little time for the captain to make inquiries after them, or to institute a search. They bought a pocket map of the north of France, and carefully studied the roads. "It is plain enough what our best course is, Dick. We must go along this projecting point of Brittany through Dijon to Avranches, and then follow the coast up till we get to Coutances. You see, it is nearly opposite Jersey, and that island does not look to be more than 15 miles away, so that if we can get hold of a boat there, we should be able to run across in 3 hours or so with favorable wind." "That looks easy enough," Ryan agreed. "It seems to be about 120 miles from here to Avranches, and another 30 or 40 to Coutances, so we should do it in a week easily. What story shall I make up if we are questioned?" "I don't suppose the peasants we may meet on the road are likely to question us at all, for most of the Bretons speak only their own language. We had better always sleep out in the open. If we do run across an official, we could show our papers and give out that we have been ill-treated on board the lugger and are going to Saint-Malo, where we mean to ship on another privateer. I know that it is a port from which lots of them sail. I don't think that we shall have any difficulty in buying provisions at small villages. My French will pass muster very well in such places, and I can easily remark that we are on our way to Saint-Malo to join a ship there, and if any village functionary questions us, these papers will be good enough for him. Or we could say that we got left ashore by accident when our craft sailed from Brest, and are going to rejoin her at Saint-Malo, where she was going to put in. I think, perhaps, that would be a better story than that we had run away. I don't know that the authorities interest themselves in runaway seamen for privateers, but at any rate it is a likely tale. Drunken seamen, no doubt, often do get left ashore." "Yes, that would be a very good story, Terence, and I think that there would be no great fear, even if we were to go boldly into a town." "I don't think there would. Still, it is better to be on the safe side and avoid all risks." Accordingly, the afternoon before the Belgian was to sail, they went ashore, bought enough bread and cold meat to last them for a couple of days, and 2 thick blankets, as it was now November and the nights were bitterly cold, and then left the town and followed the road for Dijon. On approaching the village of Landernau, they left the road and lay down until it was quite dark. Then they made a detour through the fields, round the village, came down on the road again, walked all night, passing through Hillgoat, and then, as morning was breaking, they left the road again, and after going a quarter of a mile through the fields, lay down in a dry ditch by the side of a thick hedge, ate a meal, and went to sleep. They did not start again until it was getting dusk, when they returned to the road, which they followed all night. In the morning they went boldly into a little village, and Terence went into a shop and bought a couple of loaves. His French was quite good enough for so simple an operation.
I suppose you are going to Saint Malo?
The woman said. Yes, we have had a holiday to see some friends at Brest, and are going to rejoin. This was the only question asked, and after walking another 2 miles, they lay up for the day as before. They had met several peasants on the road, and had exchanged salutations with them. They found by their map that they were now within 20 miles of Dijon, having made over 30 miles each night, and as both were somewhat footsore from their unaccustomed exercise, they travelled only some 16 or 17 miles the following night. The next evening, at about 10 o'clock, they walked boldly through Dijon. Most of the inhabitants were already asleep, and the few who were still in the streets paid no heed to 2 sailors, going, they had no doubt, to Saint Malo. Crossing the river Rance by the bridge, they took the road in the direction of the port, but after following it for a mile or 2, struck off to the east, and before morning arrived on the river running up from the bay of Mont Saint Michael's. They lay down until late in the afternoon, and then crossed the river at a ferry, and kept along by the coast until they reached the Sabine River. "We are getting on first rate," Ryan said as they lay down for a few hours' sleep. "We have only got Avranches to pass now." "I hope we shan't be questioned at all, Dick, for we have now no good story to tell them, for we are going away from St. Malo, instead of to it. Of course, as long as they don't question us, we are all right. We are simply 2 sailors on our way home for a time. But if we have to show our papers, with those Spanish names on them, we should be in a fix. Of course, we might have run away from our ship at St. Malo, but that would not explain our coming up this way. However, I hope my French is good enough to answer any casual questions without exciting attention. We will cross by the ferry boat as soon as it begins to ply, and as Avranches stands some little distance up the river, we can avoid it altogether by keeping along the coastline." A score of peasants had assembled by the time the ferry-boat man made his appearance from his cottage, and Terence and his companion, who had been lying down 200 yards away, joined them just as they were going down to the boat. "You are from St. Malo, I suppose?" an old peasant said to Terence. The latter nodded. "We have got a month's leave from our ship," he said. "She has been knocked about by an English cruiser, and will be in the shipwright's hands for 5 or 6 weeks, before she is ready for sea again." "You are not from this part of the country," the peasant, who was speaking in the patois of Normandy, remarked. "No, we came from the south, but one of our comrades comes from Cherbourg, and, as he cannot get away, we are going to see his friends and tell them that he is well. It is a holiday for us, and we may as well go there as anywhere else." The explanation was simple enough for the peasant, and Terence continued chatting with him until they landed. "You need not go through Avranches," the latter said. "Take the road by the coast through Granville to Coutances." "How far is it to Coutances?" "About 20 miles, at least so I have heard, for I have never been there." After walking a few miles, they went down onto the seashore and lay down among some rocks until evening. At 8 o'clock they started again, and walked boldly through Granville, where their sailor's dress would, they felt sure, attract no attention. It was about 9 o'clock when they entered the place. Their reason for doing so at this hour was that they wished to lay in a stock of provisions, as they did not intend to enter Coutances until late at night, when they hoped to be able to get hold of a boat at once. They had just made their purchases when they met a fat little man with a red sash, which showed him to be the mayor of the place, or some other public functionary. "Where are you going, and what ship do you belong to?" he asked pompously. "We are sailors on our way from St. Malo to Cherbourg," Terence replied. "You have papers, of course?" "Of course, Monsieur le Maire." "I must see them," the mayor said. "Come with me to my house close by." There were several persons near, and a man in civil uniform was with the mayor. Therefore Terence gave an apparently willing assent, and followed by the functionary, they went into a house close by. A lamp was burning on the table in the hall. "Light these candles in my office," the mayor said. "The women have gone up to bed." The man turned a key, went in, and bringing out 2 candles, lighted them at the lamp, and they then went into the room. The mayor seated himself in an armchair at the table. The minor functionary placed the 2 suspected persons on the side facing him, and took his place standing by their side. As they were going in, Terence whispered, "If there's trouble, I will take this fellow, and you manage the mare." "Now," the functionary said, "let me see your papers." "Why," he exclaimed, looking at the names, "you are not Frenchmen!" "No," Terence said quietly, "we do not pretend to be, but, as you see, we are sailors who have done service on board a French privateer." "But where is the privateer?" "I don't know, Monsieur le Maire. We were not satisfied with her treatment, so we left her at Brest." "This is very serious," the mayor said. "You are Spaniards. You have deserted your ship at Brest. You have traveled 150 miles through France. And now what are you doing here?" "We are, as you say, monsieur, traveling through France. We desire to see France. We have heard that it is the greatest country in the world. Frenchmen visit Spain in large numbers. Why should not Spaniards visit France?" The tone of sarcasm in which Terence spoke was not lost upon the mayor, who rose from his seat, purple with anger. "You will take these men into custody," he said to his assistant. "This is a very grave business." "Now, Dick!" Terence exclaimed, and turning to the man who stood next to him, he grasped him suddenly by the throat. At the same moment, Ryan caught up a heavy inkstand and threw it across the table at the mayor, striking that functionary in the stomach and doubling him completely up. Then he ran round the table and bounded the man, who had not yet recovered his breath, tightly in his chair and thrust his handkerchief into his mouth. The man whom Terence was holding had scarcely struggled. Terence, as he gripped him, had said, "Keep quiet, or I will choke you," and the prisoner felt that his assailant could do so in a moment if he chose. His hands were fastened tightly behind him with his own belt by Ryan. A short ruler was thrust between his teeth and fastened there by a handkerchief going round the back of his head. "So far so good, Dick. Now look round for something with which we can bind them more firmly." Several hanks of red tape lay upon the table. With a portion of one of these, the back of the chair in which the mayor sat was lashed to the handle of a heavy bureau. Then his feet were fastened to the two legs of the chair, so that he could neither kick nor upset himself. The other man was then fastened as securely. This done, they blew out the candles, left the room, locked the door behind them, taking the key, and then sallied out into the street. "That was a good shot of yours with the inkstand," Terence said.
"I had my eye on it all the time he was speaking," Ryan replied. "I saw that if I were to move to get round the table at him, the little man would have time to shout, but that if I could hit him in the wind, it would be all right."
"Well, there must be no more stopping now. I don't know whether there is a Mrs. Mayor. If not, there will certainly be no alarm until morning. If there is, it depends upon what sort of woman she is as to how long a start we shall get. If she is a sleepy woman, she is probably dreaming by this time, and may not discover until morning that her lord and master is not by her side. If she is a bad-tempered woman, she will probably lie for an hour or two, thinking over what she shall say to him when he comes in. If she is a nervous woman, she will get up and go downstairs. I left the lamp burning in the hall on purpose. Seeing it there, she will naturally think that he has not come in, and will go upstairs again for an hour or two. Then she will probably call up the servants, and may send them out to look for him. Finally, she may go to the police office and wake up a constable. It is not probable that there are any of them on night duty, in a quiet place like this. Altogether, I calculate there will be at least 4 hours before they think of breaking open the door of the office to see if he is there. So at the worst we have got 4 hours start, at the best 10 hours. It is only 9:30 now. We shall be at the mouth of the Seine in 3 hours or less. It does not look above 9 or 10 miles on the map, and directly we get fairly out of the town, we will go as quickly as we can, for every minute is of importance. If we can get hold of a boat at once, we ought to be at Jersey soon after daybreak, although I am not very sure of that, for I believe there are all sorts of strong currents along this coast. I remember one of the officers saying so as we came down the channel on the voyage out. Of course, it will make a difference whether we can get a boat with a sail or not. If we cannot find a boat, we shall have to hide up. But you may be sure that there will be a hot search for us in the morning,
and we must get off tonight, if we can. Most likely, there is a fishing village somewhere near the mouth of the river. As soon as they were out of the town, they broke into a trot, which they continued with scarcely any intermission until they approached a small village. "I expect this stands on the bank of the river," Terence said. "There is no chance of anyone being up, so we can go through fearlessly." A couple of 100 yards further, they reached the river. A large ferry boat was moored here. Keeping along the bank to the left, they were not long before they came upon several boats hauled up on the shore, while 3 or 4 others lay at their moorings, a short distance out. "Thank goodness," Terence exclaimed. "We shall have no difficulty now." They selected the boat lying nearest the water's edge. The moon was half full, but was now sinking towards the west. Its light, however, was of some assistance to them. There was a mast and sail in the boat, as well as a pair of oars. At first they were unable to move her down to the water, but getting some oars out of the other boats, they laid them down as rollers, and with these managed after great exertions to get her afloat. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 8 of Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by HENTY. Chapter 8. A Smart Engagement. After pushing the boat out into the stream, Terence and his companion allowed it to drift quietly for some distance, and then getting out the oars rowed hard until they were beyond the mouth of the river. The tide was, they thought, by the level of the water where they had embarked, within an hour or two of flood. They therefore determined to shape their course to the north of the point where they believed Jersey to lie, so that when the tide turned, it would sweep them down upon it. The wind was too light to be of any assistance, but the stars were bright, and the position of the North Star served as a guide to the direction they should take. It had taken them some considerable time to launch the boat, and they calculated that it was nearly midnight when they left the mouth of the river. There was no occasion to row hard, for until it became daylight and they could see the island of Jersey, they could not shape their course with any certainty, and could only hope that by keeping to the north of it, they would not find in the morning that the tide had taken them too far to the south. "We are very lucky in our weather," Terence said, as, after laboring at the heavy oars for a couple of hours, they paused for a few minutes' rest. "If it had been a strong wind, it would never have done for us to have started. I believe in bad weather there are tremendous currents about the islands, and desperately rough water. A fog would have been even worse for us. As it is, it seems to me we cannot go very far wrong. I suppose the tide is about turning now, but if by daylight we find that we have been carried a long way past the island, we shall soon have the tide turning again, which will take us back to it. I am more afraid of falling in with a French privateer than I am of missing the island. There are sure to be some of them at Granville, to say nothing of Saint-Malo. I don't suppose any of those at Granville will put out in search of us, merely to please the mayor. But if any were going to sea, they would be sure to keep a lookout for us." "If they did see us, we should have no chance of getting away, Terence. This boat is not so big as the one we stole at Bayonne, but it rows much heavier." "There is one thing. Even a privateer could not sail very fast in this light wind, and if it freshens in the morning, we can get up the sail." "Then I hope it will get up a bit," Ryan said. "For another 5 or 6 hours rowing, with these beastly oars, my hands will be raw. I'm sure my back and arms will be nearly broken." "We must risk that, Dick. We calculated 15 miles in a straight line across to Jersey, so that we must jog along at the rate of a couple of miles an hour to get far enough to the west. Now then, let us be moving again." The night seemed interminable to them, and they felt relieved indeed when morning began to break. In another half hour it would be light enough for them to see for a considerable distance. Unshipping their oars, they stood up and looked round. "That must be Jersey," Terence exclaimed, pointing to the north. "The current must have taken us past it, as I was afraid it would. What time is it, Dick?" "Nearly 8. Then the tide must be turning already. The island must be 6 miles away now. If we row hard, we shall know, in a half an hour, whether we are being carried north or south."
"But we must be going north the tide has turned, Terence."
"I don't know. I remember that the mate of the Seahorse said that, in the channel, the course of the current did not change at high and low water, so there is no saying what way we are going at present. Well, there is a little more wind. I suppose we had better get up our sail. There is Jersey, and whether we get there a little sooner or a little later cannot make much difference. I am sure we are both too tired to row her much faster than we could sail." Terence agreed, and they accordingly stepped the mast and hoisted their sail. At first the boat moved but slowly through the water, but the wind was freshening, and in half an hour she was foaming along.
"Tide is against us still," Terence said presently.
"I don't think we are any nearer Jersey than when we first saw it."
"Look there!" Ryan exclaimed a few minutes later. "There is a lugger coming out from the direction of Granville."
"So there is, Dick, and with the wind behind her, she won't be very long before she is here. I should say that she is about 6 or 7 miles off, and an hour will bring her up to us."
"I will get out an oar, Terence. That will help us a bit. We can change about occasionally."
Terence was steering with the other oar, while he held the sheet. The boat was traveling at a good rate, but the lugger was fast running down towards them. "There is a schooner coming out from Jersey!" Terence exclaimed joyously. "If she is a British privateer, we may be saved yet. I had just made up my mind that we were in for another French prison." Ryan looked over his shoulder.
"She is farther off than the lugger," he said.
"Yes, but the current that is keeping us back is helping her on towards us. It will be a close thing, but I agree with you. I'm afraid the lugger will be here first. Change seats with me. I will have a spell at the oar." He was a good deal stronger than Ryan, and he felt comparatively fresh after his hour's rest, so there was a perceptible increase in the boat's speed after the change had been effected. When the lugger was within a mile of them, and the schooner about double that distance, the former changed her course a little, and bore up as if to meet the schooner.
"Hurrah!" Ryan shouted. "The Frenchman is making for the schooner, and if the Jersey boat don't turn and run, there will be a fight."
"The lugger looks to me the bigger boat," Terence said as he stopped rowing for a moment. "However, we are likely to be able to slip off while they are at it." Rapidly, the two vessels approached each other, and when within a mile, a puff of smoke broke out from the lugger's bow, and was answered almost instantly by one from the schooner. Running fast through the water, the vessels were soon within a short distance of each other. Terence had ceased rowing, for there was no fear that the lugger, which was now abeam of them, would give another thought to the small boat. The fight was going on in earnest, and the two vessels poured broadsides into each other as they passed, the lugger wearing round at once, and engaging the schooner broadside to broadside. "The Frenchman has the heavier metal," Terence said. "I'm afraid the schooner will get the worst of it. The lugger is crowded with men, too. What do you say, Dick? Shall we do our best to help the schooner?"
"I think we ought to," Ryan agreed at once. "She has certainly saved us, and I think we ought to do what we can."
Accordingly, he brought the boat nearer to the wind. The two vessels were now close hauled, and were moving but slowly through the water. The boat passed 200 or 300 yards astern of the lugger, sailed a little farther, and then, when able to lay her course for the schooner, went about and bore down towards her. Just as they did so, the halyards of the schooner's mainsail were shot asunder, and the sail ran down the mast. There was a shout of triumph from the lugger, and she at once closed in towards her crippled adversary. "They are going to try and carry the schooner by boarding," Terence exclaimed. "Keep her as close as she will go, Dick." And seizing his oar again, he began to row with all his might. By the time they came up, the two vessels were side by side. The guns had ceased their fire, but there was a rattle of pistol shots, mingled with the clash of arms and the shouts of the combatants. Running up to the schooner's side, Terence and Ryan clambered on the channel and sprung onto the deck of the schooner. A desperate fight was going on forward, where the two vessels touched each other. There was no one aft. Here, some 15 or 20 feet of water separated the ships, and even the helmsman had left the wheel to join in the fight. About half the lugger's crew had made their way onto the deck of the schooner, but the Jersey men were still fighting stoutly. The rest of the lugger's crew were gathered in the bow of their own vessel,
waiting until there should be a clear enough space left for them to join their comrades.
"Things look bad," Terence exclaimed. "The French crew are a great deal stronger. Lend me a hand to turn 2 of these 8-pounders round. There are plenty of cartridges handy." They drew the cannon back from their places, turned them round, loaded them with a charge of powder, and then rammed in 2 of the bags of bullets that were lying beside them. The schooner stood higher out of the water than the lugger, and they were able to train the 2 cannon so that they bore upon the mass of Frenchmen in the latter's bow. "Take a steady aim," Terence said. "We are only just in time. Our fellows are being beaten back." A moment later, the 2 pieces were fired. Their discharge took terrible effect among the French, sweeping away more than half of those gathered in the lugger's bow. "Load again," Terence exclaimed. "They are too strong for the Jerseymen still." For a moment, the French boarders had paused, but now, with a shout of fury, they fell upon the crew of the schooner, driving them back foot by foot towards the stern. The cannon were now trained directly forward, and when the crowd of fighting men approached them, Terence shouted in French to the Jerseymen to fall back on either side. The captain, turning round and seeing the guns pointing forward, repeated the order in a stentorian shout. The Jerseymen left to one side or the other, and the moment they were clear, the 2 cannon poured their contents into the midst of the French, who had paused for a moment, surprised at the sudden cessation of resistance. 2 clear lanes were swept through the crowd, and then with a shout, the captain of the schooner and his crew fell upon the Frenchmen. Ryan was about to rush forward when Terence said, No, Ryan, load again. Better make sure." The heavy loss they had suffered, however, so discouraged the French that many at once turned, and running back, jumped on the deck of the lugger, while the others, though still resisting, were driven after them. As soon as the guns were reloaded, they were trained, as before, to bear on the lugger's bow, and as the French were driven back, they were again fired. This completed the discomfiture of the enemy, and with loud shouts, the Jerseymen followed them onto the deck of their own ship. Terence and Ryan now ran forward, snatched up a couple of cutlasses, and joined their friends, and were soon fighting in the front line. But the French resistance was now almost over. Their captain had fallen, and in 5 minutes the last of them threw down their arms and surrendered, while a great shout went up from the crew of the schooner. The French flag was hauled down, and as soon as the prisoners had been sent below, an ensign was brought from the schooner, fixed the flag to the halyards above the tricolor, and the 2 hoisted together. The captain had already turned to the 2 men who had come so opportunely to his assistance. "I do not know who you are, or where you come from, men, but you have certainly saved us from capture. I did not know it was the Annette until it was too late to draw off, or I should not have engaged her, for she is the strongest lugger that sails out of Granville, and carries double our weight of metal with twice as strong a crew. But whoever you are, I thank you most heartily. I am half owner of the schooner, and should have lost all I was worth, to say nothing of perhaps having to pass the next 5 years in a French prison." "We are 2 British officers," Terence said. "We escaped from a French prison, and were making our way to Jersey when we saw that lugger coming after us, and should certainly have been captured had you not come up. So we thought the least we could do was to lend you a hand." "Well, gentlemen, you have certainly saved us. Jacques Bontemps, the captain of the Annette, was an old acquaintance of mine. He commanded a smaller craft before he got the Annette, and we have had 2 or 3 fights together. So it was you whom I saw in that little boat. Of course we made out that the lugger was chasing you, though why they should be doing so we could not tell, but we thought no more about you after the fight once began, and were as astonished as the Frenchmen when you swept their bow. I just glanced round and saw what looked like 2 French fishermen, and thought that you must be 2 of the lugger's crew who, for some reason or other, had turned the guns against their own ship. It will be a triumph indeed for us when we enter St. Helier. The Annette has been the terror of our privateers. Fortunately, she was generally away cruising, and many a prize has she taken into Granville. I have had the luck to recapture 2 of them myself, but when she is known to be at home, we most of us keep in port, for she is a good deal more than a match for any craft that sails out from St. Helier. She only went into Granville yesterday, and I thought that there was no fear of her being out again for a week or so. When I saw her, I took her for a smaller lugger that sails from the port,
and which is no more than a match for us. The fact is, we were looking at her chasing you and wondering if we should be in time, instead of noticing her size. It was not until she fired that first broadside that we found we had caught a Tartar. We should have run if there had been a chance of getting away, but she is a wonderfully fast boat, and we knew that our only chance was to knock away one of her masts. And now we will be making sail again. You must excuse me for a few minutes." In half an hour the main halyards had been repaired, and the sail hoisted. When the other damages were made good, the captain, with half his crew, went on board the lugger, and the two vessels sailed together for Jersey. Terence and his companion had accompanied the captain. "Now, gentlemen, you may as well come down with me into the cabin. It is likely enough that you'll be able to find some clothes in Bontemps' chest that will fit you. He was a dandy in his way. At any rate, his clothes will suit you better than those you have on." They found indeed that the lugger's captain had so large a store of clothing that they had no difficulty whatever in rigging themselves out. While they were changing, the captain had left them. He returned presently with a beaming face. "She is a more valuable prize than I hoped for," he said. "She is almost full to the hatches with the plunder she has taken in her last cruise. I cannot make out what led her to come out of Granville, unless it was in pursuit of you." "I expect that was it," Terence said. "We were arrested by the mayor of Granville, and had to tie him and one of his officials up. He was a pompous little man, and no doubt when he got free, went down to the port and persuaded the captain of the lugger to put out at once, to endeavor to find us. I expect he told him that we were prisoners of importance, either English spies or French emigres. Well, Captain, I am glad that the capture has turned out well for you." "You certainly ought to share it," the captain said, "for if it had not been for you, matters would have gone all the other way, and we should have undoubtedly been captured." "Oh, we don't want to share it. We have helped you to avoid a French prison, but you have certainly saved us from the same thing, so we are fairly quits." "Well, we shall have time to talk about that when we get into port. In the meantime, we will search Jacques' lockers. Like enough, there may be something worth having there. Of course, he may have taken it ashore directly he landed, but it is hardly likely, and as he has evidently captured several British merchantmen while he has been out, he is sure to have some gold and valuables in the lockers." The search indeed brought to light 4 bags of money, each marked with the name of an English ship. They contained in all over £800, with several gold watches, rings, and other valuables. "Now, gentlemen," the captain said, "at least you will divide this money with me. The Annette and the cargo below hatches are certainly worth 10 times as much, and I must insist upon your going shares with me. I shall feel very hurt if you will not do so." "I thank you, Captain," Terence said, "and I will not refuse your offer. We shall have to provide ourselves with new uniforms and take a passage out to Portugal, which is where our regiments are at present, so the money will be very useful." "And I see you have not a watch, monsieur. You had better take one of these." "Thanks. I parted with mine to a good woman who helped me to escape from Bayonne, so I will accept that offer also." In 2 hours, the schooner entered the port of St. Helier. The lugger, under easy sail, followed in her wake. They were greeted with enthusiastic cheers by the crowd that gathered on the quays, as soon as it was seen that the prize was the dreaded Annette, which had for some months past been a terror to the privateers and fishermen of the place, and that she should have been captured by the surf seemed marvelous indeed. A British officer was on the quay when they got alongside. He came on board at once. "The governor has sent me to congratulate you in his name, Captain Teniers," he said, "on having captured a vessel double your own size, which has for some time been the terror of these waters. He will be glad if you will give me some particulars of the action, and you will, when you can spare time afterwards, go up and give him a full report of it." "I owe the capture entirely to these 2 gentlemen, who were officers in your army. They had escaped from a French prison, and were making for this port when I first saw them this morning, with the Annette in hot chase after them. It did not strike me that it was her, for it was only last night that the news came in that she had been seen yesterday sailing towards Granville, and I thought that she was the Lion, which is a boat our own size. I came up before she had overhauled the boat, and directly the fight began, I could see the mistake I had made. But as she was a good deal faster than we were, It was of no use running. There was just a chance that I might cripple her and get away. He then related the incidents of the fight.
Well, I congratulate you, gentlemen, the officer said heartily. You have indeed done a good turn to Captain Teniers. To whom have I the pleasure of speaking?
My name is O'Connor, replied Terence. I have the honor to be on Sir Arthur Wellesley's staff, and have the rank of captain in our army, but am a colonel in the Portuguese service. This is Lieutenant Ryan of His Majesty's Minho Fusiliers. The officer looked a little doubtful while Terence was speaking. It was difficult to believe that the young fellow, of 1 or 2 and 20 at the outside, could be a captain on Lord Wellington's staff, for Sir Arthur had been raised to the peerage after the battle of Talavera. Still less that he should be a colonel in the Portuguese service. However, he bowed gravely and said, My name is Major Chalmers of the 35th. I am an adjutant to the governor. If it will not be inconvenient, I shall be glad if you will return with me and report yourselves to him. We are quite ready, Terence said. We have nothing to do in the way of packing up, for we have only the clothes we stand in, which were indeed the property of the captain of the lugger, who was killed in the action. Telling Captain Teniers that they would be coming down again when they had seen the governor, the two friends accompanied the officer. Very few words were said on the way, for the major entertained strong doubts whether Terence had not been hoaxing him, and whether the account he had given of himself was not altogether fictitious. On arriving at the governor's, he left them for a few minutes in the anteroom, while he went in and gave the account he had received from the captain of the manner in which the lugger had been captured, and said that the two gentlemen who had played so important a part in the matter were, as they said, one of them an officer of the staff of Lord Wellington, and a colonel in the Portuguese army, and the other a subaltern in the Minho Fusiliers. What do you say as they said, Major? Have you any doubt about it? My only reason for doubting is that they are both young fellows of about 20, which would accord well enough with the claim of one of them to be a lieutenant, but that the other should be a captain on Lord Wellington's staff and a colonel in the Portuguese service is quite incredible. It would seem so, certainly, Major. However, it is evident that they have both behaved extraordinarily well in this fight with the Annette, and I cannot imagine that, whatever story a young fellow might tell to civilians, he would venture to assume a military title to which he had no claim, on arrival at a military station. Will you please ask them to come in? At any rate, their story will be worth hearing. Good day, gentlemen, he went on as Terence and Ryan entered. I have to congratulate you very heartily upon the very efficient manner in which you assisted in the capture of the French privateer that has, for some time, been doing great damage among the islands. She has been more than a match for any of our privateers here, and although she has been chased several times by the cruisers, she has always managed to get away. And now may I ask how you happened to be approaching the island in a small boat at the time that the encounter took place? Certainly, sir. We were both prisoners at Bayonne. I myself had been captured by the French when endeavoring to cross the frontier into Portugal with my regiment, while Lieutenant Ryan was wounded at Talavera, and was in the hospital there when the Spaniards left the town, and the French marched in. What is your regiment, Colonel O'Connor? It is called the Minho regiment, sir, and consists of 2 battalions. We have had the honor of being mentioned in general orders more than once, and were so on the day after the first attack of Victor upon Duncan's brigade, stationed on the hill forming the left of the British position at Talavera. The governor looked at his adjutant, who, rising, went to a table on which were a pile of official gazettes. Picking out one, he handed it to the governor, who glanced through it. Here is the general order of the day, he said, and assuredly Lord Wellington speaks in the very highest terms of the service that Colonel O'Connor and the Minho regiment under his command rendered. Certainly very high praise indeed. You will understand, sir, that we are obliged to be cautious here, and it seems so strange that so young an officer should obtain the rank of colonel that I was curious to know how it could have occurred. I am by no means surprised that it should seem strange to you that I should hold the rank I claim. I was, like my friend Lieutenant Ryan, in the Minho Fusiliers when I had the good fortune to be mentioned in dispatches in conjunction with an affair in which the transport that took us out to Portugal was engaged with 2 French privateers. In consequence of the mention, General Fane appointed me one of his aides-de-camp, and I acted in that capacity during the campaign that ended at Corunna. I was left on the field insensible on the night after the battle. When I came to myself, the army was embarking, so I made my way through Galicia into Portugal, and on reaching Lisbon was appointed by Sir John Craddock to his staff, and was sent by him on a mission to the northern frontier of Portugal. On the way, I took the command of a body of freshly raised Portuguese levies, who were without an officer or leader of any kind. With the aid of a small escort with me, I formed them into a reliable regiment, and had the good fortune to do some service with them. I was therefore confirmed in my command, and was given Portuguese rank. Sir Arthur Wellesley, on succeeding Sir John Craddock in the supreme command, still kept my name on the headquarters staff, thereby adding greatly to my authority, and continued me in the independent command of my regiment. After Talavera, we were dispatched to aid the Spaniards in holding the pass of Banos, but before we arrived there, Soult had crossed the pass, and being cut off by his force from rejoining the army, I determined to cross the mountains into Portugal. In doing so, we came upon a French division on its march to Plasencia, and the company of my regiment, with which I was, were cut off and taken prisoners. Forgive me for having doubted you, Colonel O'Connor. I should of course have remembered your name. In his report of his operations before and subsequent to the Battle of Talavera, Lord Wellington mentions more than once that his left during his advance was covered by the partisan corps of Wilson and O'Connor, and mentions too that it was by messengers from Colonel O'Connor that he first learned how formidable a force was in his rear, and was therefore able to cross the Tagus and escape from his perilous position. Of course, it never entered my mind that the officer who had rendered such valuable service was so young a man. There is only one mystery left. How was it, when you and Mr. Ryan escaped from Bayonne, that you were found in a boat in the Bay of Saint Malo? It does seem a rather roundabout way of rejoining, Terence said with a smile. We escaped in a boat and made along the north coast of Spain, but, when off Santander, were blown out to sea in a gale, and were picked up by a French privateer. We were supposed to be 2 Spanish fishermen, and, as the privateer was short of boats, they took ours and enrolled us among their crew. They were on their way to Brest, and we took an opportunity to desert, and made our way on foot until we reached the mouth of the river Seine, and made off in a boat last night. This morning we saw the privateer in chase of us, and should certainly have been recaptured had not the surf come up and engaged her. While the fight was going on, we had gone on board the schooner, unperceived by either party, and took what seemed to us the best way of aiding our friends, who were getting somewhat the worst of it, the crew of the lugger being very much stronger than the crew of the schooner. Well, I hope that you will both at once take up your quarters with me as long as you stay here, and I shall have an opportunity of hearing of your adventures more in detail. Thank you very much, sir. We shall be very happy to accept your kind invitation, but I hope we shall not trespass upon your hospitality long, for we are anxious to be off as soon as possible so as to rejoin without loss of time. I am particularly so, for, although it will be 2 or 3 months before there is any movement of the troops, I am afraid of finding someone else appointed to the command of my regiment, and I have been so long with it now that I should be sorry indeed to be put to any other work. That I can quite understand. Well, there is no regular communication from here, but there is not a week passes without some craft or other sailing from here to Weymouth. We would rather, if possible, be put on board some ship on her way to Portugal, Terence said. If we landed in England, we should have to report ourselves and might be sent to a depot, and be months before we got out there again. I spoke to the captain of the Surf about it this morning, and he was good enough to promise that, as soon as he had repaired damages, he would run out into the bay and put us on board the first ship he overhauled bound for the peninsula. That would be an excellent plan from your point of view, the governor said. Teniers is one of the best sailors on the island, and has several times carried dispatches for me to Weymouth. You could not be in better hands. 4 days later, the schooner was ready to sail. This will be my last voyage in her, the captain said. I have had an offer for her, and shall sell her as soon as I come back again, as I shall take the command of the Annette. I ought to do well in her, for her rig and build are so evidently French that I shall be able to creep up close to any French vessel making along the coast, or returning from abroad, without being suspected of being an enemy. Of course, I shall have to carry a much stronger crew than at present, and I hope to clip the wings of some of these French privateers before long. They had, on the day of their landing, ordered new uniforms, and had purchased a stock of underclothing. They were fortunate in being able to pick up swords and belts, and all were now ready for them, and on the 5th day after landing, they said goodbye to the governor and sailed on board the Surf. When 24 hours out, the vessel lay to, being now on the track of ships bound south. On the following day, they overhauled 6 vessels, and the last of these was bound with military stores for Lisbon. Terence and Ryan were transferred to her, with a hearty adieu to the skipper, and took their places in the boat and were rowed to the vessel, being greeted on their departure by a loud and hearty cheer from the crew of the privateer. There were no passengers aboard the store ship, and they had an uneventful voyage until she dropped anchor in the Tagus. After paying the captain the small sum he charged for their passage, they landed. They first went to a hotel and put up. On sallying out, Ryan had no difficulty in learning that the Mayo Fusiliers were at Portalegre. Terence took his way to headquarters. The first person he met on entering was his old acquaintance Captain Nelson, now wearing the equipments of a major. The latter looked at him inquiringly and then exclaimed, "Why, it is O'Connor! Why, I thought you were a prisoner! I am delighted to see you. Where have you sprung from?" "I escaped from Bayonne, and after sundry adventures, landed an hour ago. In the first place, what has been done with my regiment?" "It is with Hill's division, which is at Abrantes and Portalegre." "Who is in command?" "Your friend Herrera. No British officer has been appointed in your place. There was some talk of handing it over to Trant in the spring, but as nothing can be done before that, no one has yet been nominated." "I am glad indeed to hear it. I have been fidgeting about it ever since I went away." "Well, I will take you in to the Adjutant General at once. I heard him speak more than once of the services you rendered by sending news that Soult and Ney were both in the valley, and so enabling Lord Wellington to get safely across the Tagus. He said it was an invaluable service. Of course Herrera reported your capture, and that you had sacrificed yourself and one of the companies to secure the safety of the rest. Now come in." "This is Colonel O'Connor, sir," Major Nelson said as he entered the Adjutant General's room. "I cannot resist the pleasure of bringing him in to you. He has just escaped from Bayonne and landed an hour ago." "I am glad to see you indeed," the Adjutant General said, rising and shaking Terence warmly by the hand. "The last time we met was on the day when Victor attacked us in the afternoon, after sending the Spaniards flying. You rendered us good service that evening, and still greater by acquainting the commander-in-chief of the large force that had gathered in his rear, a force at least 3 times as strong as we had reckoned on. A day later, and we should have been overwhelmed. As it was, we had just time to cross the Tagus before they were ready to fall upon us. I am sure Lord Wellington will be gratified indeed to hear that you are back again. I suppose you would like to return to your command of the Minho regiment?" "I should prefer that to anything else," Terence said, "though of course I am ready to undertake any other duty that you might entrust to me." "No, I think it would be for the good of the service that you should remain as you are. The difficulty of obtaining anything like accurate information of the strength and position of the enemy is one of the greatest we have to contend with, and indeed, were it not for Trant's command and yours, we should be almost in the dark. Please sit down for a minute. I will inform Lord Wellington of your return." End of Chapter 8. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 9 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 9. Rejoining. The Adjutant General returned in 2 or 3 minutes. "Will you please come this way, Colonel O'Connor?" he said as he re-entered the room. "The Commander-in-Chief wishes to speak to you." "I am glad to see you back, Colonel O'Connor," Lord Wellington said cordially, but in his usual quick, short manner. "The last time I saw you was at Salamanca. You did well at Talavera, and better still afterwards, when the information I received from you was the only trustworthy news obtained during the campaign, and was simply invaluable. Sir John Craig did to me no better service than by recognizing your merits,
and speaking so strongly to me in your favor that I retained you in command of the corps that you had raised. I should be glad to know that you are again at their head when the campaign reopens, for I know that I can rely implicitly upon you for information. Of course your name has been removed from the list of my staff since you were taken prisoner, but it shall appear in orders tomorrow again. I should be glad if you will dine with me this evening." "I wish I had a few more young officers like that," he said to the adjutant general when Terence had bowed and retired. "He is full of energy and ready to undertake any wild adventure, and yet he is as prudent and thoughtful as most men double his age. I like his face. He has a right to be proud of the position he has won, but there is not the least nonsense about him, and he evidently has no idea that he has done anything out of the ordinary course. At first sight he looks a mere good-tempered lad, but the lower part of his face is marked with such resolution and firmness that it goes far to explain why he has succeeded." There were but 4 other officers dining with the commander-in-chief that evening. Lord Wellington asked Terence several questions as to the route the convoy of prisoners had followed, the treatment they had received, and the nature of the roads, and whether the Spanish guerrillas were in force. Terence gave a brief account of the attack that had been made on the French convoy, and the share that he and his fellow prisoners had taken in the affair, at which Lord Wellington's usually impassive face lighted up with a smile. "That was a somewhat irregular proceeding, Colonel O'Connor." "I'm afraid so, sir, but after their treatment by the Spaniards when in the hospital at Talavera, our men were so furious against them that I believe that they would have fought them, even had I endeavored to hold them back, which indeed, being a prisoner, I do not know that I should have had any authority to do so." "And how did you escape from Bayonne?" the general asked. "Through the good offices of some of the soldiers who had been our escort, sir. They were on duty as a prison guard, and being grateful for the help that we had given them in the affair with the guerrillas, they aided me to escape." "And how did you manage afterwards?" Terence related very briefly the adventures that he and his companion had had before at last reaching Jersey. On leaving, the adjutant general requested him to call in the morning before starting to rejoin his regiment, as he expressed his intention of doing. The talk was a long and friendly one, the adjutant general asking many questions as to the constitution of his corps. "There is one thing I should like very much, sir," Terence said after he had finished. "It would be a great assistance to me if I had an English officer as adjutant." "Do you mean one for each battalion, or one for 2? "I think that one for both battalions would answer the purpose, sir. It would certainly be of great assistance to me, and take a great many details off my hands." "I certainly think that you do need assistance. Is there anyone you would specifically wish to be appointed?" "I should be very glad to have Lieutenant Ryan, who has been with me on my late journey. We are old friends, as I was in the Minho regiment with him. He speaks Portuguese very fairly. Of course, it would be useless for me to have an officer who did not do so. I should certainly prefer him to anyone else." "That is easily managed," the officer replied. "I will put him in orders today as appointed adjutant to the Minho Portuguese regiment with the acting rank of captain. I will send a note to Lord Beresford, stating the reason for the appointment, for as you and your officers owe your local rank to him, he may feel that he ought to have been specially informed of Ryan's appointment, although your corps is in no way under his orders, but acting with the British Army." "I am very much obliged to you indeed, sir. It will be a great comfort to me to have an adjutant, and it will naturally be much more pleasant to have one upon whom I know I can depend absolutely. Indeed, I have been rather in an isolated position so far. The majors of the 2 battalions naturally associate with their own officers. Consequently, Colonel Harara has been my only intimate friend, and although he is a very good fellow, one longs sometimes for the companionship of a brother Englishman." Terence had not told Dick Ryan of his intention to ask for him as his adjutant. When he joined him at the hotel, he saluted him with, "Well, Captain Ryan, have you everything ready for the start?"
"I have, General," Dick replied with a grin. "Or perhaps I ought to say Field Marshal."
"Not yet, Dickie, not yet. And indeed, possibly I am premature myself in addressing you as captain."
"Rather. I should say I have a good many steps to make before I get my company."
"Well, Dick, I can tell you that, when the orders come out today, you will see your name among them as appointed adjutant to the Minho Portuguese regiment, with acting rank as captain."
"Hurrah!" Ryan shouted. "You don't say that you have managed it, old fellow. I am delighted. This is glorious. I am awfully obliged to you."
"I think, Dick,
We will make up our minds not to start until this evening. You know we had arranged to hire a vehicle, and that I should get a horse when I joined. But I think now we may as well buy the horses at once, for of course you will be mounted too. We might pay a little more for them, but we should save the expense of the carriage." "That would be better," Dick said. "Let us go and get them at once. There must be plenty of horses for sale in a place like this, and as we are both flush of money, I should think that a couple of hours would do it." "I hope it will. As I told them at headquarters that I was going to start today, I should not like any of them to run across me here this evening. No doubt the landlord of the hotel can tell us of some man who keeps the sort of animals we want. The salary we shall have no difficulty about." 2 hours later, a couple of serviceable horses had been bought, with saddles, bridles, holsters, and valises. In the last named were packed necessaries for the journey, and each provided himself with a brace of double-barreled pistols. The rest of the effects were packed in trunks that they had bought at Jersey, and were handed over to a Portuguese firm of carriers to be sent out to the regiment. At 2 o'clock they mounted and rode for Sobral. The next day they rode to Santarém, and on the following evening to Abrantes. They here learned that their corps was in camp, with 2 other Portuguese regiments, 4 miles higher up the river. As it was dark when they arrived at Abrantes, they agreed to sleep there and go on the next morning, as Terence wished to report himself to General Hill, to whose division the regiment was attached, until operations should commence in the spring. They were put up at an inn, and having eaten a meal, walked out into the town, which was full of British soldiers. They were not long before they found the cafe that was set apart for the use of officers, and on entering, Terence at once joined a party there, belonging to a regiment, with all of whose officers he was acquainted, as they had been encamped next to the Minho Fusiliers during the long months preceding the advance up the valley of the Tagus. Ryan was, of course, equally known to them, and the 3 officers rose, with an exclamation of surprise as the newcomers walked up to the table.
"Why, O'Connor, how in the world did you get here? How are you, Ryan? I thought that you were both prisoners."
"So we were," Terence said, "but as you see, we gave them the slip, and here we are." They drew up chairs to the little table.
"You may consider yourself lucky in your regiment being on the river, O'Connor. You'll be much better off than Ryan will be at Portalegre."
"I am seconded," Ryan said, "and have been appointed O'Connor's adjutant, with a temporary rank of captain."
"I congratulate you. The chances are you will have a much better time of it than if you were with your own regiment. I don't mean now, but when the campaign begins in the spring. O'Connor always seems to be in the thick of it, while our division may remain here while the fighting is going on somewhere else. Besides, he always manages to dine a good deal better than we do. His fellows, being all Portuguese, are able to get supplies when the peasants are all ready to take their oath that they have not so much as a loaf of bread or a fowl in their village." "How will you manage to get on with them, Ryan, without speaking their language?" "Oh, I remember. You were grinding up Portuguese all the spring, so I suppose you could get on pretty well now."
"Yes, O'Connor promised me that he would ask for me as soon as I could speak the language, so I stuck at it hard, and now you see I have got my reward."
"I can tell you that the troops here are a good deal better off than they are elsewhere. There is a fearful want of land carriage, but we get our supplies up by boats. That is why the Portuguese regiments are encamped on the river."
"Well, how did you get away from the French? It is curious that when I saw Guerillas, which was a fortnight ago, when he came in to get a conveyance to take over sundry cases of whiskey that had come up the river for the use of his mess, he said, 'I expect that O'Connor and Dick Ryan will turn up here before the spring. I'm sure they will, if they have got together.'" "It is too long a story to tell here," Ryan said. "It is full of hairbreadth escapes, dangers by sea and land, and ends up with a naval battle." The officers laughed.
"Well, will you come to our quarters?" one of them said. "We have got some decent wine and some really good cigars which came up from Lisbon last week, and there are lots of our fellows who will be glad to see you."
They accordingly adjourned to a large building where the officers of the regiment were quartered, and in the apartment that had been turned into a mess room they found a dozen officers, all of whom were known both to Terence and Ryan. After many questions were asked and answered on both sides, Ryan was requested to tell the story of their adventures after being taken prisoners. He told it in an exaggerated style that elicited roars of laughter, making the most of what he called the Battle of the Shirt Sleeves with the guerrillas,
exaggerating the dangers of his escape and the horrors of their imprisonment for a week among the sails and nets.
"O'Connor," he said, "has hardly got back his sense of smell yet. The stink of tar mixed with fishy odours will be vivid in my remembrance for the rest of my life."
And when he had last finished, one of them said, "And now, how much of all this is true, Ryan?"
"Every fact is just as I have told it,"
he replied gravely.
"You may think that I have exaggerated, for did an Irishman ever tell a story without exaggeration? But I give you my honour that never did one keep nearer to the truth than I have done. I don't say that the fisherman's wife took quite as strong a fancy to me as I have stated, although she could hardly have been insensible to my personal advantages. But really, otherwise, I don't know that I diverged far from the narrow path of truth. I tell you, those 2 days that we were running before that gale was a thing I never wish to go through again."
"And you really tied out the mayor of Granville, Ryan?"
"We did so," Dickie said. "And a miserable object the poor little fat man looked as he sat in his chair tossed up like a fowl."
"And now about the sea fight, Ryan?"
"Every word was as it happened. O'Connor and I turned gunners, and very decent shots we made too. And a proof of it was that, if we would have taken it, I believe the captain of the schooner would have given us half the booty found in the lugger's hold. But we were very modest and self-denying, and contented ourselves with a third each of the cash found in the captain's cabin, which we could not have refused if we wanted to. The captain made such a point of it. It came to nearly £300 apiece, and mighty useful it was, for we had, of course, to get new uniforms and rigs out, and horses and saddlery at Lisbon. I don't know what I should have done without it, for my family's finances would not have stood my drawing upon them, and another mortgage would have ruined them entirely."
"Well, certainly, that is a substantial proof of the truth of that incident in your story. But I think that, rather than have passed 48 hours in that storm, I would have stopped at Bayonne and taken my chance of exchange."
"Then I'm afraid, Forrester, that you are deficient in martial ardour,"
Terence said gravely. "Our desire to be back fighting the French was so great that no dangers would have appalled us." There was a general laugh. "Well, at any rate, you managed uncommonly well, Ryan, whether it was martial ardour that animated you or not. And O'Grady was not far wrong when he said that you and O'Connor would creep out through a mouse's hole if there was no other way of doing it."
"Now what has been doing since we've been away?" Terence asked.
"Well, to begin with, all Andalusia has been captured by Soult. Suchet has occupied Valencia. Lerida was captured by him after a scandalously weak resistance, for there were over 9,000 troops there, and the place surrendered after only 1,000 had fallen. Girona, on the other hand, was only captured by Augereau after a resistance as gallant as that of Saragossa. That is the extraordinary thing about these Spaniards. Sometimes they show themselves cowardly beyond expression. At others they fight like heroes. Just at present, even the juntas do not pretend that they have an army capable of driving the French out of the Pyrenees, which is a comfort, for we shall have to rely upon ourselves and not be humbugged by the Spaniards, the worthlessness of whose promises Lord Wellington has ascertained by bitter experience. The Portuguese government is as troublesome and as truthless as that of Spain, but Wellington is able to hold his own with them, and there is no little doubt that the regular regiments will fight and be really of valuable assistance to us, but these have been raised in spite of the constant opposition of the junta at Lisbon. There is no doubt that the next campaign will be a hot one, for now that Spain has been as completely subdued as such vainglorious and excitable people can be subdued, the French marshals are free to join against us, and it is hard to see how, with but 30,000 men, we are going to defend Portugal against 10 times that number of French. Still, I suppose we shall do it somehow. The French have a large army on the other side of the Equator, and there is no doubt that they will besiege Ciudad Rodrigo as soon as winter is over. I doubt whether we shall be strong enough to march to its relief, and I fancy that in the direction of the Coa will be about our limit. At any rate, it is likely to be a stirring campaign. The absurdity of the thing is that we have an army in Sicily which might as well be at Jericho for any use it is. If it joined us here, it would make all the difference in the world, though certainly, till the campaign opens, it would have to be quartered at Lisbon, for it is as much as the wretched transport can do to feed us. Now the truth is, Portugal is a miserably poor country at the best of times, and does not produce enough for the wants of the people. Of course, it has been terribly impoverished by the war. The fields in most places have been untilled, and in fact, the greater portion of the population, as well as our army, has to be fed from England. Altogether, Wellington must have enough worry to drive an ordinary man out of his mind. I never heard of such difficulties as those he has to meet. We come to help a people who won't help themselves, to fight for people who not only won't fight for themselves, but want to dictate how we shall fight. Instead of being fed by the country, we have to feed it. And the whole object of the juntas, both in Spain and Portugal, seems to be to throw every difficulty in our way, to thwart us at every turn. The first step towards success would be to hang every member of every junta in every place we occupy. A general chorus of "Hear, hear!" showed how deeply was the feeling excited by the conduct of the Portuguese and Spanish authorities. After chatting until a late hour, Terence and his companion returned to their inn. The next morning, Terence reported himself to General Hill. "I am glad to see you again, Colonel O'Connor," the general said. "The last time we met was when the surgeons were dressing my wounds on the heights near Talavera. That was a hot business for a time." "Yes, sir, and I have to thank you very much for the very kind report you sent in as to the conduct of my regiment." "They deserved it," the general said. "If they had not come up the time they did, we should have had hard work to retake that hill. Your regiment has been behaving very well since they have been here. They, like the other Portuguese regiments, have often been on short rations, and their pay is very much in arrear. But there has been no grumbling. I know Herrera would be extremely glad to have you back again in command. He has said as much several times when he has been in here. He is a good man, but not strong enough for his position, and I can see that he feels that himself, and is conscious that he is not equal to the responsibility. I intended to recommend that a British officer should be placed in command of the regiment before the campaign opens in the spring. Your two majors do their best, but they have scarcely sufficient weight, for their men know that they were but troopers when the regiment was first raised." "I shall be glad to be back again, sir, and I am pleased to say that I have been given an adjutant, Lieutenant Ryan of the Minho Fusiliers. He has the acting rank of captain. He is an old friend of mine, and is a good officer. He has just effected an escape from Bayonne with me." "Yes, that will be of great assistance to you," the general said. "With 2 battalions to command, you must want a right-hand man very much. I shall be glad if your regiment remains in my division when the campaign reopens. But I suppose that, as before, you will be sent ahead. At present, it is only attached to my command for convenience of rationing and pay. I have inspected it twice, and it is by far the finest of the Portuguese regiments here. But I can see a certain deterioration, and I am sure that they want you back badly. Still, it is not your loss only that is telling on them. No soldiers like to go without their pay. Lord Wellington himself is always kept short of funds. The Portuguese ministry declare that they have none. Of course, that is all a lie, but, true or false, it is certain that all the Portuguese regiments are greatly in arrears of pay, ill provided with clothes, and indeed would be starved were it not that they are fed by our commissariat." After his interview with the general, Terence went back to the inn and 5 minutes later started with Ryan to join the regiment. The 2 battalions were engaged in drill when they rode up, but as the men recognized Terence, there was a sudden movement, then a tremendous cheer, and breaking their ranks, they ran towards him, waving their shakos and shouting loudly, while Herrera, Bull, and McWhitty galloped up to shake him by the hand. "This is not a very military proceeding," Terence laughed, "but I cannot help being gratified." He held up his hands for silence. "Form the men into a hollow square," he said to the majors. In a very short time the order was carried out, and Terence addressed them. "My men," he said, "I am deeply gratified by your hearty reception, and I can assure you that I am quite glad to be back in the regiment, as the regiment can be to have me with it again. While I was a prisoner, one of the things that troubled me most was that when I returned, I might find that someone else had been appointed your commander. And I was glad indeed when, upon landing at Lisbon, I heard that this had not been the case, and that I could resume my command of a body of men of whom I am proud, and at no time more proud than when you beat off the attacks of a whole brigade of French cavalry and made good your escape to the mountains. I regret that some of your comrades failed to do this, but the manner in which they did their duty and sacrificed themselves to cover your retreat was worthy of all praise, and reflects the highest credit upon the regiment. I have been fortunate enough to make my escape from a French prison, in company with my friend here, Captain Ryan, who has, at my request, been appointed by the Commander-in-Chief to be your adjutant. I am sorry to hear that there have been difficulties in the way of rations, and that your pay is in arrears. However, I know well that you are not serving for the sake of pay, but to defend your country from invasion by the French, and that whether you get your pay day by day or receive it in a lump sum later on will make no difference to you, and indeed in some respects you will be better off for the delay, for getting it daily it is spent as soon as obtained, whereas if it comes in a lump sum it will be useful to you when you return to your homes after your work is done. I am confident that, in this regiment at least, which has borne itself so well from the day it was raised, there will be neither grumbling nor discontent, but that you will suffer any hardship or privation that may come in your way as trifling incidents in the great work that you have undertaken, to defend, at the cost of your lives, if need be, your country from the invader. The regiment is dismissed from drill for the day." Loud cheers at once broke from the men, and falling out, they proceeded to their tents.
"Well, Terence, there is no doubt about the enthusiasm of your fellows," Ryan remarked. "As you have said, it was hardly military, but it was better. It was real affection. I am sure that men would follow you anywhere."
Ryan shook hands with Harara, Bull, and McWhitty, all of whom he knew well from his frequent visits to Terence in the spring. "I am very glad that you have come to us, Captain Ryan," Bull said. "A regiment does not seem like a regiment without an adjutant, and it will take a lot of work off the colonel's hands. I wish there could have been one for each battalion."
"How has the regiment been going on, Bull?"
"Nothing much to grumble about, sir, but I must say that it has been more slack than it was. We have done our best, but we have missed you terribly, and the men don't seem to take quite as much pains with their drill as they used to when you were in command. However, that will be all right now that you have come back again. I have always found that when the battalion was not working well, the men have pulled themselves together at once when I said, 'This won't do, lads. The colonel will be grievously disappointed when he comes back again if he finds that you have lost your smartness.' It was as much as we could do to hold them in hand when they saw you surrounded by the French. They would have rushed back again to a man if we would have let them. I own I felt it hard myself to be marching away and leaving you behind."
In a few minutes, a couple of tents were erected by the side of that of Harara. While these were being got ready for occupation, Terence and Ryan, with the two majors, entered that of Harara, and the latter produced 2 or 3 bottles of wine from his private store, and a box of cigars. So for some time they sat chatting, Terence giving an outline of the events that had happened since he had been away from the regiment. He and Ryan had ordered 6 small casks of wine and 2 cases of whiskey to be sent up with their trunks by water, and now asked regarding the rations of the men. "They get their bread regularly," Harara said. "They have put up some large bakeries at Abrantes, and as the flour is brought up in boats, there is no difficulty that way. They get their meat pretty regularly, and their wine always. There is no ground of complaint whatever as to the rations here, though from what I hear, it is very different at the stations where everything has to be taken up by wagons or mules. The difficulty is with the uniforms. Not one has been served out, and it is really difficult to get the men to look smart when many of them are dressed almost in rags. It is still worse in the matter of boots. A great many of them were badly cut when we were in the mountains, and especially in the rough march we had over the hills after you left us. The men themselves would greatly prefer sandals to boots, being more accustomed to them, and could certainly march farther in them than in stiff English boots. But of course it would be of no use sending in any requisition for them." "I don't see why they should not wear sandals," Terence said, "at any rate until there is an issue of boots. I suppose the men can make them themselves." "In most cases no doubt they could. At any rate, those who could would make them for the others. Of course, they will all have to wear them of one color, but as most of the cattle are black, there would be no difficulty about that. I have no doubt that we could get any number of hides at a nominal price from the commissariat. At any rate, I will see about it. I suppose they are made a good deal like Indian moccasins. I noticed that many of the Spanish troops wore them, but I did not examine them particularly." "They are very easily made," Harara said. "You put your foot on a piece of hide of the right size. It is drawn right over the foot and laced. Another thickness of hide is sewn at the bottom to form the sole, and there it is. Of course, for work in the hills, it might be well to use a double thickness of hide for the sole. The upper part is made of the thinnest portion of the hide, and if grease is rubbed well inside so as to soften the leather as much as possible, it makes the most comfortable footgear possible.
Well, we will try it anyhow, Terence said. It mayn't look so soldierly, but at any rate, it would look as well as boots with the toes out, and if any general inspects us and objects to them, we can say that we shall be perfectly ready to give them up as soon as boots are issued to us. But by using all black hides, I really do not think that it will look bad, and there would certainly be the advantage that, for a night attack, the tread would be much more noiseless than that of a heavy boot. I really like the idea very much. The best plan will be to pick out 2 or 3 score men who are shoemakers by trade, and pay them a trifle for the making of each pair. In that way, we could get much greater uniformity than were each man to make his own. As to the clothes, I don't see that anything can be done about it, beyond getting a supply of needles and thread, and seeing that every hole is mended as well as possible. I dare say new uniforms will be served out before the spring. It does not matter much in camp, and I suppose we are no worse than the other Portuguese regiments. The next week was spent in steady drill, and by the end of that time, the exercises were all done as smartly as before. Terence had already tried the experiment of sandals. The commissariat at Abrantes was glad enough to supply hides at a nominal price. He began by taking a dozen. These were first handed to a number of men relieved from other duties who, after scraping the underside, rubbed them with fat and kneaded them until they were perfectly soft and pliable. The shoemakers then took them in hand, and after a few samples of various shapes were tried, one was fixed upon, in which the sandal was bound to the foot by straps of the same material, with a double thickness of sole. Terence tried these himself, and found them extremely comfortable for walking, and gave orders that one company should be entirely provided with them. As to appearance, they were vastly superior to the cracked and bulged boots the men were wearing. After a week of sharp drill, Terence was satisfied, and proposed to Ryan that they should now ride over to Portalegre and pay a visit to their friends of the Fusiliers, and accordingly the next day they went over. They were most heartily received.
"Sure, Terence, I knew well enough that you and Dickie Ryan would be back here before long, and so you've taken him from us. Well, it is a relief to the regiment, and I only hope that now he is an adjutant he will learn manners, and behave with a little more discretion than he has ever shown before. How you could have saddled yourself with such a harebrained lad is more than I can imagine."
"That is all very well, O'Grady," Ryan laughed, "but it is a question of the pot calling the kettle black. Only in this case the pot is a good deal blacker than the kettle. There may be some excuse for a subaltern like me, but none for a war-scarred veteran like yourself." "Dick will do very well, O'Grady," Terence said. "I can tell you he sits in his tent and does his office work as steadily as if he had been at it all his life. And if you had seen him drilling a battalion, you would be delighted. It is just jealousy that makes you run him down, O'Grady. You were too lazy to learn Portuguese yourself."
"Is it lazy you say I am, Terence? There is no more active officer in the regiment, and you know it. As for the heathen language, it is not fit for an honest tongue. They ought to have sent over a supply of grammars and dictionaries, and taught the whole nation to speak English. When did you get back?"
"A week ago, but we have been too busy drilling the regiment to come over before." "How are you getting on here, Colonel?" "We are not getting on at all, O'Connor. It is worse than stationary we are. They ought to put on double the number of carts they allow us. Half the time we are short on rations, except wine which, thank heaven, the commissariat can buy in the country. It is evil times that we have fallen upon, and how we shall do when the snow begins to fall heavily is more than I can tell you." "At any rate, Colonel, from what I hear, you are a good deal better off than the division at Guarda, for you are but a day's march from the river." "The carts take 2 days over it," the colonel said, "and then bring next to nothing, for the poor beasts that draw them are half starved, and as much as they could do to crawl along. They might just as well keep the whole division at the Brontes instead of sticking half of them out here, just as if the French are going to attack us now. There is the luncheon bugle. After we have done, you may tell us how you and Ryan got out of the hands of the French, for I suppose you were not exchanged." End of Chapter 9. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 10 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 10. Almeida. The winter was long and tedious, but whenever the weather permitted, Terence sent his men at work, taking them twice a week for long marches, so as to keep their powers in that direction unabated. The sandals turned out a great success. The men had no greatcoats, but they supplied the want by cutting a slit in the center of their black blankets, and passing the head through it. This answered all purposes, and hid the shabby condition of their uniforms. General Hill occasionally rode over to inspect this and other Portuguese regiments and camped near them. "That is a very good plan of yours, Colonel O'Connor," he said the first time the whole regiment turned out in their sandals. "It is a much more sensible footgear than the boots." "I should not have adopted them, General, if the men had had any boots to put on, but those they had became absolutely unwearable. Some of the soles were completely off, the upper leathers were so cut and worn that they were literally of no use, and in many cases they were falling to pieces. The men liked the sandals much better, and certainly marched with greater ease. Yesterday they did 30 miles and came in comparatively fresh." "I wish the whole army were shod so," the general said. "It would improve their marching powers, and we should not have so many men laid up footsore. I should say that the boots supplied to the army are the very worst that soldiers were ever cursed with. They are heavy, they are nearly as hard as iron when the weather is dry, and are as rotten as blotting paper when it is wet. It is quite an accident if a man gets a pair to fit him properly. I believe it would be better if they were trained to march barefooted. Their feet would soon get hardened, and at any rate it would be an improvement on the boots now served out to them. I wish the other Portuguese regiments were all as well drilled and well set up as your fellows. Of course your men don't look smart at present, and would not make a good show on a parade ground, but I hear that there are a large quantity of uniforms coming out shortly, and I hope long before the campaign opens they will all be served out. The British regiments are almost as badly off as the native ones. However, I suppose matters will right themselves before the spring, but they are almost as badly off now as they were when they marched into Corunna. The absurdity of the whole thing is that all the newly raised Portuguese levies, who will certainly not be called upon to cross the frontier until next year, have got uniforms, while the men who have to do the work are almost in rags." 2 or 3 of the officers of the Fusiliers rode over frequently to stop for a night or so with Terence, and the latter found time pass much more pleasantly than he had done before Ryan had joined him. During the day both their hands were full, but the evenings were very pleasant, now that he had Dick as well as Herrera to talk to. The feeling of the responsibility on his shoulders steadied Ryan a good deal, and he was turning out a far more useful assistant than Terence had expected. But when work was over, his spirits were as high as ever, and the conversation in Terence's tent seldom languished. Spring came, but there was no movement on the part of the troops. Ney, with 50,000 men, began the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo in earnest. The Almeida had now become fordable, and Crawford, with his light brigade, 2,500 strong, was exposed to a sudden attack at any time. On the 1st of June, Terence received orders to march with his regiment to Guarda, where Wellington was concentrating the greater portion of his army, leaving Hill with 12,000 men to guard the southern portion of the frontier. Both the Spanish and Portuguese urged their general to relieve Ciudad Rodrigo, but Wellington refused steadily to hazard the whole fortune of the campaign on an enterprise which was unlikely to succeed. His total force was but 56,000 men, of whom 20,000 were untried Portuguese. Garrisons had to be placed at several points, and 8,000 Portuguese were posted at Thomar, a day's march from Abrantes, as a reserve for Hill. It was not only the 50,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry of Messina, who now commanded in front of Ciudad Rodrigo, that he had to reckon with. Regnier's division was at Guerillas, and could, in 3 easy marches, reach Guarda, or in 4 fall on Hill at Abrantes, and with but 26,000 men in line, it would have been a desperate enterprise indeed to attack 60,000 veteran French soldiers merely for the sake of carrying off the 5,000 undisciplined Portuguese besieged at Ciudad. The Minho regiment had only received their new uniforms a month before the order came, and made a good show as they marched into Guarda, where Wellington's headquarters were now established. When Terence reported himself to the Adjutant General, the latter said, "At present, O'Connor, you cannot be employed in your former work of scouting. The French are altogether too powerful for a couple of battalions to approach them, and with 8,000 cavalry, they would make short work of you. Crawford must soon fall back behind Nacoa. His position is already a very hazardous one. It has therefore been decided to place 1,500 of your men along this side of the Coa, and with half a battalion, you will march at once to Almeida to strengthen the garrison of that place, which, as soon as Crawford retires, is certain to be besieged. It should be able to offer a long and stout resistance. You will, of course, be under the general orders of the commandant, but you will receive an authorization to take independent action, should you think fit. That is to say, if you find the place can no longer be defended, and the commandant is intending to surrender, you are at liberty to withdraw your command, if you find it possible to do so." On the following morning, the corps left Guarda, and leaving a battalion and a half on the Coa under Herrera, Terence, with 500 men, after a long march, entered Almeida that night. The town, which was fortified, was occupied only by Portuguese troops. It was capable of repulsing a sudden attack, but was in no condition to withstand a regular siege. It was deficient in magazines and bomb-proofs, and the powder, of which there was a large supply, was stored in an old castle in the middle of the town. On entering the place, Terence at once called upon Colonel Cox, who was in command.
"I am very glad that you have come, Colonel O'Connor," the latter said. "I know that Lord Wellington expects me to make a long defense, and to keep Messina here for at least a month, but although I mean to do my best, I cannot conceal from myself that the defenses are terribly defective. Then, too, more than half my force are newly levied militia, in whom very little dependence can be placed. Your men will be invaluable in case of assault, but it is not assault I fear, so much as having the place tumbling about our ears by their artillery, which can be so placed as to command it from several points. We are very short of artillery, and the guns are well nigh as old as the fortifications."
"We will do our best, Colonel, in any direction you may point out, and I think that we could defend a breach against any reasonable force brought against it. I may say that I have been ordered, if the worst comes to the worst, to endeavor to make my way out of the town before it surrenders." For a fortnight the place was left unmolested. Crawford's division still kept beyond the Coa, and his cavalry had had several engagements with French reconnoitering parties. On the 2nd of July, however, the news came that, after a most gallant resistance, Ciudad Rodrigo had surrendered, and it was now certain that the storm would roll westward in a very short time. Messina, however, delayed strangely, and it was not until daylight on the 24th that a sudden roll of musketry, followed almost immediately by heavy artillery fire, told the garrison of Almeida that the light division was suddenly attacked by the enemy. Crawford had received the strictest orders not to fight beyond the Coa, but he was an obstinate man, and had so long maintained his position across the river, that he believed that, if attacked, he should be able to withdraw over the bridge before any strong force could be brought up to attack him. In this he was mistaken. The country was wooded, and the French march was unsuspected until they were close upon Crawford's force. The light division had, however, been well trained. Indeed, it was composed of veteran regiments, and had been practiced to get under arms with the least possible delay. They were, therefore, already drawn up when the French fell upon them, and fighting hard and sternly, repelled all the efforts of the enemy's cavalry to cut them off from the bridge. The light division crossed in safety, although with considerable loss, and repulsed with great slaughter every attempt of the French to cross the bridge. Almeida was now left to his fate. Again Messina delayed, and it was not until the 18th of August that the siege was begun. On the 26th, 65 heavy guns that had been used in the siege of Ciudad Rodrigo opened fire upon the town. The more Terence saw of the place, the more convinced was he that it could not long be held after the French siege guns had been placed in position. Moreover, there was great lukewarmness on the part of several of the Portuguese officers, while the rank and file were dispirited by the fate of Ciudad Rodrigo, and by the fact that they had, as it seemed to them, been deserted by the British army. "I don't like the looks of things at all," he said to Bull and Ryan the evening before the siege guns began their work. "In the first place, the defenses will crumble in no time under the French fire. In the second place, I don't think that the Portuguese, with the exception of our own men, have any fight in them. Da Costa, the lieutenant governor, openly declares that the place is indefensible, and that it is simply throwing away the lives of the men to resist. He is very intimate, I observe, with Guerillas, the chief of the artillery. Altogether, things look very bad. Of course we shall stay here as long as the place resists, but I am afraid that won't be for very long. I was speaking to Colonel Cox this afternoon. He is a brave man, and with trustworthy troops would, I am sure, hold the town until the last. But unsupported as he is in the hands of these rascally Portuguese officers. I told him that, if he ordered me to do so, I would undertake with my men to arrest the whole of them. But he said that would bring on a mutiny of all their troops, and this, bad as the situation already was, would only make matters much worse. I then suggested that, as the French are driving their trenches towards those two old redoubts outside the wall, I would, if he liked, place our force in them, and would undertake to hold them, pointing out that if they fell into the hands of the enemy, they would soon mount their cannon there, and bring down the whole wall facing that direction. He quite agreed with that view of the case, but said that it would be a very exposed position. Still, as our fellows were certainly the only trustworthy troops he had, he should be very glad if I would undertake the defense at once, as the French were pushing their approaches very fast towards them. I said that I was sure we could hold them for some little time, and that indeed it seemed to me that the French intended to bombard the town rather than to breach the walls. Knowing the composition of the garrison, and perhaps having intelligence that their courage would be so shaken by a heavy fire that the place would surrender in a much shorter time than it would take to breach the walls. Accordingly, he has given me leave to march our men up there at daybreak tomorrow, taking with us 10 days' provisions. I said that if he had trouble with the other Portuguese regiments, I would, on his hoisting a red flag on the church steeple, march in at once to seize and shoot the leaders of the mutiny, if he wished it. Of course, one of my reasons for wanting to take charge of the redoubts was that we should have more chance of withdrawing from them than we should of getting out of the town itself in the confusion and panic of an approaching surrender. Bull and Ryan both agreed with Terence, and at daybreak the next morning the half battalion marched out, relieved the Portuguese troops holding the 2 redoubts, and established themselves there. They had brought with them a number of entrenching tools, and were accompanied by an engineering officer. So as soon as they reached the redoubts, several parties of men were set to work, to begin to sink pits for driving galleries in the direction of the approaches that the French were pushing forward, while others assisted a party of artillerymen to work the guns. Some of the best shots in the corps took their places on the rampart, and were directed to maintain a steady fire on the French working parties. The roar of cannon when the French batteries opened fire on the town was prodigious, and it was not long before it was evident that there was no present design on the part of the French to effect a breach. "I expect they have lots of friends in the town," Terence said to Dick Ryan as they watched the result of the fire, "and they make sure that the garrison will very soon lose heart. Do you see how many shots are striking the old castle? That looks as if the French knew that it was a magazine. They are dropping shell there too, and that alone is enough to cause a scare in the town, for if one of them dropped into the magazine, the consequences would be terrific. They are not pushing on the trenches against us with anything like the energy with which they have been working for the past week, and it is certainly curious that they should not keep up a heavier fire from their batteries upon us, for it is evident that they cannot make an assault on this side of the town, at any rate, until they have captured our redoubts."
"I wish we were well out of it," Ryan exclaimed. "It is quite certain that the place must fall sooner or later, and though we might beat the French back several times, it must come to the same in the end. The thing I am most concerned about at present is how we are to get away."
"I quite agree with you, Dick, and you know we have had several looks at the French lines from the roof of the church. Their batteries are chiefly on this side of the town, but most of their troops are encamped on the other side, so as to be in readiness to meet any attempt of Wellington to succor the place, and also to show the garrison that there is no chance whatever of their being able to draw off. We agreed that the chances would be much better of getting out on this side than the other."
"Yes, but we also agreed, Terence, that there would be a good deal more difficulty in getting safely back, for practically the whole of their army would be between us and Wellington."
"It will be a difficult business, Dickie, whichever way we go, and I suppose that, at last, we shall have to be guided by circumstances." In a very short time fires broke out at several points in the town. The guns on the walls made but a very feeble reply to the French batteries, and 1 or 2 bastions, where alone a brisk fire was at first maintained, drew upon themselves such a storm of missiles from the French guns that they were soon silenced.
It is quite evident that the Portuguese gunners have not much fight in them, Bull said.
I'm afraid it is the dissatisfaction among their officers that is paralyzing them, Terence said. But I quite admit that it may be good policy to keep the men under cover. They really could do no good against the French batteries, which have all the advantage of position, as well as numbers and weight of metal, and it would certainly be well to reserve the troops till the French dried their trenches close up. If I thought that the silence of the guns on the walls were due to that, I should be well content. But I am afraid it is nothing of the sort. If the French keep up their fire, as at present, for another 48 hours, the place will throw open its gates. The inhabitants must be suffering frightfully. Of course, if Colonel Cox had men he could thoroughly rely upon, he would be obliged to harden his heart and disregard the clamor of the townspeople for surrender. But as the garrison is pretty certain to make common cause with them, it seems to me that the place is lost if the bombardment continues. In a short time, seeing that the working parties in the enemy's trenches made no attempt to push them farther forward, Terence withdrew his men from their exposed position on the ramparts, leaving only a few there on the lookout, and told the rest to lie down in the inner slopes, so as to be in shelter from the French fire. Bull was in command of the force in the other redoubt, which was a quarter of a mile away. The redoubts were, however, connected by a deep ditch, so that communication could be kept up between them, or reinforcements sent from one to the other, unobserved by the enemy, except by those on one or two elevated spots. All day the roar of the cannon continued. From a dozen points smoke and flame rose from the city, and towards these the French batteries chiefly directed their fire, in order to hinder the efforts of the garrison to check the progress of the conflagration. Just after dark, as Ryan and Terence were sitting down in an angle of the bastion to eat their supper, there was a tremendous roar, accompanied by so terrible a shock that both were thrown prostrate upon the ground with a force that, for the moment, half stunned them. A broad glare of light illuminated the sky. There was the rumble and roar of falling buildings and walls, and then came dull, crashing sounds as masses of brickwork, hurled high into the air, fell over the town and the surrounding country. Then came a dead silence, which was speedily broken by the sound of loud screams and shouts from the town. "It is just as we feared," Terence said as, bruised and bewildered, he struggled to his feet. "The magazine in the castle has exploded." He ordered the bugler to sound the assembly, and, as the men gathered, it was found that, although many of them had been hurt severely by the violence with which they had been thrown down, none had been killed either by the shock or the falling fragments. An officer was at once sent to the other redoubt to inquire how they had fared, and to give orders to Bull to keep his men under arms, lest the French should take advantage of the catastrophe and make a sudden attack. "Ryan, do you take command of the men here until I come back. I will go into the town and see Colonel Cox. I fear that the damage will be so great that the town will be really no longer defensible, and, even if it were, the Portuguese troops will be so cowed that there will be no more fight left in them." It was but 500 yards to the wall, and Terence was unchallenged as he ran up. The gate was open, and, on entering, he found that the disaster greatly exceeded his expectations. The castle had been shattered into fragments, the church leveled to the ground, and of the whole town only 6 houses remained standing. 500 people had been killed. The wildest confusion prevailed. The soldiers were running about without object or purpose, apparently scared out of their senses. Women were shrieking and wringing their hands by the ruins of their houses. Men were frantically tugging at beams and masses of brickwork to endeavor to rescue their friends buried under the ruins. Presently he came upon Colonel Cox, who had been joined by Captain Hewitt, the only British officer with him, who had instantly gone off to see the amount of damage done to the defenses, and had brought back news that the walls had been leveled in several places, and the guns thrown into the ditch. Da Costa, Barreiros, and several other Portuguese officers were loudly clamoring for instant surrender, and the French shells again began to fall into the town, adding to the prevailing terror. In vain the commandant endeavored to still the tumult, and to assure those around him that the defense might yet be continued for a short time, and better terms be obtained than if they were at once to surrender. "Can I do anything, Colonel?" Terence said. "My men are still available." The officer shook his head. "Massena will see in the morning," he said, "that he has but to march in. If these men would fight, we could still perhaps defend the breaches for a day or two, but it would only be useless slaughter. However, as they won't fight, I must send a flag of truce out, and endeavor to make terms. At any rate, Colonel O'Connor,
If you can manage to get off with your command, by all means do so. Of course I shall endeavor to obtain terms for the garrison to march out, but I fear that Messina will hear of nothing but unconditional surrender.
Thank you, Colonel. Then I shall at once return to my corps and endeavor to make my way through. On returning to the redoubt, Terence sent a message to Bull to come to him at once and, when he arrived, told him and Ryan of the state of things in the town, and the certainty that it would surrender at once. The Portuguese are so clamorous, he said, that a flag of truce may be dispatched to Messina in half an hour's time. The Portuguese are right so far that, if the place must be surrendered, there is no reason for any longer exposing the troops and the townsfolk to the French bombardment. Therefore it is imperative that, if we are to make our way out, we must do so before the place surrenders. We agreed yesterday as to the best line to take. The French force here is by no means considerable, their main body being between this and the Coa. Messina, knowing the composition of the garrison here, did not deem it requisite to send a larger force than was necessary to protect the batteries, and the major portion of these are on the heights behind the city, between the road leading to the Escalon and that through Fort Conception. There is no French camp, and it is by that line we must make our escape. We know that there are considerable forces somewhere near Villa Puersa, but when we reach the river Turones, we can follow its banks down with very little fear. It is possible that they have a force at the bridge near San Felices, but I believe the river is fordable in many places now. At any rate, they are not likely to be keeping a sharp watch anywhere tonight. They must all know that the tremendous explosion will have rendered the place untenable, and except at the batteries, which are still firing, there will be no great vigilance, especially on this side, for it would hardly be supposed that, even if the garrison did attempt to escape, they would take the road to the east, and so cut themselves off from their allies and enter a country wholly French. Of course, with us, the case is different. We can march farther and faster than any French infantry. The woods afford abundant places of concealment, and we are perfectly capable of driving off any small bodies of cavalry that we may meet. Fortunately, we have 8 days' provision of biscuit. Of course, it was with a view to this that I proposed that we should bring out so large a supply with us. Now I think we had better start at once.
I quite agree with you, Colonel, Bull said. I will return to the other redoubt and form the men up at once. I shall be ready in 1/4 of an hour.
Very well, Bull. I will move out from here in 1/4 of an hour from the present time, and march across and join you as you come out. We must move round between your redoubt and the town. In that way we shall avoid the enemy's trenches altogether. The men were at once ordered to fall in. Fortunately, none were so seriously disabled as to be unfit to take their places in the ranks. The necessity for absolute silence was impressed upon them, and they were told to march very carefully, as a fall over a stone and the crash of a musket on the rocks might at once call the attention of a French sentinel. As the troops filed out through the entrance of the redoubt, Terence congratulated himself upon their all having sandals, for the sound of their tread was faint indeed to what it would have been had they been marching in heavy boots. At the other redoubt they were joined by Bull with his party. There was a momentary halt while 6 men, picked for their intelligence, went on ahead under the command of Ryan. They were to move 20 paces apart. If they came upon any solitary sentinel, 1 man was to be sent back instantly to stop the column, while 2 others crawled forward and surprised and silenced the sentry. Should their way be arrested by a strong picket, they were to reconnoiter the ground on either side, and then 1 was to be sent back to guide the column so as to avoid the picket. When he calculated that Ryan must be 1/4 of a mile in advance, Terence gave the orders for the column to move forward. When a short distance had been traversed, one of the scouts came in with the news that there was a cordon of sentries across their path. They were some 50 paces apart, and some must be silenced before the march can be continued. 10 minutes later, another scout brought in news that 4 of the French sentries had been surprised and killed, without any alarm being given, and the column resumed its way, the necessity for silence being again impressed upon the men. As they went forward, they received news that 2 more of the sentries had been killed, and that there was, in consequence, a gap of 350 yards between them. A scout led the way through the opening thus formed. It was an anxious 10 minutes, but the passage was effected without any alarm being given, the booming of the guns engaged in bombarding the town helping to cover the sound of their footsteps. It had been settled that Ryan and the column were both to march straight for a star low down on the horizon, so that there was no fear of either taking the wrong direction. In another half hour, they were sure that they were well beyond the French lines, whose position indeed could be made out by the light of their bivouac fires. For 3 hours they continued their march at a rapid pace, without a check. Then they halted for half an hour, and then held on their way till daybreak, when they entered a large village. They had left the redoubts at about 9 o'clock, and it was now 5, so that they had marched at least 25 miles, and were within some 10 miles of the equator. Sentries were posted at the edge of the wood, and the troops then lay down to sleep. Several times during the day, parties of French cavalry were seen moving about, but they were going at a leisurely pace, and there was no appearance of their being engaged in any search. At nightfall the troops got under arms again, and made their way to the equator. A peasant, whom they fell in with soon after they started, had undertaken to show them a ford. It was breast deep, but the stream was not strong, and they crossed without difficulty, holding their arms and ammunition well above the water. They learned that there was indeed a French brigade at the bridge of San Felices. Marching north now, they came before daybreak upon the Douro. Here they again lay up during the day, and that evening attained 2 boats at a village near the mouth of the Tormes, and crossing into the Portuguese province, Atrás os Montes. The 500 men joined in a hearty cheer on finding themselves safe in their own country. After halting for a couple of days, Terence marched to Castel Rodrigo, and then, learning that the main body of the regiment was at Pinhale, marched there and joined them, his arrival causing great rejoicing among his men, for it had been supposed that he and the half-battalion had been captured at the fall of Almeida. The Portuguese regular troops at that place had, at the surrender at daybreak after the explosion, all taken service with the French, while the militia regiments had been disbanded by Messina and allowed to return to their homes. From here, Terence sent off his report to headquarters and asked for orders. The adjutant general wrote back, congratulating him on having successfully brought off his command, and ordering the corps to take post at Linares. He found that another disaster, similar to that at Almeida, had taken place, the magazine at Albuquerque having been blown up by lightning, causing the loss of 400 men. The French army were still behind the Coa, occupied in restoring the fortifications of Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo, and it was not until the 17th of September that Messina crossed the Coa and began the invasion of Portugal in earnest, his march being directed towards Coimbra, by taking which line he hoped to prevent Hill from effecting a junction with Wellington. The latter, however, had made every preparation for retreat, and as soon as he found that Messina was in earnest, he sent word to Hill to join him on the Alva, and fell back in that direction himself. Terence received orders to cooperate with 10,000 of the Portuguese militia under the command of Trant. Wilson and Minor were to harass Messina's right flank and rear. Had Wellington's orders been carried out, Messina would have found the country deserted by its inhabitants and entirely destitute of provisions. But as usual, his orders had been thwarted by the Portuguese government, who sent secret instructions to the local authorities to take no steps to carry them out, and the result was that Messina, as he advanced, found ample stores for provisioning his army. The speed with which Wellington fell back baffled his calculations. By the time he approached Viesu, the whole British army was united near Coimbra. His march had been delayed 2 days by an attack made by Trant and Terence upon the advance guard, as it was making its way through a defile. 100 prisoners were taken with some baggage, and a serious blow would have been struck at the French, had not the new Portuguese levies been seized with a panic and fled in confusion. Trant was consequently obliged to draw off. The attack, however, had been so resolute and well directed that Messina, not knowing the strength of the force opposing him, halted for 2 days until the whole army came up, and thus afforded time for the British to concentrate and make their arrangements. The ground chosen by Wellington to oppose Messina's advance was on the edge of the Sierra Busaco, which was separated by a deep and narrow valley from the series of hills across which the French were marching. There were 4 roads by which the French could advance. The one from Mortagallo, which was narrow and little used, passed through Royalva. The other 3 led to the position occupied by the British force between the village of Busaco and Pinacova. Trant's command was posted at Royalva. Terence with his regiment took post with the Portuguese brigade of cavalry on the heights above Santa Marcela, where the road leading south to Espinel forked. A branch leading from it across the Mondego, in the rear of the British position to Coimbra. Here he could be aided, if necessary, by the guns of Pinacova on the opposite side of the river. While the British were taking up the ground between Buseco and Pinacova, Rey and Regnier arrived on the crest of the opposite hill. Had they attacked at once, as Ney wished, they might have succeeded, for the divisions of Spencer, Leith, and Hill had not yet arrived. But Messina was 10 miles in the rear, and did not come up until next day, with Junot's corps, by which time the whole of the British army was ranged along the opposite heights. Their force could be plainly made out from the French position, and so formidable were the heights that had to be scaled by an attacking force that Ney, impetuous and brave as he was, no longer advocated an attack. Messina, however, was bent upon fighting. He had every confidence in the valor of his troops, and was averse to retiring from Portugal, baffled by the long and rugged road he had traveled. Therefore depositions were at once made for the attack. Ney and Regnier were to storm the British position, while Junot's corps was to be held in reserve. At daybreak on the 29th, the French descended the hill, Ney's corps in 3 columns of attack, moving against a large convent towards the British left center, while Regnier, in 2 columns, advanced against the center. Regnier's men were the first engaged, and mounting the hill with great gallantry and resolution, pushed the skirmishers of Picton's division before them, in spite of the great fire of a battery of 6 guns, almost gained the summit of the hill, the leading battalions establishing themselves along the rocks there, while those behind wheeled to the right. Wellington, who was on the spot, swept the flank of this force with grape, and the 88th and a wing of the 45th charged down upon them furiously. The French, exhausted by their efforts in climbing the hill, were unable to resist the onslaught, and the English and French, mixed up together, went down the hill, the French still resisting, but unable to check their opponents, who, favored by the steep descent, swept all before them. In the meantime, the battalions that had gained the crest held their own against the rest of the 3rd Division, and, had they been followed by the troops who had wheeled off towards their right, the British position would have been cut in 2. General Leith, seeing the critical state of affairs, had, as soon as he saw the 3rd Division press back, dispatched a brigade to its assistance. It had to make a considerable detour round a ravine, but it now arrived, and attacking with fury drove the French grenadiers from the rocks, and pursued them with a continuous fire of musketry until they were out of range. The rest of Leith's division soon arrived, and General Hill moved his division to the position before occupied by Leith. Thus, so formidable a force was concentrated at the point where Regnier made his effort, that having no reserves, he did not venture to renew the attack. On their rear the French had met with no better success. In front of the convent, but on lower ground, was a plateau, and on this Crawford placed the 43rd and 52nd regiments of the line in a slight dip, which concealed them from observation by the French. A quarter of a mile behind them, on the high ground close to the convent, was a regiment of German infantry. These were in full sight of the enemy. The other regiment of the light division was placed lower down the hill, and supported by the guns of a battery. 2 of Ney's columns advanced up the hill with great speed and gallantry, never pausing for a moment, although their ranks were swept by grape from the artillery, and a heavy musketry fire by the light troops. The latter were forced to fall back before the advance. The guns were withdrawn, and the French were within a few yards of the edge of the plateau, when Crawford launched the 43rd and 52nd regiments against them. Wholly unprepared for such an attack, the French were hurled down the hill. Only one of their columns attempted to retreat the disaster, and advanced against the right of the light division. Here, however, they met Pack's brigade, while Crawford's artillery swept through the wood through which they were ascending. Finally, they were forced to retire down the hill, and the action came to an end. Never did the French fight more bravely, but the position, held by determined troops, was practically impregnable. The French loss in killed and wounded was 4,500, that of the Allies only 1,300, the difference being caused by the fact that the French ranks throughout the action were swept with grape by the British batteries, while the French artillery could do nothing to aid their infantry. End of Chapter 10. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 11 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's command by G. Henty. Chapter 11. The French Advance. As there were no signs of any French force approaching the position held by the Portuguese, Terence moved his regiment a short distance forward to a point which enabled them to attain a view right down the valley in which the conflict was taking place. He then allowed them to fall out of their ranks, knowing that in less than a minute from the call being sounded they would be under arms again, and in readiness to move in any direction required. Then with Herrera and his 3 English officers, he moved a short distance away and watched the scene. As soon as Regnier's columns had crossed the bottom of the ravine, their guns along the crest opened fire on the British position facing them. "They are too far off for grape," Terence said. "You remember, Ryan, at Corunna, how those French batteries pounded us from the crest, and how little real damage they did us. A round shot does not do much more harm than a bullet, unless it strikes a column in motion or troops massed in solid formation. Those fellows are mounting the hill very fast." "They are indeed," Ryan agreed. "You can see how the line of smoke of our skirmishers on the hillside gets higher and higher."
"I wish our regiment was there, Colonel," Bull said. "We might do some good, while here we are of no more use than if we were 100 miles away."
No, Bull, that is not the case. If the French had not seen that this position was strongly held, they might have moved a division by this road, and if they had done so, they would have turned the main position altogether, and forced Wellington to fall back at once. So you see, we are doing good here, though I do not say that I should not like to be over there." "The French will soon be at the top of the hill," Herrera exclaimed. "See how they are pushing upwards." "They certainly are gaining ground fast," McWhitty said. "They are within 100 yards of the top. Our men don't seem to be able to make any stand against them at all." "Colonel, the lower column is turning off more towards the left." "They had better have kept together, McWhitty. It is evident that Picton's division is hard pressed as it is, and if those 2 columns had united and thrown themselves upon him, they would have broken right through our line. As it is, the second party will have Lee's division to deal with. Do you see one of his brigades marching swiftly to meet them, and some guns sweeping the French flank? I wish we were nearer." The scene had become too exciting for further conversation, and they watched almost breathlessly. The line of smoke on the top of the crest showed that the head of the column had made good his footing there, while the quick puffs of smoke and the rattle of musketry denoted that the other column was also within a short distance of the summit. But Lee's regiments were approaching the spot at the double. Presently there was the crash of a tremendous volley, and then their leading regiment disappeared over the brow of the hill and into the brushwood. The roar of musketry was heavy and continuous. Then Ryan gave a joyous shout, as it could be seen that the 2 long smoke wreaths were becoming mixed together, and that the movement was downwards, and ere long the dark masses of troops could be seen descending the hill even more rapidly than they had climbed it. Lee's 2nd Brigade was now approaching the scene of the struggle, and was near at hand. Hill's division was seen in motion towards the same spot. "That is all right now," Terence said, "but there is another big fight going on farther up the valley." It was too far off to make out the movements of the troops, but even at that distance, the smoke rolling up from the hillside gave some idea of the course of the fight. Here, too, after mounting more than halfway up the slope, it could be seen that the tide of war was rolling down again, though more slowly, and with harder fighting than had been done in the struggle nearer to them. And when at last the firing gradually ceased, they knew that the French had been repulsed all along the line. "The men had better open their haversacks and eat a meal," Terence said. "We may get an order to move at any moment." No orders came, however, and the troops remained in the positions that they occupied until the following morning. Then a heavy skirmishing fire broke out, and for some time it seemed as if the battle was to be renewed. No heavy masses of the French, however, came down from the hill on their side to support the light troops in the valley, and in the afternoon the firing died away. Towards evening, a staff officer rode up at full speed and handed a note to Terence. "The French have turned our left by the Royalva Pass. Trant has failed to check them, and the whole army must fall back. These are your instructions."
The mishap had not been Tran's fault. He had been sent by the Portuguese general on a tremendous detour, and when he arrived at the position assigned to him, his troops were utterly exhausted by their long and fatiguing march. A large proportion had deserted or fallen out, and, with but 1,500 wearied and dispirited men, he could offer but little resistance to the French advance, and being attacked by their cavalry, had been driven away with loss. Terence opened the note. "You will march at once. Keep along this side of the Mondego, breaking up your command into small parties. Will visit every village within reach. All of their inhabitants who have not obeyed the proclamations and retired are to leave at once. Destroy all provisions that you can find. Set fire to the mills, and where this is not practicable, smash the machinery, and bearing south as you go, spread out over the country between the Zaire and the sea, and continue to carry on the duty assigned to you, compelling the peasants to drive their animals before them along the roads to Lisbon." "I understand, sir," Terence said after reading the note, "and will carry out the orders to the best of my ability." 5 minutes later, the regiment was under arms. Terence called the whole of the officers together and explained the instructions that he had received. The 2 battalions were broken up into half companies, which, as they marched along the Mondego, were to be left behind, one by one, each party when left turning south and proceeding to carry out the orders received. In a few cases only were companies to keep intact, as although 100 men would be ample for the duty at the large villages, 200 would not be too much for a town like Liera. On reaching Fuentes D'Onoro, half a battalion moved to the east, to work down by the river Zaire. The rest turned to the right, to follow the course of the Mondego down to the sea. For convenience, and in order to keep the troops in hand, Bull, McWhitty, Ryan, and Herrera each took the command of half a battalion, with the orders to supervise the work of the companies belonging to it, and to keep in touch with the nearest company of the next battalion, so that the 2,000 men could advance, to a certain extent, abreast of each other. Fuentes D'Onoro had already been evacuated by its inhabitants, but in all other villages the orders were carried out. By daybreak, the last company in the 2 battalions reached the sea coast, and after 2 hours' rest, began its march south. The others had long been at work. It was a painful duty. The frightened villagers had to be roused in the darkness and told that the French were approaching, and that they must fly at once, taking their animals and what they could carry off in carts away with them. While the terrified people were harnessing horses to their carts, piling their few valuables into them, and packing their children on top, the troops went from house to house, searching for and destroying provisions, setting fire to barns stored with corn, and burning or disabling any flour mills they met with. Then, as soon as the work was done, they forced the villagers to take the southern road. There was no difficulty in doing this, for although they had stolidly opposed all the measures ordered by Wellington, trusting that the French would not come, now that they had heard that they were near, a wild panic seized them. Had an orderly retreat been made before, almost all their belongings might have been saved. Now, but little could be taken, even by the most fortunate. The children, the sick, the aged had to be carried in carts, and in their haste and terror they left behind many things that might well have been saved. The peasantry in the villages suffered less than the townspeople, as their horses and carts afforded means of transport, but even here the scenes were most painful. In the towns, however, they were vastly more so, the means for carriage for such a large number of people being wanting. The greater number of the inhabitants were forced to make their way on foot, along roads so crowded with vehicles of every kind that the British divisions were frequently brought to a standstill for hours, where the nature of the country prevented their quitting the road and making their way across the fields. On the 29th, the greater portion of the British troops passed the Mondego. Hill retired upon Thomar, and the rest of the troops were concentrated at Almeida. The commissariat stores followed the coast road down to Peninsular and were embarked there. The light division and the cavalry remained after the main body had been drawn across the Mondego, north of that river. Soon after starting on his work, Terence learned that the British troops had passed through Pombal, Leiria, and Thomar. It was consequently unnecessary for him to endeavor to clear those towns. The delays caused at every village rendered the work slow as well as arduous. The French drove the light division through Coimbra, and, following, pressed so hotly that a number of minor combats took place between their cavalry and the British rearguard. Before Liera,
the rear guards had to fight strongly to enable the guns to quit the town before the French entered it. Terence presently received orders to collect his regiment again and crossing the Zazir to endeavor to join Trant and other leaders of irregular bands, and to harass Messina's rear. He had already, knowing that great bodies of French cavalry had crossed the Mondego, called in the companies that were working Leiria and the coast, as they might have otherwise been cut up in detail by the French cavalry. With these he marched east, picking up the other companies as he went, and on the same evening the regiment was collected on the Zazir. Having followed the river up, he reached Foz de Arance, and then finding that several bodies of French troops had already passed through that village, he turned to the left and camped close to the Mondego, sending 10 of his men over the river in peasants' clothes to ascertain the movements of the enemy. One of them returned with news that he had come upon a party of Trant's men, who told him that their main body were but 2 miles away, and that there were no French north of Coimbra. The regiment had made a march of upwards of 40 miles that day. Therefore, leaving them to rest, Terence forded the Mondego and rode with Ryan to Trant's village. "I am glad indeed to see you, O'Connor," the partisan leader said as Terence entered the cottage where he had established himself. "Is your regiment with you?" "Yes, it is 3 miles away on the other side of the river. We have marched something like 80 miles in 2 days. We have been busy burning mills and destroying provisions, but the French cavalry are all over the country, so I was ordered to join you and aid you to harass the French line of communication and do them what damage we could." "There is not much to be done in the way of cutting their communications. At least, there is nothing to be done to the north and east of this place, for Messina brought all his baggage and everything else with him and cut himself loose altogether from his base at Ciudad. If the people had but carried out Wellington's orders, Messina would have suffered a fearful disaster. We have learned from the stragglers we have taken that the 14 days' provisions with which they marched were altogether exhausted, and that they have been unable to detain any here. They would have had to retreat instantly, but I hear that, in Coimbra alone, there is enough food for their whole army for at least 2 months." "But could we not have destroyed it as we retreated?" "Of course we ought to have done so," Trant said, "but from what I hear, the affair was very badly managed. Instead of the first division that went through burning all the magazines and stores, it was left to Crawford to do so, and he, as usual, stopped so long facing the enemy that at last he was regularly chased through Coimbra, and, the roads being blocked with carts, his brigade would have been destroyed had the French infantry pushed strongly after him. Things are just as bad in the way of provisions on the other side of the river. We have done a great deal in the way of destroying mills and magazines. I am afraid Messina will find enough provisions to last his army all winter." "That is bad. Had it only been at Coimbra, no very great harm would have been done, for the French troops got altogether out of hand when they entered, plundered the place, and, as I hear, destroyed enough provisions to have lasted them a month." "Of course they hold the town." "Oh, yes, it is full of their sick and wounded." "What force have you?" Terence asked. "I have 1,500 men of my own. Miller and Watson, with some of the northern militias, will be here shortly, and I expect in a few days we shall have 8,000 men." "The great thing will be to act before the French know that there is so strong a force in the neighborhood," Terence said, "because as soon as they hear that, they are sure to send a strong force back to Coimbra." "How do you mean to act?" Trent asked in some surprise. "I propose that we should capture Coimbra at once. I have 2,000 and you have 1,500. I don't suppose they have left above a couple of thousand in the town, perhaps even less, and if we take them by surprise, I should think we ought to be able to manage that number without difficulty. I certainly consider my own men to be a match for any equal number of French." "That is a grand idea," Trant said, "and I don't see why we should not carry it out. As you say, the sooner the better. They may know that I am here, but they will never dream of my making such an attempt with a force which, I must own, is not always to be relied upon. They are always shifting and changing. After a long march, half of them will desert, then in a few days the ranks swell again. Consequently, the men have little discipline and no confidence in each other, and are little better than raw levies. But for rough street fighting, I have no doubt that they will be all right, especially when backed by good troops like yours."
How would you proceed? As yours is the real fighting body, you should have the command.
Not at all, Terence said warmly. You are my senior officer, not only in rank, but in age and experience. My orders were to assist you as far as I could, and while we are together, I am ready to carry out your orders in any way. Will your men be able to attack in the morning? Certainly. They will have had a good night's rest, and will be quite ready for work, say at 4 o'clock in the morning. It is not more than 2 hours' march to Coimbra, so that we shall be there by daybreak. Have they any troops between us and the town? They have a post at a village a mile this side, O'Connor. Do you know how far their army is on the other side of the river? I know that they had a division close to the Liera the day before yesterday, but whether they have any large body just across the Mondego I cannot say. Then we will first surprise their post. I will undertake that. Will you march your force down to the river, close to the town? I have 100 cavalry, and as soon as I have captured the post, I will send them on at a gallop, with orders to ride straight through to the bridge, and prevent any mounted messengers passing across it. As soon as you hear them coming along the road, do you at once enter the town. I will bring my men on at the double, and we shall not be many minutes after you. It would be as well for you to enter it by several streets, as that will cause greater confusion than if you were in a solid body. The principal point is the great convent of Santa Clara, which has been converted into a hospital. No doubt a portion of the garrison are there. The rest will be scattered about in the public buildings, and can be overpowered in detail. I think we are certain of success. I hope you will stop for a time and take supper with me, and in the meantime I will send down orders for my men to be under arms here at 3:30. Terence and Ryan remained for an hour, and then rode back to the regiment. The men were all sound asleep, but Herrera and the 2 majors were sitting round a campfire. "What is it, Colonel?" the former asked as Terence rode up. "Good news. We are going to take Coimbra tomorrow morning. All Messina is sick and wounded, and his heavy baggage are there. They have no suspicion that any force is yet assembled in the neighborhood, and I expect we shall have easy work of it. They have a post a mile out of the town. Trant will surprise and capture that at 5 in the morning. Just before daybreak, we shall enter the town. We must march from here at 3:30. "That is something like news, Colonel," McWhitty exclaimed. "It will cut the French off from this line of retreat altogether, and they must either fall back by the line of the Tagus, or through Badajoz and Merida." Terence laughed. "You are counting your chickens before they are hatched, McWhitty. At the present moment, it seems more likely that Wellington will have to embark his troops than that Messina will have to retreat. He must have nearly 100,000 men, counting those who fought with him at Busaco, and the 2 divisions that marched down from Falls d'Arons, while Wellington, all told, cannot have above 40,000. Certainly some of the peasants told me that they had heard that a great many men were employed in fortifying the heights of Torres Vedras, and Wellington may be able to make a stand there. But as we have never heard anything about them before, I am afraid they cannot be anything very formidable. However, just at present, we have nothing to do with that. If we can take Coimbra, it will certainly hamper Messina, and, if the worst comes to the worst, we can fall back across the Douro. Don't let the bugles sound in the morning. It is not likely, but it is possible that the French may send out cavalry patrols at night. If a bugle were heard, they might ride back and report that a force was in the neighborhood, and we shall find the garrison prepared for us. Now we had better do no more talking. It is past 11, and we have but 4.5 hours to sleep." At 3:30, the troops were roused. They were surprised at the early call, for they had expected 2 or 3 days' rest after the heavy work of the last 8 days. But the company officers soon learned the news from their majors, and as it quickly spread through the ranks, the men were at once alert and ready. Fording the river, they marched at a rapid pace by the road to Coimbra, and soon after 5 o'clock arrived within a few hundred yards of the town. Then they were halted and broken up into 4 columns, which were to enter the town at different points. The signal for moving was to be the sound of a body of cavalry galloping along the road. Terence listened attentively for the rattle of musketry in the distance, but all was quiet, and he had little doubt that the French had been surprised and captured without a shot being fired. Soon after 5:30, he heard a dull sound, which before long grew louder, and in 5 minutes a body of horsemen swept past at a gallop. The troops at once got into motion and entered the town. There was no longer any motive for concealment. The bugles sounded, and with loud shouts, the Portuguese ran forward. French officers ran out of private houses and were at once seized and captured. Several bodies of troops were taken in public buildings before they were fairly awake. Some of the inhabitants, of whom many, unable to make their escape, had remained behind, or who had returned from the villages to which they had first fled, came out and acted as guides to the various buildings where the French troops were quartered, and in a little over a quarter of an hour the whole town, with the exception of the convent of Santa Clara, was in their hands. By this time Trant had come up with his command. The troops rapidly formed up again, and issuing from several streets, advanced against the convent. The astonished enemy fired a few shots, then, on being formally summoned to surrender, laid down their arms. Thus, on the third day after Messina quitted the Mondego, his hospitals, depots, and nearly 6,000 prisoners, wounded and unwounded, among them a company of the Imperial Guard, fell into the hands of the Portuguese. The next day, Miller and Wilson came up, and their men, crossing the bridge and spreading over the country, gathered in 300 more prisoners, while Trant marched, with those he had captured, to Oporto. On the 10th of October, the whole of Wellington's army was safely posted on the tremendously strong position that he had, unknown to the army, carefully prepared and fortified for the protection of Lisbon. It consisted of 3 lines of batteries and entrenchments. The second was the most formidable, but the first was so strong also that Wellington determined to defend this, instead of falling back to the stronger line. At the foot of the line of mountains on which the army was posted, stretching from the Tagus to the sea, ran 2 streams. The Zandre, a deep river which extended nearly halfway along the 29 miles of lines, covered the left of the position, while a stream running into the Tagus protected the right. The center, therefore, was almost the only part at which the line could be attacked with any chance of success, and this was defended by such tremendous fortifications as to be almost impregnable. Messina, who had only heard vague rumors of the existence of these fortifications 4 days before, was astounded at the unexpected obstacle which barred his way. The British troops, as soon as they arrived, were set to work to strengthen the entrenchments. Trees were felled, and every accessible point was covered by formidable abattis. The faces of the rock were scarped, so that an enemy who won his way partly up the hill would find his farther progress arrested by a perpendicular wall of rock. Soon the eminences on the crest bristled with guns, and Messina, after carefully reconnoitering the whole position, came to the conclusion that it could not be attacked, and disposed his troops in permanent positions facing the British center and right, from Sobral to Villafranca on the Tagus, and sent his cavalry out over the country to bring in provisions. To lessen the district available for this operation, Wellington sent orders for the northern militia to advance, and crossing the Mondego, to drive in the foraging parties. Trant, Wilson, and the other partisan corps were also employed in the work. A strong force took up its position between Castelo Branco and Abrantes, while the militia and partisans occupied the whole country north of Liera, and the French were thus completely surrounded. Nevertheless, the store of provisions left behind in the towns and villages was so large that the French cavalry were able to bring in sufficient supplies for the army. During the week that followed, the Minho regiment was engaged in watching the defiles by which Messina might communicate with Ciudad Rodrigo, or through which reinforcements might reach him. Wilson and Trant were both engaged on similar service, the one farther to the north, while the other, who was on the south bank of the Tagus, with a number of Portuguese militia and irregulars, endeavored to prevent the French from crossing the river and carrying off the flocks, herds, and corn, which, in spite of Wellington's entreaties and orders, the Portuguese government had permitted to remain, as if in handiness to the French foraging parties. Owing to the exhausted state of both the British and Portuguese treasuries, it was impossible to supply the corps acting in rear of the French with money for the purchase of food. But Terence had received authority to take what provisions were absolutely necessary for the troops, and to give orders that would, at some time or other, be honored by the military chest. A comparatively small proportion of his men were needed to guard the defiles, against such bodies of troops as would be likely to traverse them, in order to keep up Messina's communications. Leaving therefore 100 men in each of the principal defiles, and ordering them to entrench themselves in places where they commanded the road, and could be only attacked with the greatest difficulty, while the road was barred by trees felled across it, so as to form an impassable abattis, behind which 20 men were stationed. Terence marched with 1,500 men towards the frontier. 500 of these were placed along the Coa, guarding the roads, and with the remainder he forded the river and placed himself in the woods, in the plain between Almeida and Ciudad Rodrigo. Here he captured several convoys of wagons, proceeding with provisions for the garrison of the former place. A portion of these he dispatched under guard for the use of the troops on the Coa and for those in the passes, thus rendering it unnecessary to harass the people who had returned to their villages after Messina had advanced against Lisbon. Growing bolder with success, he crossed the Alqueda and, marching round to the rear of Ciudad Rodrigo, cut off and destroyed convoys intended for that town, causing great alarm to the garrison. These were absolutely ignorant of the operations of Messina, for so active were the partisans in the French rear that no single messenger succeeded in getting through, and even when accompanied by strong escorts, the opposition encounter was so determined that the French were obliged to fall back, without having accomplished their purpose. Thus, then, the garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo were ignorant both of Messina's whereabouts and of the nature of the force that had thrown itself in his rear. Several times strong bodies of troops were sent out. When these were composed of cavalry only, they were boldly met and driven in. When it was a mixed force of cavalry, infantry, and artillery, they searched in vain for the foe. So seriously alarmed and annoyed was the governor that 3,000 troops were withdrawn from Salamanca to strengthen the garrison. In December, Messina, having exhausted the country round, fell back to a very strong position at Santarem, and Terence withdrew his whole force, save those guarding the defiles, to the neighborhood of Abrantes, so that he could either assist the force stationed there, should Messina retire at the Tagus, and prevent his messengers passing through the country between the river and the range mountains, south to the Elva, by Castelo Branco or Velha, posting strong parties to guard the fords of the Zaire. So strongly was the service of watching the frontier line carried out, that it was not until General Foy himself was sent off by Messina that Napoleon was informed of the state of things. He was accompanied by a strong cavalry force and 4,000 French infantry across the Zaire, and ravaged the country for a considerable distance. Before such strength, Terence was obliged to fall back. Foy was accompanied by his cavalry until he had passed through Castelo Branco, and was then able to ride, without further opposition, to Ciudad Rodrigo. Beresford was guarding the line of the Tagus, between the mouth of the Zaire and the point occupied by the opposite bank by Wellington, sending a portion of his force up the Zaire, and these harassed the French marauding parties, extending their devastations along the line of the Mondego. Although the Minho regiment had suffered some loss during these operations, the ranks were kept up to the full strength without difficulty. Great numbers of the Portuguese army deserted the winter, owing to the hardships they endured for want of food and the irregularity of their pay. Many of these made for the Minho regiment, which they had learned was well fed and received their pay with some degree of regularity. The latter circumstance being due to the fact that Terence had the good luck to capture, with one of the convoys behind Ciudad Rodrigo, a considerable sum of money intended for the pay of the garrison. From this he had, without hesitation, paid his men the arrears due to them, and had still $30,000 with which he was able to continue to feed and pay them, after moving to the line of the Zaire. He only enrolled sufficient recruits to fill the gaps made by war and disease, refusing to raise the number above 2,000, as this was as many as could be readily handled, for he had found that the larger number had but increased the difficulties of rationing and paying them. End of Chapter 11. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 12 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 12. Fuentes D'Onoro. In the early spring, Soult, who was besieging Cadiz, received orders from Napoleon to cooperate with Messina, and although ignorant of the latter's plans, and even of his position, prepared to do so at once. He crushed the Spanish force on the Gibora, capturing Badajoz, owing to the treachery and cowardice of his commander, and was moving north when the news reached him that Messina was falling back. The latter's position had indeed become untenable. His army was wasted by sickness, and famine threatened it, for the supplies obtainable from the country round had been exhausted. Wellington was, as he knew from his agents in the Portuguese government, receiving reinforcements, and would shortly be in a position to assume the offensive. The discipline in the French army under Messina had been greatly injured by its long inactivity. The only news he received as to Soult's movements was that he was near Badajoz. Therefore, the first week in March he began his retreat, by sending off 10,000 sick and all his stores to Thomar. Then he began to fall back. Thick weather favored him, and Ney assembled a large force near Liera as if to advance against the British position. 2 other corps left Santarem on the night of the 5th and retired to Thomar. The rest of the army moved by other routes. For 4 days Wellington, although discovering that a retreat was in progress, was unable to ascertain by which line Messina was really retiring. As soon as this point was cleared up, he ordered Beresford to concentrate near Abrantes, while he himself followed the line the main body of the French army seemed to be taking. It was soon found that they were concentrating at Pombal, with the apparent intention of crossing the Mondego at Coimbra, whereby they would have attained a fresh and formidable position behind the Mondego, with the rich and untouched country between that river and the Douro, upon which they could have subsisted for a long time. Therefore, calling back the troops that were already on the march to relieve Badajoz, which had not yet surrendered, he advanced with all speed upon Pombal, his object being to force the French to take the line of retreat through Miranda for the frontier, and so to prevent him from crossing the Mondego. Ney commanded the rear guard, and carried out the operation with the same mixture of vigor, valor, and prudence which he afterwards performed the same duty to the French army on its retreat from Moscow. He fought at Pombal and at Redina, and that so strenuously that had it not been for Trant, Wilson, and other partisans who defended all the fords and bridges, Messina would have been able to have crossed the Mondego. Wellington, however, turned one by one the positions occupied by Ney, and Messina, believing that the force at Coimbra was far stronger than it really was, changed his plans and took up a position at Casalnova. Here he left Ney and marched for Miranda, but although Ney covered the movement with admirable skill, disputing every ridge and post of vantage, the British pressed forward so hotly that Messina was obliged to destroy all his baggage and ammunition. Ney rashly remained on the east side of the river Serra, in front of the village Falls de Orons, and being attacked suddenly, was driven across the river with a loss of 500 men, many being drowned by missing the fords, and others crushed to death in the passage. However, Ney held the line of the river, blew at the bridge, and his division withdrew in good order. Messina tarnished the reputation gained by the manner in which he had drawn off his army from its dangerous position by the ruthless spirit with which the operation was conducted, covering his retreat by burning every village through which he passed, and even ordering the town of Liera to be destroyed, although altogether out of the line he was following. After this fight, the British pursuit slackened somewhat, for Wellington received the news of the surrender of Badajoz, and seeing that Portugal was thus open to invasion by Soult on the south, dispatched Cole's division to join that of Beresford, although this left him inferior in force to the army he was pursuing. The advance was retarded by the necessity of making bridges across the Serra, which was now in flood, and the delay enabled Messina to fall back unmolested to Guarda, where he intended to halt, and then move to Coria, whence he could have marched to the Tagus, effected a junction with Soult, and be in a position to advance again upon Lisbon, with a larger force than ever. He had, however, throughout been thwarted by the factious disobedience of his lieutenants, Ney, Rignier, Bruet, Montbrun, and Junot, and this feeling now broke into open disobedience, and while Ney absolutely defied his authority, the others were so disobedient that fierce and angry personal altercations took place. Messina removed Ney from his command. His own movements were, however,
altogether disarranged by 2 British divisions, marching over the mountains by paths deemed altogether impassable for troops, which compelled him to abandon his intention of marching south and to retire to Sabuga on the Coa. Here he was attacked. Regnier's corps, which covered the position, was beaten with heavy loss. Owing to combinations, which would have cut Messina off from Ciudad Rodrigo, failing, some of the columns going altogether astray in a thick fog, Messina gained that town with his army. He had lost in battle, from disease or taken prisoners, 30,000 men since the day when, confident that he was going to drive Wellington to take refuge on board his ships, he had advanced from that town. Even now he did not feel safe, though rejoined by a large number of convalescents, and drawing rations for his troops from the stores of the citadel, he retired with the army to Salamanca. Having reorganized his force, procured fresh horses for his guns, and rested the troops for a few days, Messina advanced to cover Ciudad Rodrigo and to raise the siege of Almeida, which Wellington had begun without loss of time, and with upwards of 50,000 men, Messina attacked the British at Fuentes D'Onoro. The fight was long and obstinate, and the French succeeded in driving back the British right, but failed in a series of desperate attempts to carry the village of Fuentes. Both sides claimed the battle as a victory, but the British with the greater ground, for Messina fell back across the Almeida, having failed to relieve Almeida, whose garrison, by a well-planned night march, succeeded in passing through the besieging force, and effected their retreat with but small loss, the town falling into the possession of the British. Terence had come up, after a series of long marches, on the day before the battle. His arrival was very opportune, for the Portuguese troops with Wellington were completely demoralized and exhausted by the failure of their government to supply them with food, pay, or clothes. So deplorable was their state that Wellington had been obliged to disband the militia regiments, and great numbers of desertions had taken place from the regular troops. The regiment had been stationed on the British right. Here the fighting had been very severe. The French cavalry force was enormously superior to the British, who had but 1,000 troopers in the field. These were driven back by the French, and Ramsay's battery of horse artillery was cut off. But Ramsay placed himself at the head of his battery, and at full gallop dashed through the French infantry and cavalry, and succeeded in regaining his friends. The 2 battalions of the Minho regiment, who were posted in a wood, defended themselves with the greatest resolution against an attack by vastly superior numbers, until the French, advancing on each side of the wood, had cut them off from the rest of the division. Then a bugle call summoned the men to assemble at the rear of the wood, and forming squares, the 2 battalions marched out. 12 French guns played upon them, and time after time masses of cavalry swept down on them, but filling up the gaps in their ranks, they pressed on, charged 2 French regiments at the double that endeavored to block their way, burst a path through them, and succeeded in rejoining the retiring division, which received them with a burst of hearty cheering. 200 had fallen in the short time that had elapsed since they left the wood. Terence had been in the center of one of the squares, but just as they were breaking through the French ranks, he had ridden to the rear phase and called upon the men to turn and repulse the body of French cavalry that was charging down upon them. At this moment, a bullet struck his horse in the flank. Maddened with the sudden pain, the animal sprung forward, broke through the ranks of the Portuguese in front of it, and before Terence could recover its command, dashed at full speed among the French cavalry before he could strike a blow in defense. Terence was cut down. As he fell, the cavalry passed over him, but fortunately the impetus of his charge had carried him nearly through their ranks before he fell, and the horses of the rear rank leapt over his body without touching him. It was the force of the blow that had felled him, for in the hurry of striking, the trooper's sword had partly turned, and it was with the flat rather than the edge that he was struck. Although half stunned with the blow and the heavy fall, he did not altogether lose consciousness. He heard, as he lay, a crashing volley, which would, he felt sure, repulse the horsemen, and fearing that in their retreat they might ride over him, trampling him to death, he struggled to his feet. The French, however, though repulsed, did not retire far, but followed upon the retreating regiment until it joined the British, when a battery opened upon them, and their commander called upon them to fall back. This was done in good order and at a steady trot. On seeing Terence standing in their path, an officer rode up to him. "I surrender," Terence said.
A trooper was called out and ordered to conduct him to the rear, where many other prisoners who had been taken during the French advance were gathered. Here an English soldier bound up Terence's wound, from which the blood was streaming freely, a portion of the scalp having been shorn clean off.
"That was a narrow escape, sir," the man said.
"Yes, I don't know how it was that it did not sever my skull, but I suppose that it was a hasty blow, and the sword must have turned. It might have been worse by a good deal. I'm afraid things are going badly with us."
"Badly enough here," the soldier said, "but I think we're holding our own in the center. There's a tremendous roar of firing going on round that village there. I was captured half an hour ago, and it has been growing louder and louder ever since."
For another 2 hours the battle continued, and as it still centered round the village, the spirits of the prisoners rose, for it was evident that, although the right had been driven back, the center was at least holding its position, against all the efforts of the French. In the afternoon the fire slackened, and only a few shots were fired. The next morning at daybreak, the prisoners, 300 in number, were marched away under a strong escort. Both armies still occupied the same positions that they had held the day before, and there seemed every probability of a battle being renewed. However, they had marched several miles, and no sound of heavy firing was heard. The prisoners concluded that either Wellington had retired, or that Messina, seeing his inability to drive the British from their position, intended himself to fall back upon Ciudad. The convoy marched 20 miles, and then halted for the night. 2 hours after they did so, a great train of wagons containing wounded came up, and halted at the same place. The wounded were lifted out and laid on the ground, where the surgeons attended to the more serious cases. "Pardon, monsieur," Terence said in French to one of the doctors who was near him. "Are there any of our countrymen among the wounded?"
"No, sir, they are all French," the doctor replied.
"That is a good sign," Terence said to an English officer who was standing by him when he asked the question.
"Why so, Colonel?"
"Because, if Messina intended to attack again tomorrow, he would have sent the British wounded back, as well as his own men. The French, like ourselves, make no distinction between friends and foes, and that he has not sent them seems to me to show that he intends himself to fall back, and to leave the British wounded to the care of their own surgeons, rather than to embarrass himself with them."
"Yes, I have no doubt that's the case," the officer said. "It seems, then, that we must have won the day after all.
That is some comfort, anyhow, and I shall sleep more soundly than I expected. If we had been beaten, there would have been nothing for it but for the army to fall back again to the lines of Torres Vedras, and Wellington would have had to fight very hard to regain them. If Messina does fall back, Almeida will have to surrender." "I was inside last time it surrendered," Terence said, "but I managed to make my way out with my regiment after the explosion." "I wonder whether Messina means to leave us at Ciudad or to send us on to Salamanca." "I should think that he would send us on," Terence replied. "He would not want to have 300 men eating up the stores at Ciudad, besides requiring a certain portion of the garrison to look after them." Terence's ideas proved correct, and without stopping at Ciudad, the convoy of prisoners and wounded continued their march until they arrived at Salamanca. Terence could not help smiling as he was marched through the street and thought of the wild panic that he and Dickie Ryan had caused when he was last in that town. The convent, which the Minho Fusiliers had occupied, was now turned into a prison, and here the prisoners taken at Fuentes D'Onoro were marched, and joined those who had fallen into the hands of the French during Messina's retreat. Among these were several officers of his acquaintance, and as discipline was not very strict, they were able to make themselves fairly comfortable together. The French, indeed, along the whole of the Portuguese frontier, had their hands full, and the force at Salamanca was so small that but few men could be spared for prison duties, and so long as their captives showed no signs of giving trouble, the guards were satisfied to leave them a good deal to their own devices, watching the gate carefully, but leaving much of the interior work of the prison to be done by the Spanish warders, for, violent as the natives were in their expressions of hatred for the French, they were always ready to serve under them in any capacity in which money could be earned. "There can be no difficulty whatever in making one's escape from here," Terence said to a party of 4 or 5 officers who were lodged with him in a room, from whose window a view over the city was obtainable. "It is not the getting out of this convent that is difficult, but the making one's way across the country to rejoin. I have no doubt that one could bribe one of those Spaniards to bring in a rope,
and even if that could not be attained, we might manage to make one from our blankets. But the question is, what to do when we have got out? Messina lies between us and Ciudad, and from what I hear the French soldiers say, the whole line is guarded down to Badajoz, where Soult's army is lying. Victor is somewhere farther south, and their convoys and cavalry will be traversing the whole country. I speak Portuguese well, and know enough of Spanish to pass as a Spaniard among the Frenchmen, but to anyone else who does not speak either language, it would be next to impossible to get along.
I quite see that, one of the officers said, and for my part, I would rather stay where I am than run the risk of such an attempt. I don't know a word of Spanish, and I should be recaptured before I've been out an hour. If I got away from the town, I should be no better off, for I could not obtain a disguise. As to making one's way from here to Almeida, it would be altogether hopeless.
The others agreed, and one of them said, "But don't let us be any hindrance to you, O'Connor. If you are disposed to try, by all means do so, and if we can help you in any way, we will." "I shall certainly try," Terence said, "but I shall wait a little to see how things go. It may be by this time Wellington has fallen back again, and in that case, no doubt Messina will advance. We have heard, as we came along, that Marmont, with 6 divisions, is approaching from the frontier, and even if Wellington could maintain himself in the Almeida, Soult is likely to crush Beresford, and may advance from Badajoz towards Lisbon, when the British will be obliged to retire at once. To make one's way across the open country between this and Ciudad would be easy enough, while it would be dangerous in the extreme to enter the passes while the French troops are pressing through them on Wellington's rear. My Portuguese would, of course, be a hindrance rather than a benefit to me on this side of the frontier, for the Spaniards hate the Portuguese very much more heartily than they do the French. You know that, when they were supplying our army with grain, the Spanish muleteers would not bring up any for the use of the Portuguese brigades, and it was only by taking it as if for the British divisions, and distributing it afterwards to the Portuguese, that the latter could be kept alive. As a British officer, I should feel quite safe if I fell into the hands of Spanish guerrillas, but as a Portuguese officer, my life would not be worth an hour's purchase." 2 days later came the news that a desperate battle had been fought by Beresford at Albuera, near Badajoz. He had been attacked by Soult, after tremendous fighting, in which the French first obtained great advantages. They had been at last beaten off by the British troops, and had ended in a drawn battle, the losses on both sides being extraordinarily heavy. It was not until some time afterwards that Terence learned the particulars of this desperate engagement. Beresford had 30,000 infantry, 2,000 cavalry, and 38 guns, but the British infantry did not exceed 7,000. Soult had 4,000 veteran cavalry, 19,000 infantry, and 40 guns. The battle began badly. Blake with the Spaniards were soon disposed of by the French, and in half an hour the battle was all but lost. A brigade of the British infantry being involved in the confusion caused by the Spanish retreat, and 2/3 of its number being destroyed. The whole brunt of the battle now fell upon the small British force remaining. French columns pushed up the hill held by them. The cannon on both sides swept the ground with grape. The heavy French columns suffered terribly from the fire from the English lines, but they pressed forward, gained the crest of the rise, and confident of victory were still advancing when Cole and Houghton's brigades came up and restored the battle, and the British line, charging through a storm of grape and musketry, fell upon the French columns and drove them down the hill again in confusion. The Portuguese battalions had fought well, as had the German regiment, but it was upon the British that the whole brunt of the fight had fallen. In the 4 hours that the combat lasted, 7,000 of the Allies and over 8,000 of the French had been killed or wounded. Of the 6,000 British infantry, only 1,800 remained standing when the battle was over, 4,200 being killed or wounded. 600 Germans and Portuguese were placed hors de combat, while of the Spaniards, who formed the great mass of the army, 2,000 were killed or wounded by the French artillery and musketry, or cut down while in disorder by the French cavalry. Never was the indomitable valor of British infantry more markedly shown than at the Battle of Albuera. The battle had been brought on, in no small degree, by their anxiety for action. The regiments had been disappointed that, while their comrades were sharing in Wellington's pursuit of Messina,
they were far away from the scene of conflict, and when Beresford would have fallen back, as it would have been prudent to do, they became so insubordinate that he gave way to the desire to meet the French, and so fought a battle where defeat would have upset all Wellington's plans for the campaign, and victory would have brought no advantage with it. Like Inkerman, it was a soldier's battle. Beresford's dispositions were faulty in the extreme, and tactically the day was lost before the fighting began. The Spanish portion of the army did no real fighting, and in their confusion involved the loss of nearly the whole of a British brigade, and it was only by the unconquerable valor of the remainder of the British force that victory was gained against enormous odds, and that against some of the best troops of France. Terence was in the habit of often going down and chatting with the French guard at the gate. Their duties were tedious, and they were glad of a talk with this young British officer, who was the only prisoner in their keeping who spoke their language fluently. And from them he obtained what news they had of what was going on. A fortnight later, he gathered that the British force on the Equator had been greatly weakened, that there was no intention of laying siege to Ciudad, and it was believed that Wellington's main body had marched south to join Beresford. This was indeed the only operation left open to the British general. Regnier's division of Marmont's army had joined Messina, and it would be impossible to besiege Ciudad while a force, greatly superior to his own, was within easy striking distance. On the other hand, Beresford was in no position to fight another battle, and as long as battleholds remained in the hands of the French, they could at any time advance into Portugal, and its possession was therefore of paramount importance. Marmont had succeeded Messina in command, the latter marshal having been recalled to France, and the great bulk of the French army was now concentrated round Salamanca, from which it could either march against the British force at Ciudad, or unite with Soult, and in overwhelming strength either move against Cadiz or advance into Portugal. Wellington therefore left Spencer to guard the line of the Coa, and make demonstrations against Ciudad, while with the main body of his army he marched south. The news decided Terence to attempt to make his escape in that direction. He did not know whether his own regiment would be with Spencer or Wellington, but it was clear that more important events would be likely to take place near Badajoz than on the Coa. The French would be unlikely to choose the latter route for an advance into Portugal. The country had been stripped bare by the two armies that had marched across it. The roads were extremely bad, and it would be next to impossible for an army to carry it with sustenance for the march, still less for maintaining itself after it had traversed the passes. Moreover, Spencer, falling back before them, would retire to the lines of Torres Vedras, and the invaders would find themselves, as Messina had done, baffled by that tremendous line of fortifications, where they might find also Wellington and his army, who would have shorter roads to follow, established before they arrived. Some of the townspeople were allowed to pass in and out of the convent, to sell fruit and other articles to the British prisoners, and Terence thought it better to open negotiations with one of these rather than one of the warders in French pay. He was not long in fixing upon one of them as an ally. She was a good-looking peasant girl, who came regularly with grapes and other fruit. From the first, Terence had made his purchases from her, and had stood chatting with her for some time. "I want to get away from here, Nita," he said on the day he received the news of Wellington's march to the south.
"I dare say, Signor," she laughed. "I suppose all the other prisoners want the same."
"No doubt, but you see, they will not have much chance of getting away, because none of them understand Spanish. I talk it a little, as you see, so if I got out and had a disguise, I might very well make my way across the country."
"There are many brigands about," she said, "and it is not safe for a single man to travel anywhere. What do you want me to do?"
"I want a rope 50 feet long, not a very thick one, but strong enough to bear my weight. That is the first thing. Then I want a disguise, but that I could get if a friend would be in readiness to give it to me after I had slid down the rope into the street."
"How could I give you a rope, Signor, with all these people about?"
"You could put it into the bottom of your basket, and cover it over with fruit. You could take your stand near the door at the foot of the stairs leading up to my room. Then I could, in the hearing of the rest, say that it was my fete day, and that I was going to give the others a treat, so that I would buy all your grapes. After we had bargained for them, I can hand you the money and say, 'Give me your basket, I will run upstairs, empty it, and bring it down to you.' As this would save me from making 5 or 6 journeys upstairs, there would be nothing suspicious about that."
"I will think it over," the girl said gravely. "I do not see that there would be much danger. I will give you an answer tomorrow."
The next day she said, when Terence went up to her,
"I will do it, signor. I have a lover who is a muleteer. I spoke to him last night, and he will help you. Tomorrow I will give you the rope. In the afternoon you are to hang something out of your window, not far, but so that it can be seen from the street. That red sash of yours will do very well. Do not let it go more than an inch or two beyond the window-sill, so that it will not attract any attention. When the clock strikes 10, Garcia and I will be in the street below that window. This is a quiet neighborhood, and no one is likely to be about. Garcia will have a suit of muleteer's clothes for you, and you can change at once. I will carry those you have on to our house and destroy them. Garcia will take you to his lodging. He starts at daybreak with his mules, and you could travel with them."
"Thank you most heartily, Nita. Here are 5 gold pieces for the purchase of the ropes and clothes."
"Oh, they will not cost anything like as much as that," the girl said.
"If they don't, you must buy yourself a little keepsake, Nita, in remembrance of me. But I will send you something better worth having by Garcia when I reach our army, and I am able to get money with which I can pay him for his labor and loss of time."
"I don't want money," the girl said, drawing herself out proudly. "I am helping you because I like you, and because you have come here to drive the French away."
"I should not think of offering you money, Nita. I know that it is out of pure kindness that you are doing it, but you could not refuse some little trinket to wear on your wedding day."
"I may never get married," the girl said with a pout.
"Oh, I know better than that, Nita. A girl with as pretty a face as yours would never remain single, and I should not be surprised if you were to tell me that the day is fixed already."
"It is not fixed, and it is not likely to be, signor. I have told Garcia that I will never marry as long as the French are here. He may go out with one of the partisan forces. He often talks about doing so, and might get shot any day by these brigands. When I am married, I'm not going to stay at home by myself while he is away among the mountains."
"Ah, well, the war cannot last forever. You may have Wellington here before the year is out. Give me your address, so that when we come I may find you out."
"Carlos San Salvador, number 10. It is one of my uncles I am living with there. My home is in Burda, 6 miles away. It is a little village, and there are so many French bands ranging over the country that a month ago my father sent me here to stay with my uncle, thinking that I should be safer in the city than in the little village. He brings fruit to me for me to sell twice a week."
"Very well. If we come here, I shall go to your uncle's and inquire for you, and if you have left him, I will go out to your village and find you." All passed off as arranged, without the slightest hitch. Terence took the girl's basket and ran upstairs with it, emptied the fruit out on the table, thrust the rope under his bed, and ran down again and gave Nita the basket. At 10 o'clock at night, he slung himself from the window, and after a hearty goodbye to his fellow prisoners, several of whom, now that it was too late, would gladly have shared in his adventure. "I should be glad if you were going with me, but at the same time, I own that I do not think we should get through. I question indeed if the muleteer would take anyone who did not understand enough Spanish to pass if he were questioned by French soldiers, and if he would do so, it would greatly increase the risk. At the same time, if one of you would like to take my place, I will relinquish it to you, and will, after you have gone off with the muleteer, go in another direction, and take my chance of getting hold of a disguise somehow, and making my way out." None of the others would hear of this, and after extinguishing the light, so as to obviate the risk of anyone noticing him getting out of the window, Terence slipped down to the ground just as the clock struck 10. "Good evening, senor," a voice said as his feet touched the ground. "Here is your disguise. Nita is watching a short distance away, and will give us notice if anyone approaches. You had best change at once." Terence took off his uniform, and with the assistance of the muleteer, donned the garments that had been brought for him. Then he rolled the others into a bundle, and the muleteer gave a low whistle, whereupon Nita came running up.
"Thanks be to the saints that no one has come along,"
she said, as the rope, which Terence had forgotten, fell at their feet, his companions having, as agreed, untied the upper end. "That will come in useful," Garcia said, coiling it up on his arm. "Now, senor, do not let us stand talking. Nita will take the uniform and burn it."
"I will hide it if you like," the girl said. "There can be no reason for their searching our house." "Thank you, Nita, but it would be better to destroy it at once. It may be a long time before I come this way again. Besides, the things have seen their best days, and I have another suit I can put on when I join my regiment. Thanks very much for your kindness, which I shall always remember." "Goodbye, Signor. May the saints protect you." And without giving him time to say more, she took the bundle from Garcia's hand and sped away down the street. "Now, Signor, follow me," he said, turning to go in the other direction. "You had best call me Juan and begin at once," Terence said. "If by accident you were to say Signor in the hearing of anyone, there would be trouble at once." "I shall be careful, never fear," the man said. "However, there would only be harm done if there happened to be a Frenchman, or one of their Spaniards, who are worse, present. As to my own comrades, it would not matter at all. We muleteers are all heart and soul against the French, and will do anything to injure them. We are all obliged to work for them, for all trade is at an end, and we must live. Many have joined the partisans, but those who have good mules cannot go away and give up their only means of earning a living. For although the French pay for carriage by mules or carts, if they come upon animals that are not being used, they take them without a single scruple. Besides, there are not many partisans in this part of Spain. The French have been too long in the valley here, and are too strong in the Castiles for their operations. It is different in Navarre, Aragon, and Catalonia, and in Valencia and Murcia. There the French have never had a strong footing, and most of the strong places are still in Spanish hands. In all the mountainous parts, in fact, there are guerrillas, but here it is too dangerous. There are bands all over the country, but these are really but robbers, and no honest man would join them. This is the house." He turned in at a small doorway and unlocked the door, closing it after them. "Put your hand on my shoulder, Juan," he said. "I have a light upstairs." He led the way in darkness up a stone staircase, then unlocked another door and entered a small room, where a candle was burning. "This is my home when I am here," he said. "Most of us sleep at the stables, where our mules are put up, but I like having a place to myself, and my mate looks after the mules." Nothing could have been simpler than the furniture of the room. It consisted of a low pallet, a small table, and a single chair. In a corner were a pair of saddlebags and 2 or 3 colored blankets. A thick coat, lined with sheepskin, hung against the wall. In a corner was a brightly colored picture of a saint, with 2 scones for candles by the side of it. The muleteer had crossed himself and bowed to it as he came in, and Terence doubted not that it was the picture of a saint who was supposed to take a special interest in muleteers. From a small cupboard the man brought about a flask of wine and 2 drinking cups. "It is good," he said as he placed them on a table. "I go down to Xeres sometimes, and always bring up a half an octave of something special for my friends here." After pouring out the 2 cups, he handed the chair politely to Terence and sat himself down on the edge of the pallet. Then, taking out a tobacco bag and a roll of paper, he made a cigarette and handed it to Terence, and then rolled one for himself. End of Chapter 12. Recording by Charles Sapp. Chapter 13 of Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Sapp. Under Wellington's Command by G. Henty. Chapter 13. From Salamanca to Cadiz. "Now let us talk about our journey," the muleteer said when he had taken 2 or 3 whiffs at his cigarette. "Nita tells me that you wish, if possible, to join your army near Badajoz. That suits me well, for I have orders from a merchant here to fetch him 12 mule loads of sherry from Xeres, and Badajoz is, therefore, on my way. The merchant has a permit, signed by Marmont, for me to pass unmolested by any French troops, saying that the wine is intended for his use, and that of his staff. If it were not for that, there would be small chance indeed of his ever getting it. There is so little trade now, that it is scarce possible to buy a flask of the white wine of the south here. Of course, the pass will be equally useful going down to fetch it, for, without it, my mules will be certain to be impressed for service by the French. So you see, nothing could have happened more fortunately, for anywhere between the Tagus and Badajoz, we can turn off from Estremadura into Portugal. It would not be safe to try near Badajoz, for Soult's army is scattered all over there,
and though the pass would doubtless be respected by superior officers, if we fell in with foraging parties, they would have no hesitation in shooting me, tearing out the pass, and carrying off my mules. For your sake, as well as my own, therefore, I would turn off and cross the mountains, say to Portalegre, and go down to Elvas. There you would be with your friends, and I could cross again further south, and make my way down to Xeres. They say that 2 of Marmont's divisions started south yesterday. That is unfortunate, for they will leave little behind them in the way of food and drink, and we shall find it better to travel by byroads, and I should not mind being impressed if it were only for the march down to Badajoz, but once with an army, there is no saying how long one may be kept. If we find any difficulty in crossing into Portugal this side of Badajoz, I shall not mind going down to Cadiz. I should have no difficulty there in getting the ship to Lisbon. Well, we shall see, the muleteer said. We will go the short way if we can. I hate the Portuguese, and they are no fonder of us. But with me, of course, I should not be afraid of interference from them. But the Portuguese are fighting on our side and aiding us to help you. Yes, because they think it is better that the war should be carried on here than in their own country. Besides, from what I hear, it is with no good will that they fight under your British general, but only because he tells them that, unless they furnish so many troops, he will have nothing more to do with them, and will sail away with his army to England. That may be true, Garcia, but you know that when we were here, for I was with the British army that marched through Salamanca, the Spanish authorities were no more willing to assist than were the Portuguese, and not a single soldier, with the exception of 2,000 or 3,000 half-armed men under Romana, joined from the day we crossed the frontier to that on which we embarked to Corunna. The authorities are all bad, Garcia said scornfully. They only think of feathering their own nests and of quarreling amongst themselves. The people are patriots, but what can they do when the juntas keep the arms the English have sent us in their magazines and divide the money amongst themselves? Then our generals know nothing of their business, and have their own ambitions and rivalries. We are all ready to fight, and when the drum is beaten and we are called out, we go willingly enough. But what do we do when we go out? We are marched backwards and forwards without motive. The officers are no good, and when at last we do see the French, we are always beaten, and the generals and the officers are the first to run away. We ought in the first place to rise, not against the French, but against the juntas, and the councillors and the hidalgos. Then, when we have done with them, we ought to choose officers from among ourselves, men that have done good service as leaders of partisans. Then we can meet the French. We are brave enough when we are well led. See how the people fought at Saragossa, and since then at Girona, and many other places. We are not afraid of being killed, but we have no confidence in our chiefs. I have no doubt that is so, Garcia, and that if the regiments were trained by British officers, as some of the Portuguese now are, you would fight well. Unfortunately, as you say, your generals and officers are chosen, not for their merits, but from their influence with the juntas, whose object is to have the army filled with men who will be subservient to their orders. Then there is another thing against you, that is, the jealousy of the various provinces. There is no common effort. When Valencia is invaded, for example, the Valencians fight, but they have no idea of going out from their homes to assist Castile or Catalonia, and so one after another the provinces are conquered by the French. That is so, Garcia said thoughtfully. If they were to rise here, I would fight, and take my chance of being killed, but I should not care to risk my life in defense of Valencia, with which I have nothing whatever to do. I don't see how you are to get over that, so long as we are divided into provinces. Nor do I, Garcia. In times of peace, these various governments may work well enough, but nothing can be worse than the system when a country is invaded. What time do you start tomorrow? As soon as the gates are opened. That will be at 5 o'clock. It is 11 now, so we had better get some sleep. In the morning I must see that your dress is all right. Nita has given me a bottle of walnut juice to stain your face and hands. Do you lie down on the bed, senor. I will wrap myself in this cloak. I am more accustomed to sleep on that than on a bed. Terence removed his outer garments, and in a few minutes was sound asleep. At 4 o'clock Garcia roused him. The morning was breaking, and with the assistance of the muleteer, He made his toilet and stained his face, neck, and hands, and darkened his hair. Then they each ate a piece of bread with a bunch of grapes, took a drink of red wine, and then sallied out, Garcia carrying his sheepskin cloak, and Terence the 3 colored blankets. A quarter of a mile further, they came to an inn frequented by muleteers. "I have told my mate about you," Garcia said, "so you need not be afraid of him, nor indeed of any of us. There is not a muleteer who would not do what he could to aid the escape of a British officer." Most of the mules were already saddled, and Garcia went up with Terence to a man who was buckling a strap. "Sanchez," he said, "this is our new comrade, Juan, who I told you would accompany us this journey." The man nodded. "It will be all the better," he said. 12 mules are rather too much for 2 men to manage when we get among the mountains." Garcia and Terence at once set to work to assist, and in 10 minutes the cavalcade started. Garcia rode the leading mule, 3 others being tied in single file behind it. Terence came next, and Sanchez brought up the rear. The animals were fine ones, and Garcia was evidently proud of them, showing their good points to Terence, and telling him their names. The mules were all very fond of their master, turning their heads at once when addressed by name, and flapping their long ears in enjoyment as he rubbed their heads or patted their necks. The town was already astir as they reached the gates. Country cars were pouring in, laden with fruits and vegetables for the market. Garcia stopped for a moment as an old man came along with a cart. "How are you, father?"
"How are you, Garcia? Off again?"
"Yes, I'm going to Xeres for wine for the French general."
"I see that you have a new comrade."
"Yes, the journey is a long one, and I thought that it was as well to have another mate."
"Yes, it is dangerous traveling," the old man said. "Well, goodbye, and good fortune to you."
Garcia put his mules in motion again, and they passed through the gate, and soon left Salamanca behind. There was little conversation on the way. The 2 Spaniards made and smoked cigarettes continually, and Terence endeavored to imitate them by addressing the endearing words they used to their animals, having learned the names of the 4 of which he was in charge. At first they did not respond to this strange voice, but as they became accustomed to it, each answered when his name was called by quickening his pace by a sharp whisk of the tail that showed it understood that it was addressed. Terence knew that his escape would not be discovered until 8 o'clock, when the doors were opened and the prisoners assembled in the yard for the roll call. Should any pursuit be organized, which was unlikely, it would be in the direction of Ciudad, as it might be supposed that an escaped prisoner would naturally make for the nearest spot where he could join his friends. One prisoner more or less would, however, make little difference, and the authorities would probably content themselves with sending a message by a trooper to all the towns and villages on that road to arrest any suspicious persons traveling without proper papers. On the line they were pursuing, the risk of interference was very small. The marshal's pass would be certainly respected by the officers of the corps under his command, and it was not until they fell in with parties of Soult's troops that any unpleasantness was to be apprehended, though even here the worst that could be looked for, if they met any large body of troops, would be that the mules might be taken for a time for the service in the army. After a long day's journey, they halted for the night at a village. Here they found that the troops marching south had encamped close at hand for the night, and the resources of the place had been completely exhausted. This mattered but little, as they carried a week's store of bread, black sausage, cheese, onions, garlic, and capsicums. The landlord of the little inn furnished them with a cooking pot, and a sort of stew, which Terence found by no means unpalatable, was concocted. The mules were hobbled, and turned out to the plain to graze, for the whole of the forage of the village had been requisitioned for the use of the cavalry and baggage animals of the French column. On the following morning, they struck off from the road they had been following, and traveling for 16 hours, came down on it again at the foot of the pass of Behar, and learned from some peasants that they had got ahead of the French column, which was encamped 2 or 3 miles down the road. Before daybreak they were on their way again, and reached Banos in the afternoon. There were but few inhabitants remaining here, for the requisitions for food and forage, made by the troops that had so frequently passed through the defiles, were such that the position of the inhabitants had become intolerable, and when they learned from Garcia that 2 divisions of French troops would most probably arrive that evening, and that Marmont's whole army would follow. Most of the inhabitants who remained hastily packed their most valuable belongings in carts and drove away into the hills. The landlord of the largest inn, however, stood his ground. He was doing well, and the principal officers of troops passing through always took up their quarters with him, paid him fairly for their meals, and saw that, whatever exactions were placed upon the town, he was exempted from them. Therefore, the muleteers were able to obtain a comfortable meal, and after resting their animals for 3 hours and giving them a good feed of corn, went on a few miles further, and then, turning off, encamped among the hills. They were about to wrap themselves in their cloaks and blankets, and to lie down for the night, when a number of armed men suddenly appeared.
"Who are you, and whither are you going?"
One, who appeared to be their leader, asked.
"We are bound for Xeres," Garcia replied, rising to his feet. "We are commissioned by Signor Maldino, the well-known wine merchant of Salamanca, to procure for him as much good Xeres wine as our mules will carry."
"It is a pity that we did not meet you on the way back, instead of on your journey there. We should appreciate the wine quite as thoroughly as his customers would do. But how do you propose to bring your wine back, when the whole country south swarms with Soult's cavalry?"
"Don Mondino obtained a pass for us from Marmont, who I suppose is one of his customers."
"We could not think of allowing wine to pass for the use of a French marshal," the man said.
"It is not likely that he will drink it for some time," Garcia said carelessly, "for he is marching in this direction himself. 2 of his divisions have probably by this time reached Banos, and we heard at Salamanca that he himself with the rest of them will follow in a day or 2.
"That is bad news," the man said. "There will be no travelers along here while the army is on its march. Are your mules carrying nothing now?"
"Nothing at all. The mules would have been requisitioned 2 days ago, as were most of the others in Salamanca, but Marmont's pass saved us."
"Are you carrying the money to buy the wine with?"
"No. Don Mondino knew better than that. I have only a letter from him to the house of Simon Perron at Xeres. He told me that that would be sufficient, and they would furnish me with the wine at once on my handing the letter to them."
"Well, comrades," the man said to the others gathered round, "it is evident that we shall get no booty tonight, and may as well be off to our own fires, where supper is waiting for us, and move away from here at daybreak. The French may have parties of horse all over the hills tomorrow, searching for provisions, cattle, and sheep."
"That was a narrow escape," Garcia said as the brigands moved off. "I wonder they did not take our mules. But I suppose they had as many as they want. 3 or 4 would be sufficient to carry their food and anything they may have stolen. More than that would only be a hindrance to them in moving about, especially now that they know that the French may be in the neighborhood in a few hours, if they have not arrived already. Well, Signor, what is the next thing to be done?"
Terence did not answer for some little time. "It is not easy to say," he replied at length. "Seeing that Marmont and Soult are practically united, there can be no doubt that our troops will have to fall back again to Portugal. The whole country is covered with French cavalry, and in addition, we have to run risks from these brigands, who may not always prove so easy to deal with as the men who have just left us. What do you think yourself? You know the country, and can judge far better than I can as to our chance of getting through."
"I don't think it will be possible, Signor, to carry out the plan of trying to cross into Portugal in this direction. It seems to me, now that Soult is engaged, and there can be no large bodies of French near Seville, our best plan would be to make for that town, whence, so far as we know, the country is clear of the enemy down to Cadiz, and when we reach that port, you could take ship to Lisbon."
"But in that case, I shall not be able to get the money to pay you, for I shall not be known, and although I could doubtless get a passage, I do not think that I can obtain any funds."
"Do not speak of it, Signor. The British will be in Salamanca one of these days, and then you will be able to pay me.
Or, if I should not be there at the time, you can leave the money for me with Nita or her father. It was for her sake that I undertook the business, and I have no doubt whatever that you will discharge the debt when you enter Salamanca." "That I certainly will, and to make it more certain I will ask one of the officers of my old regiment to undertake to find her out and to pay the money, in case I may be with my own men in some other part of the country." That will be quite enough, Signor. Do not trouble yourself further on the matter. We will start for Seville at daybreak. Traveling rapidly, the little party kept along the range of the Sierras, and then proceeded by the valley of the Tagus, and crossed the river at Talavera. And then, keeping nearly due south, struck the Guadiana at Ciudad Real, and, crossing La Mancha, gained the Sierra Morena, held west for some distance along the southern slopes, and then turned south and struck the Guadalquivir between Cordova and Seville, and arrived safely at the latter town. They had been obliged to make a great number of detours to avoid bodies of the enemy, but the muleteer had no difficulty in obtaining information from the peasants as to the whereabouts of the French, and after reaching the plains always traveled at night. They fell in twice with large parties of guerrillas, but these were not brigands, for as the country was still unconquered, and the French only held the ground they occupied, the bands had not degenerated into brigandage, but were in communication with the local authorities, and acted in conformity with their instructions, in concert with the Spanish troops. It was, however, nearly a month from the date of their leaving Salamanca before they arrived at Cadiz. Terence had, during the journey, greatly improved his knowledge of Spanish by his conversation with the muleteers, and as the language is so similar to the Portuguese, he soon acquired faculty in speaking it. They put up at a small fonda or inn, frequented by muleteers, and Terence at once made his way to the house where he heard that the Spanish agent resided. The latter, on hearing his story, was surprised indeed that he should have made his way through Spain from a point so far away as Salamanca, and occupied for the greater portion of the distance by the French. "A sloop of war is sailing tomorrow for the Tagus," he said, "and I will give you a letter to her captain, who will of course give you a passage." Terence informed him of the great services the muleteer had rendered him, and asked him if he could advance him sufficient money to repay the man. "I certainly have no funds at my disposal for such a purpose, Captain O'Connor," for Terence had said nothing about his Portuguese rank, finding that its announcement always caused a certain amount of doubt. "But I will strain a point, and grant you £30 on your bill upon your agent at Lisbon. I have no doubt that it will be met on presentation, but should, for example, your vessel be wrecked or captured, which I am by no means contemplating as likely, the amount must go down among subsidies to Spaniards who have rendered good service." "Thank you, sir. That will be sufficient, not to reward the man for the risk he has run, and the fidelity that he has shown, but it will at least pay him for the service of his mules. I do not suppose that he would earn more, and it will be a satisfaction to me to know that he is at least not out of pocket." The agent at once handed him a bag of silver, together with a letter to the officer in command of the Dauphin. He hired a boat and was rowed off to the ship, which was lying with several other small British warships in the port. When he ascended the side, the officer on duty asked him somewhat roughly in bad Spanish what he wanted. "I have a letter for Captain Fry," he replied in English, to the surprise of the lieutenant. "I'm a British officer who was taken prisoner at the battle of Fuentes D'Onoro." "You must not blame me for having taken you for a Spaniard," the lieutenant said in surprise as he handed the letter Terence held out to the midshipman, with the request to deliver it to the captain. "Your disguise is certainly excellent, and if you speak Spanish as well as you look the part, I could quite understand your getting safely through the country." "Unfortunately, I do not. I speak it quite well enough for ordinary purposes, but not well enough to pass as a native. I traveled with a muleteer who did all the talking that was necessary. I've been a month on the journey, which has greatly improved my Spanish. I knew little of it when I started, but I should not have gone on so quickly had I not been thoroughly up in Portuguese, which of course helped me immensely." The midshipman now came up and requested Terence to follow him to the captain's cabin. The captain smiled as he entered. "It is well that Mr. Bromhead vouched for you, Captain O'Connor, for I certainly should have had difficulty in bringing myself to believe that you were a British officer. I shall of course be very glad to give you a passage, and to hear the story of your adventures, which ought to be very interesting." "I have had very few adventures," Terence replied. "The muleteer knew the country perfectly, and had no difficulty in obtaining from the peasants news of the movements of the French. When I started, I had no idea of making such a long journey, but had intended to join Lord Beresford in front of Badajoz, if I could not manage to cross the frontier higher up. But Marmont's march south rendered that impossible. I thought that the safer plan would be to keep well away from the frontier, as of course things are much more settled in the interior, and 2 or 3 muleteers with their animals would excite little attention, even if we passed through a town with a large French garrison, except that the mules might have been impressed, and as I had no means of recompensing my guide in that case, I was anxious to avoid all risk. "When do you sail, sir?" "At 8 o'clock tomorrow. You cannot very well go in that attire," the captain said, smiling. "I shall be glad to advance any sum that you may require to procure clothes. You can, no doubt, pay me on your arrival at Lisbon." Terence gladly accepted a loan of £10, and, with it, returned to shore. On reaching the little inn, he at once handed £30 to Garcia. The man, however, absolutely refused to accept it. "No, senor. Since you have got money, I will take $50 to pay for food and forage on my way back, although really you have cost me nothing, for I had to make the journey on business. But even did you owe me the money, I would not take it now. I may not be so lucky on my way back as we have been in coming, and might be seized by brigands. Therefore I would in any case rather that you left the matter until you come to Salamanca." "But that may not be for a long time. It is quite as likely that we may be obliged to quit Portugal and embark for England, as that we shall ever get to Salamanca." "Who knows, senor? Luck may turn. However, I would rather that it were so. I have had the pleasure of your having made the journey with me, and shall have pleased Nita. If you come, well and good. If not, it cannot be helped, and I shall not grieve over it. If I had money with me, I might lose it, and it might cost me my life." Terence had again gone out, and purchased a suit of clothes befitting a Spanish gentleman. He took the muleteer with him. They had no longer any reason for concealing their identity, and, should he find it necessary to announce himself to be a British officer, it might be useful to have corroboration of his story. He also laid in a fresh stock of linen, of which he was greatly in need, and next morning, after a hearty farewell to Garcia, he went down to the port in his new attire, and carrying a small valise containing his purchases, took a boat to the ship. The evening before, he had called in at the agent's to thank him again, when the latter told him that he had some urgent dispatches from the Junta of Cadiz to that of Seville, and some dispatches of his own to persons at Cordova, and others in Madrid, who were in communication with the British government, and he offered a sum for their safe delivery that would recompense the muleteer for the whole of his journey. This Garcia had gladly acceded to, on condition that he might stop for a day to get the wine at Xeres. The voyage to Lisbon lasted 3 days, and was a very pleasant one to Terence. On his arrival there, he at once repaid the captain the loan he had received from him, having over £30 still in hand. He next saw the agent, and requested him to pay the bill when presented, and after waiting 3 days to obtain a fresh uniform, started up the country and rejoined Wellington, who had been compelled to fall back again behind the Coa. He reported himself to the adjutant general. "You have arrived just in time, Captain O'Connor," the latter said, "for your regiment is under orders to start tomorrow to join the force of the guerrilla Moras, who, with 2,000 men, is in the mountains on our frontier near Miranda, and intends to threaten Zamora, and so compel Marmont to draw off some of his troops facing us here. Your regiment is at present on the Douro, 15 miles away. How have you come here?" "I travelled by a country conveyance, sir. I am at present without a horse, but no doubt I can pick one up when I have obtained funds from the paymaster." "I will give you an order on him for £50, the adjutant said. "Of course, there's a great deal more owing to you, but it will save trouble to give you an order for that sum, on account. I don't suppose you will want more. I will have inquiries made about a horse. If you return here in an hour, I dare say I shall hear of one for sale. Your regiment has not done much fighting since you left it, but they behaved well at Banos, where we had a very sharp fight. They came up just at the critical moment, and they materially assisted us in beating off the attack of the French, who were in greatly superior force, and nearly succeeded in capturing or exterminating the light division." On his return, Terence found that one of the officers on the adjutant general's staff knew of a horse that had been captured by a trooper in a skirmish with French dragoons 3 days before. It was a serviceable animal, and as the soldier was glad to take £10 for it, Terence at once purchased it. The adjutant told him that on mentioning his return, Lord Wellington had requested him to dine with him, and to come half an hour before the usual time, as he wished to question him with reference to the state of the country he had passed through, and of the strength and probable movements of the French troops in those districts. "I am glad to see you back again, Colonel O'Connor.
the general said when he entered. "Of course, I heard how you had been captured, and have regretted your absence. Colonel Herrera is a good officer in many ways, and the regiment has maintained a state of efficiency, but he does not possess your energy and enterprise, nor the readiness to assume responsibilities and to act solely upon his own initiative, a most valuable quality," he said with one of his rare smiles, "when combined with sound judgment for an officer commanding a partisan corps like your own, but which, if general, would in a very short time put an end to all military combinations, and render the office of a commander-in-chief a sinecure. Now, sir, will you be good enough to point out on this map exactly the line you followed in traveling from Salamanca to Cadiz, and give me any information you gain concerning the roads, the disposition of the people, and the position and movements of the French troops?" Terence had anticipated that such information would be required of him, and had, every evening when they halted, jotted down every fact that he thought could be useful, and on the voyage to Lisbon had written up from them a full report, both of the matters which the general now inquired about, and of the amount of supplies which could probably be obtained in each locality, the number of houses and accommodation available for troops, the state and strength of the passes, and the information that Garcia had obtained for him of mountain tracks by which these passes could be turned by infantry and cavalry in single file. "I have brought my report, sir," he said, producing it. "I endeavored to make the most of my opportunities, to gain all the information possible that might be useful to myself or the commander of any column moving about the same country. I fear that it is far from being perfect, but as I wrote it from my notes, made at the end of the day, I think it will answer its purpose, as far as it goes." Attached to each day's journey was a rough sketch showing the crossroads, rivers, bridges, and other particulars. The general took the bulky report, sat down and read a page here and there, and glanced at the maps. He looked up approvingly. "Very good indeed, Colonel O'Connor. If all officers would take advantage of their opportunities as you have done, the drudgery my staff have to do would be very much lightened, and they would not be constantly working in the dark." He handed the report to the adjutant general. "This may be of great utility when an advance begins," he said. "You had better have 2 or 3 copies of it made. It will be useful to the quartermaster's department as well as to yourself, and of great assistance to the officers in command of any detached parties that may be dispatched to gather in supplies or to keep in check an enemy advancing on our flank. Some day, when I can find time, I will read the whole report myself. It will be well to have a dozen copies made of the first 5 or 6 pages, and the maps, for the perusal of any officer sent out with a detachment on scouting duty, as a model of the sort of report that an officer should send in of his work when on such a duty." The party at dinner was a small one, consisting only of some 5 or 6 officers of the headquarters staff, and 2 generals of divisions. After dinner, Lord Wellington asked Terence how he escaped from Salamanca, and the latter briefly related the particulars of his evasion. "This is the second time that you have escaped from a French prison," Lord Wellington said when he finished. "The last time, if I remember rightly, you escaped from Bayonne in a boat."
"But you did not get to England in that boat, surely, Colonel O'Connor?" one of the generals laughed.
"No, sir. We were driven offshore by a gale, and picked up by a French privateer. We escaped from her as she was lying in port at Brest, made our way to the mouth of the River Seine, about 9 miles north of Granville, and then, stealing another boat, started for Jersey. We were chased by a French privateer, but before she came up to us, a Jersey privateer arrived and engaged her. While the fight was going on, we got on board the Jersey boat, which finally captured the Frenchman, and took her into port." "And from there, I suppose, you found your way to England and enjoyed a short rest from your labors?" "No, sir. The captain of the privateer, who thought that we had rendered him some valuable assistance in the fight, sailed out with us on to the ship track, and put us on board a transport bound for Lisbon." "Well, you are more heart and soul in it than I am," the general laughed. "I should not have been able to deny myself a short run in England." "I was anxious to get back to my regiment, sir, as I was afraid that, if I did not return before the next campaign opened, some other officer might be appointed to its command." "You need not trouble yourself on that score in future, Colonel O'Connor," Lord Wellington said. "If you have the bad luck to be captured again, I shall know that your advance will be temporary, and if it became necessary to appoint anyone else to your command, it would only be until your return." On leaving the commander-in-chief's quarters, the adjutant general asked Terence when he thought of rejoining his regiment. "I am going to start at once, sir.
I ordered my horse to be saddled and in readiness at 10 o'clock. You must not think of doing so, the adjutant said. The road is very bad, and not at all fit to be traversed on a dark night like this. Besides, you would really gain nothing by it. If you leave at daybreak, you will overtake your regiment before it has marched many miles. End of chapter 13. Recording by Charles Sapp.